Today I've compiled all my videos on manga's craziest villains, just in case you missed one or want to rewatch. This video also features an exclusive look into one of manga's most notorious villains, Nosferatu Zodd from Berserk. Also, if any one villain ain't doing it for you, I've timestamped everything so you can skip around. Without further ado, enjoy! Can a child truly be evil? No matter what, are all of their actions unforgivable? Rosine is an apostle in Berserk that questions this in the most brutal way possible. Her tale is one of demonhood, trauma, and horrors of evil, but under it all is an innocent child. One you will see is full of pain. Today I will be examining what is easily the most forgivable demon in Berserk, Rosine. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you'll be eager to see more deep dives of Berserk. Rosine actually first appears a whole 45 chapters before her arc. During the Golden Age as Rickett is getting water, she flies above him before he comes back to the camp wiped out, which definitely doesn't set a bad precinct for this elf-like creature. But alas, her real debut is in the first chapter of the Lost Children arc, where we view balls of light attack bandits as she watches. The creatures are referred to as elves, before Rosine states this is a fairy tale made for children. And even though we are going into this with the retrospective knowledge she's a demon, Rosine definitely looks like an elf. I understand the confusion. From there, we view Guts help an abused girl back to her village. Already under suspicion, something demonic is awry when he views the villagers terrified of Puck, an elf. The following morning, Guts decides to at least ask about the Misty Valley, the reason everyone was so fearful of Puck/elves. The abused girl, Jill, reveals this is a near location said to house elves. But as of recently, villages have been attacked by strange creatures very similar to the rumored elves. Puck tries to confirm this, and when she describes elves to a T, the tale only gets scarier. She explains they destroy crops, attack livestock, even eat humans. But most alarmingly, they take the children. Guts' brand begins to bleed, him crashing out of the building to see a volley of light descending onto the village. This confirms Guts' suspicions. These strange light balls aren't elves, rather demons, already telling us Rosine, the one in charge of these things, definitely isn't an elf either. The creatures cover the village as the tiny pieces of light destroy everything in sight. Everything Jill stated occurs, even them trying to take a child, who runs into Guts and is saved. He swats the elves like bugs before taking the child he had saved and pitching him atop his sword, running away with him at the top, knowing these creatures will follow, leading them right into a small barn. In the dark, the creatures now transform. Now clearly some kind of bug, pest, demon, stinger and all. Therefore, he wastes no time destroying them before using his arm cannon to incinerate them. He stands before the flames with the boy. The bug elf demon's burning as the head of this horror story reveals herself. Again, it's Rosine. We already know her, but they don't. And she's set on keeping this cutesy elf charade up, even though we literally just seen her try and massacre a village. Guts, of course, isn't convinced, something she gets childishly upset over, calling Guts mean as her little elves chime in, saying things like they'll get the grown-ups, just, again, very childish. Even more so as she's quick to lash out, diving insanely fast at Guts. Yet he misses what should be an easy strike and is stabbed straight through the arm. But that's when Puck screams, having to go as far as pulling on Guts to tell him that he's figured this whole thing out. Those little creatures? They aren't elves. They're not demons. They're not bugs. They're actually human children. Now that is, concerning. But first, before anything, Rosine notices Puck, calling him Peekif the outcast, before diving at Guts again. It's then Jill jumps in front of him, telling Rosine to stop, and she does. The giant elf stares at Jill for what feels like minutes, before disappearing as fast as she came. The elf and the random girl Guts found know each other, their connection implying one fairly obvious thing. Rosine too is a child like Jill. Though everything then gets worse because of course it does, as the bug-like elves in the fire turn into the bodies of human children, confirming Jill's tales about these creatures were true. They are taking children, and somehow the little elves are the children, and they're doing all of this under the guise of innocent elves. Rosine is clearly a child at heart despite being a demon. The constant childish remarks and the mentions of fairy tales only drive it in further. Not to mention, elves. Elves in Berserk are meant to represent light and innocence. Puck literally was placed in the first chapter to be a contrasting light to Guts' darkness, and for a child, well, they're the perfect piece of hope to hold on to. Rosine being a child given demon powers, it makes sense that she'd willy-nilly create elves, even if the process is turning real children into them. Guts brings Jill outside of the village, where she tells him that Rosine is likely her friend that disappeared. Guts responding, so what'll happen? She's not human. Now he has to kill her. Why would she want to come with him? Jill's tale is closely interlinked with this demon, and while this isn't her video, I will speak about her quite a lot. Here, seeing one of her friends become this object of light but doing such heinous things leaves her beyond mixed. Everything for her is happening fast, but considering her home life is beyond horrible, Jill ends up following Guts deeper into this horror tale, as in her mind it can't be much worse. This is finally the chance for some change. The next time Jill catches up to Guts, we again hear a mention that Peekif in reference to Puck. And so, Guts asks about it. We're all curious. What is it? Jill explains it as a fairy tale. That one day there was a boy named Peekif with pointed ears and red eyes. Regardless of these differences, his parents loved him even if he was a bit strange. Though one day, burdened by insecurities, Peekif had left his loving parents to search for where he really belonged, heading into a forbidden forest to find tons of creatures just like him. But even then, he was the only one there without wings. One of the creatures then told him about a tale of parents bringing their child and begging for it to be saved. And so they did, at the cost of the human baby resembling an elf. It was Peekif. Despite it making him different, his parents really only ever cared that he lived. This caused him to realize he had abandoned the place where he had truly belonged. Crying, Peekif ran home, but by then it was too late. While he had visited the forest for a couple of minutes, 100 years had passed, leaving Peekif an outcast to cry and cry. He had abandoned his utmost precious thing to search for something he hadn't yet realized wasn't nearly as important, only figuring out what the important thing was when it was too late. Now, while you think I just got insanely off track, Jill reveals that Rosine loved this story. In fact, she even stated, "I'm just like Peekif." Even better, Jill goes on to reflect on the story and Rosine, completing some essential pieces of the puzzle as she gives us a backstory. She was like a big sister to Jill, a bit boyish and adventurous, but that just enhanced their friendship. She even one day found a weird egg rock with eyes in it. Oh no, it's a Bailet. We know where this is going. The two of them would play so much it would often be dark when they'd get home, but in reality it was because Rosine didn't want to go home. Her parents fought a lot, her being on the receiving end. She'd often be bruised as she recalled the tale of Peekif, stating he really was an elf. In reality, he had found his real family, finally saying she belongs in their land, all with a forced grin. Rosine's mother had been assaulted, and so her father was conflicted if Rosine was really his, leading to serious abuse. It now makes perfect sense on why she'd never want to go home and why she was obsessed with Peekif. To Rosine, the story of Peekif, specifically her version of it, was a way to cheer herself up and offer an escape. She stated she was like Peekif, saying the real version of his tale was him in fact belonging to the elves. He ran away and found his real home. It's the perfect way out for an abused child. One night, Jill was awoken by Rosine saying she was leaving for Misty Valley. And so she left, and soon after her parents had gone missing as well. All that was left was the box of things left to Jill. But the weird rock, the Baylet, was missing. Soon after, everything we know started. The small bug elves, the attacks, and most of the children disappearing. Guts states the obvious for us. Rosine took the Baylet, offered up her parents, and became a demon elf as a result. While we don't have essential details, this is already a pretty hard thing to defend Rosine for. She made that choice, and was the abuse really enough reason to kill them and make that choice? Regardless, Guts goes on to state that this isn't Peakiff, it's a real grown-up tale. If Jill follows him, she'll end up dead. This is no place for a child. In this adult demonic world, she's a nuisance. He's basically saying she's a kid. Children can believe in such things as a form of escape, but problems arise when they act out fairy tales. Now she's in danger by running away, only creating problems. Stating this right after Rosine's tale, to a kid just like Rosine, is him saying this whole entire thing is childish. And he seriously makes an amazing point. It sounds and reads as if Rosine is trying to make a fairy tale real. She's a demon pretending to be an elf, turning human children into bug-like demon elves, all under the farce of a good-spirited creature. It is childish. It's the exact naivety you could only expect from a child. And now knowing Rosine's tale and Jill acting somewhat the same, well, it's very and brutally apparent. This is all childish. Though with this, a big question comes up. If Rosine is clearly a child, can you blame her? This is pretty much the biggest question when it comes to examining her character. Are her acts forgivable because she's a child? She doesn't have full comprehension of what she's doing. Or is there no excuse no matter the circumstance? Evil is evil, and evil is unforgivable. Guts waltzes away when Rosine crashes through the sky. Rosine dropping in out of nowhere and holding Jill. A childish interaction commences that confirms to her this really is her childhood friend. And yet she can't bring herself to heed Guts' words, as she allows Rosine to show off her quote, elf self and invite her to the Misty Valley. And as she begins to pick Jill up, Guts blitzes in, ready to slash the demon in two, but misses, only severing one of her many antennae. As Guts looks up, she shrieks in pain, her true form leaking out for a single moment, before she flies away with Jill as fast as she had arrived. Jill and Rosine soar high above the trees, Rosine doing her best to reassure Jill that this is okay. It's a view no human could see. It's a world exclusive to those with wings. As implied, Jill is enchanted by the view. Her village is so small. In that tiny village, she was so frightened. Rosine then speaks up. This could be her life if she became one of them. But Jill refuses quick, with no idea why. It's a good thing you said no. You'll get it soon. Rosine also states the valley is protected by dependable grown-ups, who stop people from hurting children. And when we see Guts fight these things, they're bug-like pseudo-demons who were originally humans, who I can only assume became this way against their will. This seems insanely inhumane, and it is. This is beyond messed up. Yet Rosine will explain these acts in the most childish way possible. It's as if she herself believes the things she's saying are okay. Jill really emphasizes this naive, childish viewpoint as she reflects on the valley to Puck. Even if these elves attack and eat humans, wolves and other animals do that too. Why is it so wrong when the elves do it? She can't find anything more enjoyable than this place. Compared to her cold, fearful, and abusive situation before, this is a paradise. We're then given the most uncomfortable scene of this arc as the elves simply play a battle game, a game imitating a human historic war. Yet we turn the page to them absolutely massacring each other. It's not a game. The elves are really killing each other. They turn to Jill as she gets sick of the sight, intending to chase her as the brutal reality of everything becomes clear. Jill runs till she ends up in a fruit room? Puck pokes one of them out of curiosity, yet to their horror, one splits open to reveal the pods contain human children being transformed into elves. And does Jill and Puck look on in sheer disbelief? Rosine appears above them. She reveals the room as the emergence grounds, the place where human children are reborn as their elves. Rosine jumps down and walks towards Jill, asking, "Why do you run away? Why are you scared?" Jill screams they're killing each other. Rosine stating they're just playing war. Humans always do that. She then states human children are cowards, and this viewpoint makes a lot of sense coming from her. Now that she's a higher being who's free, I mean, she's literally walking around naked, I don't think you can get more free than that. Why wouldn't she look back on her human times, where she was abused and always scared, is cowardly? Rosine defends playing war as well. Even if they're killing their friends, she can always make more. In reality, they're only playing human. And this viewpoint is so outstandishly naive, and just like I keep saying, childish. Rosine does not understand the importance of life, saying you can just make new friends whenever. Better yet, war is nothing more than a game to her. She clearly does not understand it at all past it just being a thing humans do. All this to say, Rosine is literally proving that she is nothing more than a child who got her hands on an absurd amount of power. She then tries to change Jill's mind. If she goes home, she might find a real war on top of the hunger, cold, and abuse. If she becomes an elf right now, everything can be as it was during their childhood. Together, they can run around the forest, the river. She can have everything she ever imagined, even the sky. All if she simply becomes an elf. Jill cries as Rosine wraps her arms around her, stating she'll make Jill extra special, strong, pretty, so much so that no one will hurt her. She wraps her into her wings, releasing a sleep powder as Jill envisions herself in the cocoon. She begins to fall asleep when one of them falls as the room erupts into flames. Guts at the other side. Guts swats the bugs away like flies, no regards to the fact that they're children. In his mind, since they've already crossed into being otherworldly, it doesn't matter. He stomps through the flames, burning the bugs away as Rosine calls for even more to attack. To everyone's horror, they swarm Guts and pin him down, biting and bloodying his skin. Yet under it all, a smile emerges. Guts flies into the flames while burning away every single bug Rosine summoned. She's speechless as he just sits there with a smile. Guts then extinguishes the flames with the blood of one of the child cocoons, going as far to hold the skeleton between his teeth. It's such a visceral, crazy image that Jill is speechless. But even worse, Rosine, a literal demon, questions if Guts is even human. Rosine's entire valley is up in flames. Her cocoons are ash, and now she's faced with an opponent more demon-like than her. With this, she's forfeited her elf form, revealing her true look as a demonic bug. And as Jill questions if this is still her friend, Rosine states she doesn't need any of this anymore. All she needs is Jill. It all comes together here. Rosine is a bug-like demon that can alter and transform others into these bug-like creatures. Pseudo-demons, if you will. But just like a bug, Rosine moves really fast. She slices through her own elves as she sends Guts flying. So fast that he can't even see her anymore. She dives back down as Guts just barely dodges. She's destructive, insanely fast, and the noise she makes destroys his hearing, implying Rosine is moving so fast she's destroying the sound barrier. Though far earlier in their initial encounter, Guts had severed Rosine's spear-like antenna, leading her movement to be shaky. He takes note of this, and when she dives in again, he's pierced and carried into the sky with her. Rosine then takes to licking him? Okay. Now holding him close as she calls this a date in the starry sky. She drags him before the moon before calling him handsome. She understands why Jill would follow him, but then she declares she'll kill him as Jill's is hers alone. But like every demon, she's forgetting something. Guts' metal arm isn't just for show. He readies his cannon and fires, blowing them out of the sky. Rosine took this blow heavy. Her insides are literally spilling out, yet she screams in rage, still looking to finish things with Guts. You see, Rosine is insanely strong, and she's definitely fast, but she's kinda dumb, like you would expect from a kid running into battle. In reality, I think it would be fair to say, Guts should have killed her by now, but from his point of view, we realize he's been subconsciously hesitating. Not only is her childlike appearance hard to hit, but with how wrapped into Jill's tale he is, killing her friend is difficult. But from here, Jill screams out in despair. She's stuck in the fire, and Rosine comes to her rescue. She picks her up to be saved, planning to take them to a place no one can stop them, assumingly starting this ruse anew. But then Guts appears from the flames to spear Rosine. She flees to the skies, Guts' impaled sword carrying him to the skies as well. She screams in pain. No human must ever be allowed to cause pain for an elf. She throws him away with all her strength, her life beginning to flash before her eyes as she dives in for a kill shot. Him catching the antenna in his teeth, all before throwing his blade back and bringing it down to slice Rosine to shreds. She falls to the ground, blood erupting from her wound as she mutters, "They weren't there." Rosine recalls her memories as a human as she falls. In front of the moon, a night like this, she reached the valley. After running away from home, she waited. She waited for days and days. She waited forever. But they never came. The elves never came. Rosine knew she never believed in the elves in Peakif. It was a means of escape from her tragic life, choosing to disappear into a fairy tale rather than exist in the real world. But in this moment, her parents had found her, which is horrible. The second she gives up on escape, reality rushes in to ambush her. And while you'd think her parents would care, their daughter just ran away. Her father punches Rosine. She caused so much trouble in the village going missing. Do you know how humiliating that was for him? He picks her up and smacks her, all while mocking her belief in the elves, saying the reason she ran away, was it for that? Or was it to simply mess with him? Was it because he isn't her real father? He hits her mother before her eyes, and in this moment of extreme trauma, she cowers back to that childish headspace. This type of thing can't happen in the Misty Valley. Her Baylet activated, her blood and tears trickling to the stone as it opens its eyes. She demands everything go away. And, well, we know the rest. Even though we don't see it, Rosine sacrificed her parents to become a demon, using that power to create the fairy tale she so strongly believed in. Rosine hits the ground as she asks her parents for forgiveness. She tells Jill there was never any elves. But Puck lights up and states it's not true. He's sure that at one point elves really did exist here. Rosine looks at him. It's a real elf. Jill has found one. And so, she's sure Jill will be alright. As Jill's tears well up, Guts appears from behind. But this time Guts refuses to hesitate. He yells as he begins moving. But fate intervenes in the form of an arrow. Guts has been caught by the Holy Chain Knights, and knowing he needs to run, he leaves as quick as he appeared. Rosine then stands up, dazed as she flies up stating she needs to go home, fluttering through the sky as she becomes worried about her parents. And as she falls into the light and towards the ground, she simply wonders what's for dinner. She falls towards the earth dead while we're reminded of the tale of Peakif. Rosine's death telling us exactly what she was. A lost child trying to live a fairy tale. Rosine lived a life of pure horror. Neglect, abuse, never-ending sadness. And when she looked for a way out, accidentally finding it in a Baylet, you could argue the God Hand took advantage of her too. I mean, How would a child even know the right choice to make in that situation? To her, the belief in fairy tales fueled everything. Most prominently, Pikif, a tale about running away thinking you don't belong somewhere. You mix this tale with the fact the village was close to Misty Valley, a place said to house elves, to a pained child wishing her hurt would go away, the fairy tale becomes one of finding the place you really belong. And in a strange way, Rosine did. Her Beyblade activated, she became a demon, likely too naive to understand the gravity of her choice. I mean, she was a child. Regardless, with the power she could create a solution of her own, that being submitting other children to even worse fates, all under the guise of elves. In the world of Berserk, elves are the opposite of everything horrible she went through. They're angelic pixies, the spitting image of light and innocence. Of course, she desperately wanted to be one, taking the story of Pikif and twisting it to fit her own heartbreaking story. She made everything innocent, perfect, and clear, the lie of what reality really is, crowning herself as Queen Elf and creating elves to fuel this image. Though despite it all, it was a fake. A childish mirage built on the back of real consequences, real life suffering, adult consequences like destruction, and death she has no real concept of. When the mirage comes crumbling down, we see the real Rosine, that she's still a lost child wishing to return to her original home, her precious place, just like Pikif, revealing that silly little tale had way more truth than she ever thought. Rosine is an example of what the bad choice in Berserk looks like, becoming a demon. She is one that has been expertly humanized and given reasons to feel for. She is a child who made a bad choice in a moment of trauma, a bad choice you can imagine could have gone a million better ways. But alas, it didn't. Though, are her circumstances enough to forgive her actions? In Berserk, the demons are pure evil once they've crossed that line, most of the time, regardless of the context. And there is a very solid argument to state Rosine isn't an exception. Rosine sacrificed her parents, destroyed the village, and turned human children into demonic bug creatures, allowing everything under her reign be consumed by childish games like war. Ultimately, it sounds very evil, and everything there seems unforgivable. That is, till we know of Rosine's story and it becomes brutally clear that she's a child. Children are impressionable. Rosine is literally shown to be so. She believed Pikif's tale enough to follow it after all, and you can imagine the God Hand probably told her that she could create her fairy tale. In what universe is an abused child not taking that deal? Especially when the alternative is the real life she knows to be nothing but pain. Pain at the hands of her own flesh and blood. From there, she committed her evil acts, and the one thing I want to point out is that this is done by a person with no concept of death. She explained the war game as playing human, again, very impressionable, and to Jill she implied that they'd just do this again. It's just so childish. I couldn't be any clearer that Rosine is literally a child given infinite evil power. It's that simple. Though this is where your opinion comes in. As if you believe a person's actions define them no matter the circumstance, no matter if they're a child, that they're pure evil because they've done evil, then Rosine will be evil in your book. A mark amongst the many apostles of the series. I cannot fault you for this either, as this viewpoint is heavily emphasized by the series. As if Guts can go through hell not just once, but pretty much literally every encounter with a demon, and not become a demon, not commit the same kind of evil, well, there's really no excuse for anyone else, right? But of course, Rosine is a very special case. You could argue that because she's a child with a childish view of the world, she had no real idea of what she was doing. It's understandable to say she was blinded by pain and wasn't very grown up to begin with, hence aspects like death, she was so lax about them. This viewpoint is also heavily emphasized by the story just like the former, as Rosine never strayed away from being childish. Even in her moment of death, when she fell out of the sky, she was more childish than ever. She pretty much said she imagines herself as a kid still with her parents. At the end of the day, everyone's answers will be different, and that is the point. She's not the worst apostle, but she's still an apostle. She's killed many, but you can say she didn't understand what she was really doing. She's a child, but she's also a demon in Berserk. I think it is very important that you sympathize, but it's also very important that you acknowledge what is clearly wrong. And so I leave you with this simple question because I think there is no right or wrong answer. Do you believe you can empathize or forgive Rosine? Mymo is Gachiakura's newest villain, and he's so disgustingly evil to the point where you can almost laugh at it. From wanting to get world peace by turning everyone into his puppets, to drinking blood being how he activates his vital instrument, to finally serving human heads on a plate as a form of manipulation. Oh, and how could I even forget? He turns into a nightmare horror villain. Like, what the hell? Mymo is just unbelievable. And today I want to... I think that's better. But yeah, today I'll be getting you up to date with Mymo and his terrible deeds. Thank you so much for watching, and enjoy. Mymo is first given to us in the annoying TV broadcaster role, one Rio is noted to really hate. But, well, of course, what does the world do with annoying celebrities that nobody likes? They non-stop show them to you because for some reason there's someone out there who likes them. He appears to head the Doll Festival, the biggest ground event in Gachiakura, and one our group of cleaners has shown up in search of the Watchmen series items. Though while these happy moments occur, things unfold in an ominous way in the background. For some strange reason, the Hell Guards are present. They search for what they call a terrorist device. And you know this is a serious operation because they are acting under direct orders of the Hellguard leader. All we're left with here is the statement, he will become the world's new ruler. And well, that's not scary at all. It's around this time Rudo is brought up to face 2 Lily, an experience we all wish we had. He gets a choker from her, and then finally speaks to the Watchman choker maker, who has a single request. Destroy the Doll Festival. Wait. The choker guy didn't actually mean it like that. Lily was meant to explain something to Rudo, but failed to do so. Rudo needs to destroy the Doll Festival by saving people. This evil mastermind that's been alluded to has a huge plan involving the festival. His power gives him the ability to rule. He wants to create a peaceful rule with no bloodshed. And now he's found a way to capture the world. He'll use the chokers to do so. Anyone who wears one will be his own doll to control. Then, all of a sudden, as this conversation reaches its peak, the event goes quiet. Yet a voice softly speaks. Alright everyone, let's be quiet now. A man drops down, and of course the Grand Doll Festival mastermind is Mymo, today's disgusting villain. Before the huge crowd, Mymo calmly speaks into his microphone. Clap, jump, turn. Everyone follows every order. It's perfect. Our cleaner cast is surprised. Is this a joke? Part of the festival they didn't know? Maybe Mymo's accidentally broke character? But the choker maker reveals the truth. This whole thing is Mymo's power. I'm telling you, you should never trust these big celebrities no matter what, even if it is in fiction, and I seriously cannot see with these things on. Alright, that is better, I'm actually blind without my actual glasses. In all seriousness though, what a reveal. It's unnerving to the point where it's almost comedic. A woman pulls a collar from her breast. Rudo hears this creepy, exaggerated voice just telling him to destroy literally everything. And then this dork in this dazzled out outfit just appears and is like, yeah, I'm this big horrible villain. It reads as, well, a big prank, like a side story, like we're reading some stupid comic. But then, this weird microphone guy declares that everything I said, it's real, and it's a real bad series of events. He literally shows us this, he shows it right in front of our eyes, but considering he's this big TV celebrity, well, everyone thinks it's a joke. But in reality, this man simply wants to rule. The TV wasn't big enough for him anymore. His desired, quote, peaceful rule is by turning everyone into puppets. And while anyone with the brain knows this is it's just not that easy and that this is so naive of him, well, Mymo thinks it's genius, and he hasn't even begun to reveal how this is only step 1 of his true plan. Mymo begins his grand act by calling Rudo to the stage, yet in an instant Engine smacks him down. In reality, none of the cleaners are under his control. They were warned by the info broker of someone using the chokers for evil, so they left them home. Rudo then reveals through that choker 2 Lily gave him he has heard everything, the truth of Mymo's horrific actions. He knows Mymo took the choker maker's fee, as well as the parents who raised him. And while surprised, Mymo puts it all together. Countess, the choker maker, reached Rudo. But this has reminded him of something. He did indeed kill his parents. He claps and smiles disgustingly wide with this revelation. Mymo then takes his microphone back from Engine. Who cares if his goal sounds like nonsense? What reigns supreme isn't what the dream is, just making that dream a reality. Mymo knows his dream is nothing short of insane, controlling all to make a world full of peace, but he wants to do it with such conviction and declares it so proudly that it's just unsettling. Like it's just hard to believe this is happening right now. Mymo's power and how he's using it in junction with the chokers is then explained to us. The choker maker Countess uses his blood to make a choker. A random cord with his blood becomes one. Mymo's power perfectly works off this, as his power allows him to control anyone whose blood he's drank. What Mymo does is drink the choker maker's blood to control every choker, because every choker has the blood that he is controlling, Countess's blood. Wanted to clarify this since people do get a bit confused. Countess makes these chokers with his blood. They all use his blood to work. They contain his blood. Mymo's vital instrument is a microphone that allows him to control anyone's blood he's drank using that microphone. Basically, he speaks into it. The command happens because he's drank the person's blood. So if the chokers need blood to be created, every single choker has blood. And if Mymo drinks Countess's blood, well, he can control anything that accesses his blood. So, well, the chokers. It's villainous and terrible at how easy it was for him to just get access to everyone. But with that, I'll get back into the video. Mymo is controlling the entire crowd of people at the doll festival. Everyone who has a choker is his doll to puppet. Everyone except the cleaners who left theirs at home and Rudo, who received a special one without Countess's blood. This makes them the world's last hope, the only ones who can destroy Mymo. Rudo points to Mymo. They'll make this all go away. Ruling, making it a reality, he's doing it through trampling on others. He'll never accept it. He'll crush him. Though Mymo finally responds, and perfectly enough for Mymo, his vital instrument being a microphone on top of him being a TV personality, continuously works to play off people's emotions with words. He taunts Rudo for how he hasn't made it to the spear yet, Zonka for continuously losing, Engine for being a mystery hypocrite, Rio on her father, and again Rudo. He can't avenge his father's death. No matter what, he hasn't accomplished anything. Rudo rushes forward to smash into Mymo, yet he hits a barrier. Again, Rudo can't accomplish anything. He's stopped by this being taunting him over his dream. But Mymo declares his dream is here. Mymo, the almighty ruler, stands before them. With the click of a button, he activates his vital instrument microphone, Elenos. Everyone with the choker, he puppets them to kill the cleaners. Everyone is frozen. Nobody expected the TV star Mymo to be capable of this mess. But in reality, it's been there all along. A man with ruling desires would place himself in the highest and loudest position. Better yet, one with the microphone in hand. And so he screams for the people to kill. The mass of puppets threatens to crush all, but then they stop. It's Amo. She's overridden Mymo's power with their all-powerful Watchman boots. Still, Mymo is unaffected. He's back to messing with people through words, directing his focus on ammo. Is this love? She was punched by Rudo and wants to help him so bad, Is it because she likes him? Or is he a replacement for Mr.? Yeah, this one is beyond messed up. Not only is he reminding her, but trying to say Ruto is doing what the man abused her is doing. Mymo is just horrible. Though with this, Mymo moves on to his next act of terror. He's taking control of the two-man cleaner battle unit. It shakes the earth before them, and all Mymo wants is Ruto to transform into something huge, something impossible he'll be able to control. Yet Ruto does the opposite, transforming a simple wolf hat. Mymo thinks he can rule everything but doesn't even understand Ruto's power. It's not about trash. It's about drawing an object's full worth out. Ruto jumps in and blitzes around the battle units, revealing he's taken their chokers. Mymo's rule fails without them. Though with all this chaos unfolding, Mymo's rule beginning to slip, we must remember this is all because Mymo drank the choker maker Countess's blood. Their powers work so terrifyingly well together, and it would seem Mymo's been reminded of this. We cut away from the festival to a man shackled. The choker maker Countess has his blood continuously drawn and is stuck listening to Mymo through a radio. Mymo has realized his rebellion. Somehow he must have grown resistant to his control. Though Countess isn't dumb, he knows Mymo is contacting him because he needs something. He'll bring something up and use it against him, but Countess no longer has weaknesses. Mymo has taken everything from him. This isn't a rebellion, it's revenge. But Mymo states to Lily. She's an old friend of his. It must have taken so much effort to hide her, but now Countess will do one more thing for him. We then dive into the choker maker Countess's backstory, all to hammer in Mymo's acts even more. Countess was a terminally ill boy soon to die, though he met Lily and she soon became his light. It was through wanting to understand her struggle, Countess awakened his choker vital instrument, Impulse. He even gave his first choker to Lily, and through it, he discovered the real power of the choker, not just hearing people, but to reach them, opening the door to their hearts. And Mymo will, and has, been making great use of that power. It's then Countess uses this power in a very specific way, to open Ruto's heart and show him everything. Countess met Mymo as a teen. He asked, does he like high places? They make you feel like you have everything in the world in your hands. Or in other words, as if you've gained the perspective of the ancient rulers. He introduces himself. He's heard Countess has created a communication device. He extends his hand. Why don't they reach high places together? Accepting the offer granted Countess technology that saved his life. It saved him from his condition. But Mymo had a plan the entire time. The chokers. They can use them to get rich since Countess is healthy. Countess worked, and worked. When he finally came to his senses and wanted to quit, Mymo couldn't believe it. It's then he unveiled everything alongside a new flashy getup. A ruler needs to be iconic, and from the beginning he knew he could use Countess's power to rule. Of course, Countess refused. Yet Mymo simply revealed his parents' heads on a plate. Presently, Countess cries. He can't let that happen to Lily, but there's no telling what Mymo, the devil, will do. But no matter what, it can't be good. This is his last hope. He begs Ruto, please beat him for him. Damn, Mymo really did that. Mymo contacted Countess not only to talk to him about his rebellion, but to get Countess under his rule yet again. And like as if he's dealing with a child acting up, he tried to bribe him with some candy. Though that's kind of a messed up comparison because, well, the candy is to Lily's life. Regardless, he tried to get Countess to call this whole entire thing off by threatening his precious star's life. But Countess has He's chosen to further rebel and tell Ruto everything. And again, I just have to point out how Mymo is built up to be this laughable, insane villain. It's just almost over the top how evil he is. Mymo came to Countess and introduced himself by asking if he wants to reach high places in the world. He then, like an angel, gives him everything he needs to make this amazing product, without questioning how perfect it seems. It's a product that reaches literally everyone. It is just perfect in every way. Oh, but the second Countess refuses. Mymo literally serves his parents' head on a plate while wearing this all-white Disney getup. It's unbelievable. Like, everything he does is so bad, but it's brushed off so quickly, it's almost like, oh, we're not meant to think much of it. It's like he's a parody of those that are just truly this evil. He's to make fun of them in a weird way. And, well, trust me, Mymo is only going to get worse. With Countess's coin toss, placing his trust in Rudo, Mymo readies for the final act. He taps his mic. All his puppets will transform into his personal army, his apostles. A shot rings out. Straight through Mymo in his hand, his mic is destroyed. He looks to Mildreda. She holds the rifle and fires again, straight through Mymo's knees. Mymo crawls. At least he still has his puppets. Yet it's revealed this whole time Engine worked with the other cleaners and the Hell Guards to remove the chokers. Now on the ground and bleeding out, Mymo looks up. He's lost. But then the Hell Guards notice a choker on his leg. Why would he have one? In a split second, Mymo looks to his mic, bites down onto his own hand to drink his blood, and orders himself to take a form beyond human. Mymo has puppeted himself, as Countess reveals the effect his voice has. It controls his soul, sure, but it also degenerates it. It'll listen to any command, even one of remaking its own flesh. Mymo has remade himself, becoming this. Mymo has become something only describable as a monster, but even then, this form has to resemble him. His signature M for Mymo clearly visible. As the angelic, monsterly creature creaks, Mildreda again fires, but the bullet bounces off Mymo. In response, the creature turns and slowly hovers towards her, and in the flurry of fire, it lifts its hand. Engine grabs Mildreda as Mymo instantly fires, the blast leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. Mymo has went from the power to use others to control the world, to being a being of power who can do it himself, even if it's no longer as a human. And everyone there realizes this power. They instinctively know Mymo must be destroyed. The Hellguards launch a barrage of shots at the beast, but Mymo looks at the squad leader as he heads towards Zanka, the Hellguard's brother. He flicks his finger and blows a hole into Zanka, putting him in a near-death state with the move of a finger. Mymo knew this familial connection and sought to torment him through it. This is an act to literally just revel in even more pain and destruction. Mymo literally did this just to do this, and well, he's enjoying it. Though Zanka has the willpower to strike back, launching a counterattack against Mymo. Yet all it succeeded in was cracking his shell enough to give him an even more hideous appearance. Is now he has a mouth, and geez, it doesn't get more unsettling than this. Urana, you can draw literally anything, can't you? Mymo revels in this power. It's greater than he ever imagined. All it took was a single demand and he's escaped his fleshy prison. He now has an invincible body, and so he decides he'll test it. With the slam of a fist, Earth shakes. At the speed of light, Mymo soars across the sky, and when Rudo attacks, it does nothing. With the strike of a palm, Rudo is utterly beaten. With Rudo half dead, Mymo speaks to him about givers. The quality of a power is based on experience and ideology. It all stems from the strength of their thoughts. But then, where does the power part really come from? You can't say it comes from nothing. That's impossible. He looks to Rio. Her tiny scissors transform into a huge mass of metal. Where does all that come from? Humans cannot just do this. No, it's a gift from ancient times. One from the ancient rulers. Yeah, while Mymo to now is your average run-of-the-mill horrible villain, he now begins to offer his work to the story of Gachiakura at large, explaining the idea of the ancient rulers. The ground is covered in these rulers' energy. It quickened human evolution and birthed givers, and Rudo himself is proof. Despite having the gloves for the longest, their power only activated on the ground because he contacted the ancient rulers' energy. Mymo states that humans look to external stimulus as a means to eventually evolve. It's the will to improve that will further humanity. And with this, he declares he'll use himself to teach humanity a lesson. He'll become an ancient ruler, or it's their true name, a god. Rudo is shocked. A god? A human cannot be a god, that's stupid. Rudo understands what he means, but strangely, Gautis has no idea. Mymo is surprised. People of the spear understand. Why? Why does the ground know nothing of the gods? How is it that they don't even recognize the word? Why is that every page depicting it is blank? Who erased the existence of God from the ground? Mymo grows angrier and angrier. He must know. And in this surge of fury, he shoots a blast that levels mountains for miles. He continues to scream as all watch shocked. Gautis has an idea. He destroyed his microphone far earlier. Now the only power in Mymo's body is the Watchmen series choker, and that must be what is pushing him and his mental scape over the edge. Mymo has now introduced the idea of God to Gachiakata. That is his true narrative purpose. This is no longer some small side story with this crazy over-the-top evil villain. No, the purpose is a lore drop, God. It's a thing in Gachiakata. And well, honestly, this introduction is perfect with him. He's a celebrity who wants even more power. He wants control outside of the TV. And well, if he's already reached the pinnacle of a person controlling everybody and being strong, what do you want? Well, he wants to be a god. But the issue is, nobody knows of God. Though real quick, I want to go back to that quote, terrorist device the Hellguards were speaking of. During this entire moment, speaking of gods, whatnot, Mymo's minions are carrying out his insurance. In the event that Mymo begins to lose, it's their duty to destroy the venue. There are various bombs placed throughout the entire doll festival, so in the case that Mymo wasn't able to, fully do his mission, and honestly he might have just wanted to do it, was going to blow everything up. Thankfully, this was stopped by Hio, but yeah, just another thing to add to Mymo's list of just, wow, he really was gonna do that. Regardless, back to him and Rudo. As Mymo screams out, Rudo states Mymo wishes he could be a god, but he's just humans. He wants to copy them, but he'll still be rotting garbage. Mymo's let his goal consume him and lost sight of what matters. Rudo declares that he'll do the same thing as Mymo. He'll become whatever beast he's changed into and beat him, but he won't lose himself. Everyone is shocked. What if he doesn't find a way back? But he's calm. A human can't quit being a human. Rudo states a giver is able to give an object power and change it. Gautis's power can open someone's heart/soul. What Rudo will do is change his soul as a giver, and if he falls apart like Mymo in the process, kill him. Like that, Rudo yells he'll kick Mymo's ass as he erupts into a beam of black energy, emerging as a full-blown werewolf. What Rudo has done was take his hat and fuse it with himself. Think like a belt that transforms a superhero into their costume. The assumption being that when the power runs out, the object will go, not Rudo's humanity. Mymo screams out. They think that they can beat him after all the effort he's put in, yet in his mind he wavers. Rudo just changed forms. He himself is a different being. It's a feat only he could accomplish, so why does he feel inferior? Though in an instant, Rudo stomps through Mymo, splitting apart his shell, and as he's sent back, Mymo looks to ammo. He wants another part of the Watchmen series, but when he tries to use his mic to send orders, he realizes it's been broke. His mind is falling apart. It's then Rudo reappears and throws Mymo to the sky, latching onto his arm and tearing it away from his godly body. They fall from the sky as Rudo crashes Mymo into the ground, and in the panic, Mymo begins to think. Rudo. Mymo realizes how Rudo got that power, but how does he get past that power? He thinks it's likely Rudo is stronger, and so he begins to break down. He doesn't want to lose. He must climb to the top. He will be number one. It's just Rudo in the way of that. If they beat him, they'll find the rest of the Watchmen series and become a god. Mymo is without a doubt falling apart as the fight goes on. Notably, during this internal talk, his human form is more hazy than anything, like his sense of self is disappearing as he falls down whatever rabbit hole he's in. I think another interesting thing to note is that Rudo can control this same type of transformation, while when Mymo got emotional, he seemed to lose more and more of himself. If this is all happening with the Watchmen series power, the chokers, it would make sense Mymo can't handle its power. Remember, those not missing an essential part of themselves can't bear the power. Still, despite this, Mymo has an idea: words. He'll use words to beat Rudo. It's how he swayed the masses. The microphone in his words granted him power. And so he asked Rudo, would he like to know who killed Regto? Like he expected, this shakes Rudo up. He throws him away. This'll how he'll beat him. He'll upset him. So how many more will it take before he dies? He throws Rudo away, dashing in as he reveals something new. Regto's murderer belongs to the cleaners. In shock, Rudo is again frozen. Mymo is using information like a blade, but a blade can be blocked. Countess opens Rudo's heart to stop Mymo's words from reaching him. They can beat Mymo, then extract the information. Mymo said he's invincible, so beat him down with all he has and Countess will be the shield for his words. Rudo and Mymo's monsterly final clash begins. Words will no longer work. It's strength versus strength. Who can smash each other to bits first? As their fists meet, the sky cracks. Yet Mymo is insistent on the words that have brought him this far. There's no way they're just ineffective now. After all, in his eyes, they've already made him a god. He states the cleaners don't care for Rudo one bit. Only he considers them friends. Yet he's silenced by Countess, his shield impacting Mymo like a truck. In his anger, he stares down at Rudo, and he witnesses something insane. He's growing. Rudo shoots to the sky. Countess's words are making him stronger still, and for the first time, Mymo runs in fear. But in a second, he's sent to the floor, a shockwave shaking the sky as he hits the ground. Mymo is now done talking. Towering over him, Rudo lists out his disgusting deeds. And with nothing else to say, it's payback time. With the slam of a fist, he destroys everything as he sends Mymo flying. A blow that could be felt from anywhere in the festival, signaling one thing: it's over. Mymo the ruler has fallen. But right now, the Doll Festival hasn't technically ended. We probably have a few more chapters to wrap it up, and who knows what can honestly happen, but at the time of writing, this is it. And if I had to take a guess, I'd say this is pretty much it for Mymo entirely. In a weird way, Mymo as a character reminds me of that tale of Icarus. You know, that one that says don't fly too close to the sun. His urge to control even more when he kinda had everything is insane. Everybody on the ground knew who he was. He's this TV host that's so popular, they want him to host the biggest event on the ground. But he still wants more. He wants to control everything. He wants to control anything he could possibly think of. Just like Icarus wanting to reach even the sun. And just like Icarus, where has it gotten him? Beaten down and defeated. Burning away in the sun just as Icarus did. In the same way that tale is childish and everyone's heard it, Mymo is childish. He's cartoonishly evil in such a dark way. He first appears in an unbelievable moment, like as if he's part of the Doll Festival, and his goal when he declares it is childish. Control the world like puppets? He really believes that'll be peaceful? It just sounds outrageous. But he goes even further. He'll become a god. An idea the people on the ground don't even know of, but, well, he'll become it. I really do think, though, that he's the most disgusting villain we've gotten yet, but he's ultimately portrayed in a way to make you forget that, and it's absolutely brilliant. If you compare him to Zodyl and Tamsy, he's done far worse things as a villain in a far shorter time, but the reason he's not viewed as evil is all because of presentation. People have an easier time villainizing Tamsy because he's only shown being evil, and the characters he's evil towards, well, we've been attached to them for far longer and have so many reasons to love them. If you compare his individual acts to Mymo, this dude has a way bigger body count and has already manipulated like 1 million people. And Zodyl, he's almost like a psychotic evil, this dude with these insane plans. But if we think about it, the most he's done is like have the raiders and send trash beasts to the sky. He hasn't really succeeded in anything, while Mymo here, well, as I said, has manipulated and gained control of like 1 million people. I would argue that he's done a lot worse. Mymo is the biggest evil we've seen, but you're not meant to take him serious. Just when he does something crazy, he's overcame by Rudo. Every single time. It's like it's saying he's evil, but ultimately nothing special. Mymo is meant to blend in. Like the biggest evils we know, they're people like us. People like Mymo the broadcaster. They're normal people who might randomly act on that urge to do something despicable. Mymo reminds us of that. People like you or me might hold the most disturbing and unknown truths. Mymo reminds us of that, and does it flawlessly. Mymo's whole character is a mockery of evil. How forgetting yourself and falling into the abyss, even if godhood is a possibility, will never work out. And that's why, without a doubt, we're about to watch him get crushed by Rudo. All to say, Mymo is an absolutely horrible villain, snazzy glasses aside. I just had to put them on for this outro shot. Let me change. Yeah, just that dude sucks. Mymo sucks. But that's pretty much all I have to say on Mymo. He is not the deepest, most thought out villain, because he's not meant to be. In the end, as I said earlier, Mymo's role was to introduce lore to the world. Lore that is going to become far more important than Mymo ever was. This is one of the most beloved manga villains ever. She makes the main character fall in love with her, then tricks him, all before trying to kill him in an explosive fashion, revealing she was the devil all along. Though deep down, maybe she really did love him. This is Reze, and her villainhood was kinda easy to see coming. Though this simple twist is done so well, she's become insanely beloved, making her stand out despite her small role in Chainsaw Man. I mean, she's only around for like 12 chapters. Reze first appears in chapter 40 as Denji is going through a sort of love crisis. Denji's at a strange time recently, and that's when Makima asks him on a date, something that literally makes him jump in glee. The two have a great day, Denji concluding that butterfly feeling in his stomach is love. His heart belongs to Makima and he'll never fall for anyone else. Yet hiding from the rain, he's then approached by a new girl. And I bet you already know where this is going. Both of them are now stuck in the phone booth. Her crying laughing at Denji because, quote, his face looks a lot like her dog that passed away. That's an introduction alright. Denji then begins to cough, revealing a flower from his mouth, a magic trick that leaves the girl blushing. This is Reze, a girl that by all definitions seems normal. The dog comment was a little bit weird, but regardless she smiles and invites Denji to her job, a way to thank him for the flower. Funny enough, when she arrives to her job, Denji is already there. What can I say, dude loves his women. Reze sits next to him and asks her own boss for coffee, which she just gets away with. This should have been a red flag for Denji. I mean, I don't know, if I do this at my job, I'm getting fired. Denji isn't a big fan of coffee, and like before, his face causes tons of laughter, her smiling and grabbing him in joy, leaving Denji to realize maybe she likes him. They finally share names as Reze states she's never met anyone as funny as Denji. She definitely likes him, and now Denji is sure he'll fall for her despite having Makima. Over the next few days, Denji repeats that Makima has his heart, but his body has other ideas, meaning he can't stop visiting Reze. She even says he's been here every day for a full week, which would kinda be creepy if she didn't seem to like him back. Reze invites him to her table as they discuss school. Denji saying she's studying when she's supposed to be working. Her responding that he's worse. He isn't in school despite being 16. She finds this surprising. A 16-year-old hunting devils when he should be in school? Crazy. Also, it would appear Denji is just spilling all the details about himself, no questions asked. Surely, this isn't gonna end bad, right? The two of them joke about how balls is the only word Denji can read before he states he wishes he could have gone to school with Reze. It would have been fun. She blushes in response, wrapping her arm around Denji as she asks if he wants to check out the school after dark. Denji thinking yet again his heart wants Makima, but his body won't listen. Yeah, Denji is falling hard. Night comes, and of course Denji has accompanied Reze to the school, going as far to hold hands with her. Again, here he thinks of Makima. He swears he really doesn't want to hold her hand. Makima really does have a firm grip on him, yet Denji is kinda Denji. Silliness occurs as Denji solves math problems, learns how to spell big ass, and just laughs. It's nothing but fun, Denji feeling great to learn what school is like. Though in response, Reze seems kinda upset. Denji has really never been to school. Isn't that bad? Really messed up? She puts it into perspective. Denji is 16 years old, by all definitions still a kid. At his age, most are studying for school, playing sports, and hanging out with friends. Yet Denji is killing devils while nearly dying all the time. Denji insists that his workplace is great, meals and a bed are included. Yet Reze states that's basically the bare minimum. And while for Denji this is a new great world, we've been seeing the story through his eyes, we know that this is miles better than what he was at before. Truth is, Reze is somewhat right, everything considered. If we hadn't seen everything Denji's been through, this would sound really bad. Though, all this talk has caused Denji to overheat, leading to them to go to the pool to cool off. And here, things really start to heat up. Reze strips down and coats Denji into the water, saying she'll teach him how to swim while teasing him. Even crazier, she strips down nude. Denji has never been in this position, especially with the girl that really likes him. Denji tries yet again to justify it against Makima, knowing that if he jumps in the water with Reze, it won't be just his body falling for her, but his heart. Yeah, he just jumps right in. Reze pulls him close to her. She'll teach him. Things he doesn't know, can't do, she'll teach him everything. It then starts raining. They head inside, and as they get closer and closer, like two lovebirds that have met their soulmate, Reze poses an essential question. The town mouse or the country mouse? The country mouse is safe, yet loses the luxury of good city food. And the town mouse gets good food, but it's at risk of dying to humans or cats. Denji answers, the town mouse, he wants the food. And upon hearing his answer, Reze is silent for a second, all before inviting him to a festival and running to the restroom. Denji is left to say she's cute, all before thinking on the fact he sees two girls in his heart now. With this, you'd be right to feel like these are two teenagers falling in love and having fun. It reads perfectly as that. Denji literally states his heart is falling for her. Though, this makes it all the more heartbreaking when we see what Reze really does when going to the restroom. Reze is on the run from some strange man, leading him to the roof where she quickly disarms him and kills him, all before singing in Russian. The song goes as follows. Everything is ready for my date with Jane. We are going to the church in the morning. We will have coffee and omelets in the cafe. After we have taken a stroll in the park, we'll go to the aquarium to see the dolphins and penguins that Jane loves so much. We'll rest in the afternoon. So what did we do in the morning? We'll reminisce and remember. We will not remember the night we spent in the church. This weird song is not a real song, not at all. And as far as anyone has connected, it's not even close to anything that actually exists. It's pretty clear this was a song Fujimoto wrote to resemble this arc in its entirety. And all I'll say for now is that Jane is Denji, and Reze is the one speaking. I'll come back to the song later, but for now, trust me, this is actually one of the most interesting parts about her character. I was surprised when I looked into this. Reze stops singing, looking to the drain as she states the rain was all the Typhoon Devil's fault. It apologizes as she demands it get rid of the body. Yes, Reze is in leagues with devils, all unbeknownst to Denji as she pops back in. Everything all great as the next day they continue on to the festival date. As the sun sets, they join one another on the mountain, Reze confessing that she thinks Denji's situation is really messed up. 16 and doing what he's doing? The government shouldn't allow that. She takes his hand. Will he quit his job and run away with her? She'll make him happy. She'll always protect him. She states she can get a favor and bring them a place nobody will find them. They could even go to school. Maybe not yet, but one day. Denji finally has the nerve to ask why. And she states, because she likes him. It falls silent. Denji lowers his head, sweating. She asks if he doesn't like her, and he yells he does, but he's been doing good at work. He's been doing well with his co-workers, and he's even found a goal. Reze lowers her head. There's someone else he likes, isn't there? Fireworks go off as she kisses him. A beautiful moment straight out of a movie that quickly falls grim. Blood spurts out of Denji's face. Reze has bit his tongue off. She brandishes a knife and cuts his throat away. He tries to pull his cord, yet his hand is also gone. Reze bends down to kiss him again. She knows it hurts. She's sorry, but now she's gonna take his heart. Beam bursts in to take Denji away, screaming that lady, she's bad, she's bomb. Reze pulling a cord as she blows up. Yes, she's literally a bomb. But she's not gone. Her body transforms into her true devil form. Her face becomes a nuclear warhead. Her dress becomes fuses and sticks to dynamite. And now everything she touches explodes. Things become a full-fledged action movie as Beam runs away with Denji, explosions pushing any threat away as Reze stomps forward. There's literally nothing anyone can do. When random people walk up, she just snaps and they detonate, destroying everything in sight. Beam makes his way to Aki, begging for help and screaming about Reze, the bomb devil, all as she appears. Reze first tries to appear as a girl running away from the devil. Yet when she realizes it won't work, she pulls her pin yet again and blows her head up. But to everyone's horror, she picks up her own head and throws it detonating like a grenade as it kills many. Just insane. But it gets even crazier. Her exploded head then becomes her devil body, exploding more as her human corpse runs up and acts as another bomb. She massacres the rest of the building as Aki drives Denji to safety. Of course though, Reze easily catches up. Thankfully, another devil hunter jumps in to fight her. Their battle spanning the city as Denji finally wakes back up, him bursting out of the car to fight Reze. With meeting Reze, Denji has realized something. Every woman tries to murder him. They want his chainsaw heart, not Denji's heart. Yet Reze states she meant it. She really does like Denji. While Aki states this is a trick, she goes on as Makima is mentioned, almost a bit upset realizing that even if they ran away, it would have been pointless. It's like she indeed meant everything. Denji ignores her and yells. He doesn't want more people to die so they'll fight, pointing back to them swimming as he states she'll teach him everything. Of course, the fight is very one-sided. Denji continues to take explosive blows that send him across the city. Reze snags bombs on his chainsaw, all before blowing him into the sky and dropping him back down with the force of a warhead. Denji is engulfed in the flames, left is nothing more than a torso. Reze continuing to blow him up till he's just ahead. Aki steps in, slicing her arm and causing her to drop Denji. While insanely risky to engage in close combat, Aki wages on his ability to see a few seconds into the future. Nonetheless, this isn't very effective, and when the Typhoon Devil bursts through the buildings, things yet again look very bad. In the background, Angel Devil has gotten Denji enough blood to regenerate and Beam is now at his side. He basically tells Denji that he needs to apply his powers in a better way to beat her. He suggests Denji should use his chain like Spider-Man and his webs, web-slinging around the buildings. And while this sounds like a sick idea, Denji opts to ride Beam. Yup. Denji rides Beam into battle like a horse, it becoming a monster battle as Typhoon tears everything up. Denji realizes that Typhoon is more of a problem than Reze, so he one-shots Typhoon Devil. Maybe riding Beam was the way to go. Reze then comes in from above, clashing with the force of a nuke as she sends Denji and Beam flying through the city. On impact, Beam is done. He looks cooked, literally, and Denji stands up, having been saved by Beam. Reze and him now stare at each other in the moonlight. Last they did this, they were none the wiser to their true forms. Yet that was then. Reze continues her attack, snagging a bomb to Denji and pushing him even further towards the coast. Reze thinks that Denji has no place to run, but he reminds her she taught him how to swim. As she attacks, Denji throws his chains around her, wrapping her up completely before jumping into the water at her side. Together they fall deep into the ocean, both reminded of their time in the pool, and as sun rises, both are on the shore. I gotta say, beating her by drowning is just perfect. Of course it's clever, the explosions aren't gonna work well in the water, but it's a smart way to show how much Reze meant to Denji. He really did remember every single moment they had. Waking up on the shore, Reze is speechless. Why did Denji revive her? He states in response he's living a wonderful life. If he gets beat, goes through hell in the process, as long as he can eat good the next day, everything will be okay. Still, if he had turned Reze in, he'd feel stuck, like a pit would be opened in his throat. She asks if he would be able to say the same if she was to kill him. He responds that if he dies, it's gotta be at the hands of a hottie. She laughs. Reze has always found Denji funny. She never faked that, but goes on to state she never liked him. It was all fake and part of her training. And now she'll leave. She's failed her mission. Denji tries one more time. Wanna run away with him? He can fight. Her chances of getting away will be higher with him. He likes her and he's sure she had meant it too. After all, if she didn't like him, she wouldn't have taught him how to swim. She goes in to kiss him before tricking him one more time, walking away, disappearing as quick as she came. Following this, we hear discussion of who Reze really was. There was a secret room in the Soviet Army's ammunition storage, filled with kids with no parents. These kids had no freedom, they couldn't go outside and were used in experiments till they die. Despite this all sounding like a horror tale, it's real. It's real because Reze was one of them. She was nothing more than a guinea pig. We listen to this as we watch Reze attempt her escape, walking into an alleyway when she's surrounded by rats. Rats that scurry and take form, revealing Makima. She states she too likes the country mouse. Reze then tries to pull her pin, but her arm is severed. As she tries to attack, she's impaled. Makima holds her hand as she bleeds, her stating in her head, why didn't she kill Denji the first time? Well, the truth is, she'd never gone to school either. By all definitions, Reze is simple and not much more than a stepping stone for Chainsaw Man as a series. I mean, a villain that tricks the main character through love? It's a tale as old as time. Though where Reze ultimately shines is how well this tale was told, as her impact on not only the story, but Denji has made her beyond beloved by fans. Reze is the first piece that makes it brutally apparent that Makima is the one we should be scared of in Chainsaw Man. She's a big part of the slow buildup that transforms Makima from that kind, mysterious woman into this empowering threat. And Reze shows us not only this, but how badly Denji is wrapped up into that threat of Makima. Reze makes it beyond clear Denji cannot avoid whatever he's been pushed into. Think about it. We've known Denji has had his body tangled up in it. He's fused with the devil after all, that happened in the first chapter. but Reze really reminds us that everything about him is wrapped into it as well. Reze points out his situation often, and she might be one of the only characters in the series to do this. And to be honest, she's very right. A 16-year-old in this horrible situation is very wrong. But since we know Denji, there's no real alternative. It's a scary thing to think about. Though, this isn't it. Reze shows us what Denji's heart looks like. Encountering her shows us that Denji's heart is wrapped up by Makima. He's fully under her control. Even in the light of a woman with the way out, he chooses her. Reze shows us this. Denji is stuck and wrapped up into something beyond horrible, yet is none the wiser. At this point, when you're reading, all you want to say is Denji should run away from it all. Yet if someone as strong as Reze couldn't run, what do we even think Denji could do? I think it's very sad that with everything considered, this is quite literally Denji's first correct seeming relationship. Everything in accordance to Makima has been her using him, and when it comes to everyone else, they really haven't formed bonds yet. But Reze, they became close. It not only makes the reality of everything more heartbreaking, but scary. Denji had found someone who offered a way out, a normal, bright looking life away from everything. But with this, he could only fall back into his frankly abusive situation. I think you could genuinely say Reze liked Denji too. I mean, in the end, she was clearly against fighting him again. Though, this isn't the only thing that says it. There's a lot of things that tell us everything we need to know. Now knowing Reze's backstory, being a tool, there's no doubt she saw herself in Denji. While she claimed to know school, she too knows nothing but sadness. There was already a connection there, even if unstated. That's why she kept bringing it up. Not to mention, she really didn't need to continue to show up at the cafe with Denji. She didn't need to take him to the school. She didn't need to get nude with him and swim. They didn't need to go on a big festival date and kiss. And she never needed to try and convince him to run away. Hearing all of it, would someone who didn't like someone do all that? I mean, she could have killed him anytime. After he came back to the restaurant for like a week, that would have been perfect. I truly believe Reze liked Denji and wanted to run away with him. It wasn't until she got the hint Denji's heart was pulled by Makima that she decided to continue her mission. And even then, she seems somewhat upset and mentions of Makima and how things have played out. In the end, Reze couldn't continue her mission. While she knows Denji liked her so much he couldn't kill her, she would have had an easy kill if she tried, she walked away. And I think that's an action that says everything. In this moment, Reze can kill someone she likes and likely end up dead herself. Makima would have definitely finished her. Or she can leave one she likes to live, not wrapping him up in her scheme to run away that would have very likely destroyed both of them. Yet at the very end, she tried to go back to the cafe. While ultimately she was stopped by Makima, it shows that some part of her really believed that both her and Denji could achieve normal lives, and that most of all, they could do it together. No matter how hard she tried to forget, no matter how much she told herself it was for the mission, no matter how much she tricked Denji and claimed she didn't like him, deep down, it was nothing more than a lie. With this, we can finally return to Reze's Russian song. What I had said is probably the most interesting part about her, as it basically lays out her entire character story in a few lines. And I love when mangakas will hide little messages like this. It's really cool in this case. Let's begin with that first line. Everything is ready for my date with Jane. This is Reze saying she's ready to meet Denji, ready to begin her mission that we now know is an attempt to kill Denji. We are going to the church in the morning. We will have coffee and omelets in the cafe. This is her and Denji constantly meeting at her job, growing closer and closer as the days pass. After we have taken a stroll in the park, we'll go to the aquarium to see the dolphins and penguins that Jane loves so much. Here, Reze reflects on the plan to visit the school and show Denji things he's interested in. All of this we're supposed to believe is to lure him in and kill him. We'll rest in the afternoon. This is her continuing to see Denji despite Typhoon telling her and reminding her about her mission. as after that, she went on to go to the festival and even kiss Denji. So, what did we do in the morning? We'll reminisce and remember. As night came and they kissed, Reze was reminded of her mission and became the Bomb Devil, finally ready to kill Denji, attacking until the next morning. We will not remember the night we spent in the church. This is a reflection of her meeting Denji after she was spared, how she had left without continuing her assault, failing her mission. They will forget this ever happened. They will not remember the night, their moments, feelings, and each other. Reze will now run away from it all, acting as if it never happened. With this, Reze's character is pretty much at a close, though while she might not develop anymore, there is actually one more scene she appears in. And it's an appearance that actually creates some questions about her. It happens literally right at the end of the series. Upon fighting Denji, Makima summons countless brainwashed devils to fight with her, all pledging loyalty to her, including Reze. Makima highlights how everything of theirs was basically erased, all but their existence. Meaning this really isn't Reze anymore, just her shell. In the end, she is beaten by Denji alongside the others. While she got a shot or two in, she was brought back as nothing more than fodder for Makima. Though this simple appearance creates the question, can Reze come back? The answer is likely yes. She can't die, it seems. I mean, she's blown up her own body and walked away. And since Denji has now killed Makima, the one controlling her, well, she should be free, even if it's nothing but a shell. Therefore, I want to ask, should she come back? I don't think so. While Reze is lovable and the only love interest to actually connect to Denji properly, if she's still alive, I think it's likely she stays away. I'm under the assumption she has no memory. If she has no memory, why would she seek out Denji? She has no idea who this dude is. Plus, I think we can all agree Reze coming back wouldn't make very much sense to the story. Let me know what you think about it though. Wyald is a Berserk villain banned from everything but the manga he's in. Despite having 3 anime adaptations, Wyald does not appear once in the Berserk anime. His only mentionable appearance outside of the manga is in the Berserk Musou game. Just why? Well, the truth is, Wyald is absolutely nothing short of an absolutely vile evil villain. Not only does he bring extreme violence like this, yes, he did this, those censor spots are dead people on his weapons. But he also takes pleasure in the most uncomfortable scenes. Like this one. You can guess what that thing is. Yet despite it all, even if disturbing, Wyald has a very important purpose to the story he's in. Yes, this weird demon has a purpose. So much so that it'll probably shock you and you'll be surprised at how they excluded him from Berserk in its entirety. This video is a direct follow-up to my grand video about Berserk's Golden Age. While this video will focus exclusively on Wyald, the most outlandish character from that arc, that video explains the entire arc. But without a further ado, let's begin with some context of when Wyald appears. Wyald is introduced at a pivotal point in Berserk's story. Shortly before, our main character Guts had left the Band of the Hawk, a mercenary group so strong, it was added to Midland's army force, the strongest kingdom in all of the lands. Though, Guts' departure caused a mental break for Griffith, the shining, bright leader of this group, leading him to commit treason and in turn get tortured deep underneath the castle. Guts had come back a year later to the aftermath of everything, the group marginally shrunk, tired, and continuously on the run, yet very deep into planning Griffith's escape. Now it's very important to note who they think Griffith is. This man, the White Hawk, is regarded as a hero by everyone. And well, his image sells that. This angelic white appearance, his graceful actions, and numerous calming facial expressions really sell that like he's this good grand person. All this combined with his strong planning and mighty leadership, his followers gladly chase him through anything. They believe, quote, those who figure as long as they stick with Griffith, they'll get to see great things. And so they break Griffith out, thinking he'll be the exact same, the one who will yet again lead them to greatness. Yet you and I can take one look at the Griffith they find and see that that's just impossible. This is all to put into perspective the situation they're in. Our cast of characters are not only less in numbers, very tired of being on the run, but in total denial about their harsh situation as Wyald is sent to hunt them. We're finally introduced to our big baddie as the King of Midland summons him to chase the escaped Griffith. And seeing him, yeah, this is his first ever appearance. There is not one page for Wyald before this. Introduced with a dozen women on top of him, he receives his orders, proceeding to choke one of the women out as he stands up and reveals his face. He already has a kill before we even see what he looks like. But one look at Wyald and he's nothing short of uncanny. You already know this man won't just be another opponent. We're sent straight into his backstory of how he became a knight under the king. That during a tough time of war, the king was even willing to use horrible prisoners as soldiers, and Wyald was one of many competing for leadership. To gain the title, him and another would duel, yet Wyald asked for no weapon and insisted on keeping his cuffs on his arms, saying that in order to be a leader, he'll need to show a sense of charisma through overwhelming power. His opponent was not only larger than him, but willing to use a weapon himself. And as his opponent struck, in a single instant he was impaled upon the castle tower, without a doubt dead. Wyald appeared as nothing short of a monster, indeed creating a show of charisma, a charisma of fear. It's a terrifying, unexplainable feat for someone we already know is bound to be some sort of monster. It's to say, if you weren't sure before, you'd be dumb to not see it now. Wyald was deemed leader of the new formed Black Dog Knights, a strong, highly accomplished group, so much so that they rivaled the Hawk, yet their insane cruelness set them apart. They did every horrible thing you can imagine, so much so that even the King of Midland was terrified of them. The Hawk is leading the weakened Griffith away from the kingdom when Wyald makes a visit to the horse stable they were just at. He rocks up to ask about the Hawk, now donning his battle gear, which I gotta add features the fur and skin of what appears to be a small dog. Wyald then shows his real reasons as to why he's visited the stable, as he takes to killing the men, throwing the children into the fire, and assaulting the women, taking great pleasure in it all. Before his backstory, it was a show of power. Of course, he was fierce and demonic to show a strong foe is heading after our cast. But right here, it's made clear that he also enjoys it, revels in it, and loves the pain he inflicts. He lives for this disgusting stuff. He states his motto is literally, make it fun, make it stimulating. He's just gross. But it gets even worse as he rides after the Hawk with the bodies attached to his weapons, spearing their dismembered remains on spears, an act that leaves me with nothing to say. I just can't believe it. I'm sure it's meant to leave readers with this same impression too. How do you even describe this? Guts is then forced to clash with the Knights to buy the Hawk some time, clashing his sword to learn Wyald's forces are driven by fear. Fear of Wyald himself. The second he realizes this, he finds himself in battle against the monster, bringing his sword down for Wyald to catch it with his bare hand. Guts is saved here thankfully, but from that single encounter he could sense nothing but unsettling bloodlust. It's not normal, and him looking back at Wyald's face? Stuff of nightmares. Not only was his sword effortlessly stopped, but Guts knows this feeling. He connects it to the otherworldly beings he's previously encountered, quickly realizing Wyald is the same, some sort of demon. In this moment, he looks nothing short of terrified, and I don't blame him. The Hawk continue to run as Wyald is faced with numerous set traps. continuing to make it through them with a smile on his face, having fun as he taunts them time and time again. Here, like Guts had said, his men driven by fear begin to get scared, and in response he crushes one of their heads like a grape. He just sits there afterwards and states that if they worry about living and dying, it'll equate to wasting their life away. Wyald's knights continue to ride after the hawk till they're ambushed by the rest of the group. Yet even then, Wyald is simply smiling and excited to get the full taste of them. Him and Guts continue their battle from before, it actually looking even till you realize Wyald has been fighting with the log this entire time. Even worse, both Casca and Guts realize Wyald hasn't even been putting in effort. The battle has all been his reflexes. Guts finally does get the chance to strike, but the monster just catches his sword with his jaw, holding Guts' sword with his teeth as he punches his horse to death. He's becoming less human by the moment, if he ever even was one. Especially so as Wyald continues to have the time of his life. With the battle continuing, he keeps making this seem like a meal to him. First he caught Guts' sword with his teeth, and now he's saying Guts is tasty, stating he might even eat everything here. Obviously he's not hungry, rather it's a clear and super apparent attempt to write him as a gluttonous character. Not for food, but he's greedy for bloodshed, destruction, and these dark desires that he seeks. All to illustrate that these horrible things he's doing, he enjoys them very much so, to the point of greed. It's at this point his men, all driven by fear if you recall, begin to grovel and run away from the fight. But Wyald simply doesn't care for their deep desire to live. He calls this battle a festival as he breaks down a tree and swings it towards his men. Yes, he's just holding the tree in his arms as if it's normal and just killing them for not enjoying this, quote, fun. It gets even crazier, somehow it keeps getting crazier, as he steps to Guts, smiles, and, quote, starts this party himself. He then shifts, distorts, and completely transforms into a creature beyond imagination. Wyald brandishes his demonic apostle state. The form is reminiscent of something like a yeti, a monstrous creature with impossible proportions. His uncanny features like his jaw and eyes accentuated even more as they grow in size. He now has 3 huge beady eyes and a jaw encompassing his entire chest. And at the top is Wyald himself, showing his human form in his demonic form almost to remind us that it's him still. While before Wyald was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a demon in the skin of a human, he now fully becomes that monster he always was. Guts is stricken by fear. Wyald is exactly as he thought, and as he assumed, he begins to ramp up his spree of destruction. He picks up an entire tree with no effort, swinging it to throw Guts to the other side of the forest, then walking up to Casca shaken with fear and fallen, planning to do beyond horrible things, before he's faced with a volley of arrows. These of course do nothing, him swinging the tree around to kill dozens at once, then picking them up and consuming them in his monstrous jaw. By now, Casca has ran over to Guts trying to wake her lover up, failing to do so as Wyald approaches. He picks her up while muttering absolutely vile things, then undressing her before opening his mouth to reveal his thing. God, I hate this. Not only does he do this to everyone in his human form, he's willing to somehow make the worst possible thing worse by doing it as a demon. Just reading this is insanely hard, and quite frankly, I can't see why this needed to be in the manga. He even goes as far to look down on Guts while stating he'll make her forget about all her past men, planning to do every absolutely horrible vile thing to her before. Yeah, thankfully Guts chops that horrid thing right off. Enraged at the audacity of the demon to mess with his lover, Guts takes to chopping his arm off too, and though his body is broken, even Wyald's war cry being enough to blow him away, Guts is set on not backing down. He runs up under Wyald's arm, striking him directly in the mouth, before dodging a counterattack and slicing the demon's leg up, knocking down a creature 10 times his size. Guts wastes no time jumping on him and attempting a finisher. Yet Wyald isn't another one of Guts' foes. He can't forget this is a demon. Wyald grabs Guts instantly, shaking him to the bone before throwing him as hard as he can through the forest. He then jumps on him, smacks him again, before leaving him unconscious on a tree branch. Guts is starting to think that this is an impossible battle, but after a flashback he regains his resolve just in time to awaken and narrowly avoid death. He cuts up one of Wyald's eyes as he's forced to play defense while thinking of ways to win. And upon viewing a dead knight, Guts has got something. Hiding out, near death, and his sword basically broken, Guts has managed to come up with a shaky plan. Yet this is it. This will be his one and only chance to win. It's all over if he fails. He and everyone else will die. Wyald finds Guts, smashing the tree to the side as he finds a soldier. He falls for the diversion, laughing, thinking he's got it all figured out as he looks up to strike something falling, shattering it to reveal a suit of armor. Guts had used a diversion inside of a diversion to avoid Wyald, now falling from above the armor and breaking his sword on his hand before landing right next to the demon's neck. Guts then instantly takes the broken hilt and pushes it deep into the demon's skull, him yelling out in pain as he tries to pull Guts off himself. Yet Guts is taken to choking him out while braving the barrage of blows. It all ends as Wyald slams himself as hard as he can into a tree, sending Guts out cold and towards the floor, at the same time as Wyald. Somehow, just somehow, he managed to beat this monstrous demon. The band takes to rescuing and mending the wounded, leaving a seriously injured Guts with the fallen Griffith. Yet when things are beginning to seem a bit hopeful, the ground rumbles and Wyald reappears to take Griffith. In the background, he just barely survived and has been groveling in pain. He's desperate and not ready to die, which is very laughable considering he killed his own soldiers for wanting to live themselves. The horrible, vile, literal demon gets even worse. How surprising. Wyald reappears and takes Griffith, hoping for a way out. You see, up to this point, Griffith has been hailed as a hero, but he's also been surrounded by demonic prophecies stating his importance. Here, Wyald, knowing of these, is hoping Griffith summons the Great Ones as a way for him to live. If Griffith is going to be as great as they say, he should have the ability to save him too. The Hawk demand he drop Griffith, yet in response he laughs. Not only do they have no idea what their futures will look like, but they are completely wrong about their leader. He shows them everything Griffith has become and everything they've been trying to deny. He's broken, frail, and utterly hopeless. He's setting reality straight for everyone, yet his reality comes undone as another demon, Zodd, lands right behind him. The same demon who is spitting those before mentioned prophecies has appeared to make sure they come true, picking up Wyald with little to no effort as he begs for his life and tries to reason with Zodd. He states he was only following commandments that allow free will, and funny enough, Zodd states that he's doing the same thing right now, before ripping Wyald into two pieces, throwing him away like trash as he flies away. All are left to look at Wyald's remains as they begin to shake and scramble, his remains morphing into numerous souls that begin to drag Wyald in on himself. To everyone's horror, the souls cast themselves into an otherworldly vortex, Wyald's demonic form going with them to reveal this. All along, that strong demon monster was the little old man. If you start talking about living and dying, you'll end up wasting your life away. This quote from Wyald, with the hindsight of what his human form is, creates a clear image of an old man who likely lived a boring or unfulfilled life. And while of course you can speculate about the details, what he did in that life doesn't really matter for his character. Like many of Berserk's demons, no matter how harsh the backstory, they're unforgivable no matter what. To compare and for better understanding, we can look at another Berserk demon, that being Rosine. Her backstory reflects her actions as a result of trauma, making them a childish reaction to her own pain. She's probably the easiest to feel for. You feel for her heavily, yet it's never enough to straight up forgive her actions. It's all just enough to understand them. In Wyald's case, he never gets this, and therefore it tells you there's nothing to understand. There's nothing there to make you feel for and consider forgiving this guy. Wyald simply being an unfulfilled old man and nothing more tells us everything we really need to know. Reflecting on that quote of his, it's everything Wyald would like to live by. The spirit not worried about death, living his life to the fullest. Yet Wyald himself, when faced with death and destruction, he reverted to his true self. A weak, willed old man begging for his life. He seemingly didn't live by this quote when he was human, and neither does he now. In Berserk, when becoming a demon, a person sacrifices their humanity to get a second chance at life, becoming a demon as a byproduct. Wyald is one of these demons who simply gave up their humanity for power, the power to become his sick version of being fulfilled, a life of bloodshed, fun, and horribly enough, taking as many women as he wants. Many of his lines suggest he's become gluttonous and greedy for these things he enjoyed, and here that was on full display. In all honesty, Wyald is probably the most demon-like demon in the series. It's all horrible, there's nothing good for him. Wyald, in simplest terms, got an insane amount of power and became greedy with that power. And ironically, it was that search for his greed that ended him. It was Wyald specifically going after Casca, choosing to torture Guts, and messing with Griffith at the end, that led him to dying. He spent his second chance at life going after these things. It was inevitable that eventually he would find something he couldn't grasp. Now, while Wyald may be a rather simple character overall, his reasons to exist in Berserk's story are actually a lot more grand. Please don't get it twisted, I'm not going to get in here and tell you that Wyald isn't pure evil. Quite the opposite, actually. I'm going to tell you that Wyald is pure evil, and because he is, he's able to have such a big impact on Berserk. Wyald has a huge impact on us first and foremost, being a brutally honest showcase of what the world of demons looks like in Berserk beyond our narrow viewpoint. Up to now, every opponent has been human, with the only exception being yet another demon named Zodd and the Skull Knight. But both were shown to be vastly different than what Wyald was. The thing is, while violent and grisly in his own way, Zodd had created the allure that demons had their own reasons for what they do. He was honorable and acted with reason rather than pure malice. Skull Knight is another great example. He may be scary, demonic in presence, yet he came to guide Guts and nothing more. There is no chaos caused. Yet then you meet Wyald, him showing us the real truth, that those two, Skull Knight and Zodd, they're insane exceptions within the demon exception. In reality, the average demon is scum like Wyald, gruesome, vile, and willing to commit evils as if it was the most normal thing. This has even more impact when the eclipse later happens. When our group is sucked into another world chock full of demons, dozens, hundreds, and probably thousands. In this moment when you see that, the connection is, they are quite literally surrounded by more than 1,000 Wylds. Our group is surrounded by thousands of demons who it took numerous lives, multiple scarring memories, and Guts almost dying multiple times just to bring down one, which they technically didn't even kill. Zodd did. Wyald's spree, which had lasted for over a volume of manga, was for this very moment, a terrifying sum of everything we saw there, but on another unimaginable level. Wyald's impact isn't just felt by us though. The effects of his actions seriously push the story along. He's very much essential, so much so that you couldn't ignore it even if you wanted to. This all began because the Hawk wanted to save Griffith, their hero, yet throughout this part of the story they have yet to acknowledge what he's become. During the entirety of this demonic encounter, Griffith is forced to sit back and watch his men struggle against this monster, unable to do anything himself. It's a reminder to us and him that he's no longer that big hero. The only and last time they encountered a demon, he was able to rush in and help Guts fight. Though now he sits there powerless and is rather the one to be protected. The very long battle against this horrible monster allows it to set in how far Griffith has fallen, providing essential context and understanding for many of his later moments. With Wyald picking up Griffith and telling our cast everything they were trying to doubt, he puts the nail in the coffin for the group, all of them realizing after this battle that it's really over. He breaks the group so much that they sit in silence, everyone either speechless or struggling to put together their next moves. Guts himself is forced into a life-shattering realization that when he had left the Hawk a year ago, he had left something that'll never exist again. Casca is forced to state she can't follow Guts, her lover, despite us having a few moments to show how close they've become recently, all because they learned Griffith is in no state to be alone. Finally, through his speaks about Griffith being great in Zodd's appearance, all the prophecy stuff, Guts, our main character, is told that it's only going to get worse, subtly setting up the rest of his journey. Wyald is the one who makes all of this apparent. It's not one thing, rather this huge spectrum of things he introduces just by being evil. From him beginning to chase the Hawk, to him lifting Griffith and revealing the horrible truth, he was the one who got the ball rolling for the road to despair ahead. Even though Wyald is far from being a main villain of Berserk, he's equally essential to many of them. Though every adaptation cuts him. It makes no sense. You cannot go from saving Griffith straight to the world-shattering event that is the eclipse. You need the build-up to make it even more impactful. While I will wholeheartedly agree Wyald was the definition of overboard at many points, I will be the first one to say the scene with Casca just never needed to happen. There were many moments that had already made him horrible, and there are many other ways they could have got Guts back up without doing that to Casca. I hate that moment so much. Regardless, Wyald is this monstrous because it's what the story needs at the time. He is all the worst things you can draw in one single creature, but he's all that and not even the main focus of the arc. Realizing that what Wyald was and everything he introduced was just the build-up for something even crazier, is exactly what he was created for. To tell you that whatever comes next, everything after this section of the story, is going to be even worse than the worst demon ever. With all said and done, how can you remove someone this important from every adaptation that's not the manga? I very much agree to censorship. I'm not saying show Wyald in his entirety, definitely tone him down, but don't completely erase him. Erasure of Wyald does nothing but really harm the story. A lot of the things Wyald does are very important, and you can easily show all these very important things and at the same time tone him down. You understand my point. While I'm personally not a big fan about how he's been completely disregarded, and so I'll ask you, do you think Wyald should have been banned from the Berserk anime? Nosferatu Zodd, the Immortal Warrior. This monster is the first apostle ever met in Berserk, setting the stage for demonhood perfectly. He's first mentioned by Judo as nothing more than a rumor, a legendary swordsman of carnage. Every time he dies, he comes back, and it's been over 100 years since it all began. Guts heads into his den, bodies, blood. It's a sight from hell. But upon finding the immortal Zodd himself, he realizes hell has yet to truly begin. Today, I want to talk about this horrific monster right here. A monster that is almost human, but you can tell something is off. From the get-go, he's terrifying, but not just in looks, but strength. Though before we get into it, I just want to say thank you for watching and enjoy this deep dive into Nosferatu Zodd. The view of such a sight sends Guts into a frenzy, yet just throwing the corpses at him is enough force to push Guts back. Zodd towers over him as he approaches, the weight of his sword heavy enough to send Guts to the floor. His strength destroys pillars, and it seems that he even has Guts beat when it comes to speed despite his size. All he can think about now is how this Zodd really is some sort of monster. As Zodd takes a step forward, he catches his breath and evaluates the situation. He is far stronger than him, inhuman, yet it seems like at least their swords are evenly matched. And so Guts assumes a stance, Zodd putting it together that Guts is gonna gamble everything on one final strike. He assumed Guts wants to beat him in sword length, hoping to deliver a blow in time due to its size. Yet as their blades meet, Guts puts his full power into the clash, betting on breaking the immortal sword and delivering a heavy blow. And despite the success, oh, the horrors have only begun. Zodd begins to yell out in surprise. Guts managed to break his sword despite being cornered. He's the first one to hit him in 300 years of slaughter. With this, Zodd transforms into his apostle release. An apostle's release form will represent their darkest desires, but strangely, Zodd's is rather bestial than demonic. It reminds me of like Bigfoot, as if the form is imitating man-beast legends. Of course, with Berserk, you have to assume everything is intentional, and this is likely to remind us that this beast was once a man. He was the same exact type of person as Guts at one point, though beast form illustrates a bestial desire. Battle, carnage, blood, perfectly fitting for the Zodd we now see. In the view of such a form, Guts is terrified, and that is putting it lightly. At this point in his journey, such a thing is impossible to even think up. His next blow sends Guts flying through the room and on the floor coughing up blood. He jumps across the room for his next, and as Guts dodges before trying to counter, it bounces off, giving the beast another chance to throw his broken body. Disappointed, yet understanding that he did well for a human, and as he begins to break the bones in his body, Griffith and the Band of the Hawk appear. Everyone is fearful as they engage, even Griffith. Like Guts, nobody can comprehend such a thing exists. Still, it's kill or be killed. Zodd refuses to accept this interruption, stomping in front of Griffith as he tries to save Guts. Quickly they split up. Griffith, gambling on the fact Zodd will follow Guts, slices one of his limbs clean off, using the beast's pain as a chance to run, until Griffith too is hit by the monster, knocking him out instantly. He stands over Griffith intending to kill him first, but all of a sudden, he's stopped. Looking at Griffith's now revealed Baylet, the odd trinket he wears around his neck, Zodd becomes visibly fearful. He backs up and he calls it the Egg of the King, muttering about the God Hand before beginning to laugh. He calls this entire thing a plot before he smashes open the ceiling. Though as he leaves, he looks to Guts. He gives him a warning in the form of a prophecy. If he is a true friend to Griffiths, be careful. When his ambition collapses, death will pay a visit, one you can never escape. Zodd flies off as quick as he came, leaving us with many questions. At this point in the story, our cast has never even imagined demons. While we are aware through the prologue Griffith has become one in some way, we have truly no idea about the how. Zodd appearing at this time reminds us of this truth while stirring up questions about everything. The rot Griffith has is important, so much so that it spooked the demon. But what could Zodd be even hinting to? What is this event clad in death? He really is the most intimidating way to make us ask these questions, all while making the cast absolutely powerless. To put it into perspective, this is the first time we've seen the Golden Age caste be broken in some way. They are undefeatable as humans, but they don't even hold a candle to demons. Zodd is really a whole new incredible force and just a small look into this brand new world. Yet he's just as mysterious, as the next time he appears, it's during the Hawk's capture of Doldry. Guts faces the Rhino Knight General. The two warriors dash into battle. Yet Guts' sword breaks clean in two. The general's voice then booms over the battlefield. But both are unaware a mysterious horseman watches from the cliff. This horseman's purpose is revealed as a sword is thrown to Guts' feet. An oddly familiar sword. Regardless, Guts takes the blade and wins. It's weird, like Guts' fate of certain death and defeat was just intruded upon. As things calm down, Guts takes a single moment to stare at the sword, wondering, it couldn't be, right? It's none other than Zodd's sword. The demon watching him and Griffith as he states, the eclipse and the demon advent will soon approach. This appearance is very scary. Everything told us it was Guts' fate to die and Griffith's band's fate to lose, but the interference of Zodd saved them and changed the course of everything. It's all very intentional, proved as Zodd walks off and states an event is soon to come, this appearing to be the very reason why he saved them. At this point in the story, the correct assumption is that Zodd serves some sort of higher power, first leaving upon seeing the Bailet, an icon of sorts, and now ensuring the group's survival. It reads as, well, he serves something, but it's definitely cemented in his next appearance. The band faces another demon, Wyald, one far more sadistic and wild. He's a lot more demon-like than Zodd in actions, but the second he goes to kill a mangled Griffith, Zodd lands behind him. He picks Wyald up with ease, listening to his cries about how he was just following an apostle commandment, do as thou will. That even if Griffith is the fifth one, he can do as he wants. But Zodd takes that as, so can he. Despite his cries, he splits Wyald in two, dropping his corpse before staring at Griffith. The Bailet will return to him. That's how it is. While Wyald was willing to oppose whatever they follow, Zodd himself takes no chances. He's quick to kill Wyald for even trying something. This not only implies loyalty, but it suggests Zodd knows better than to provoke those above him. His bestial appearance alongside this trait reminds me of a simple phrase, never bite the hand that feeds you. From here though, everything becomes clear, and I'm sure everyone knows the story by now, but the eclipse happens, we're introduced to the gods of Berserk, the God Hand, and Griffith joins their ranks, sacrificing his band to their apostle followers. These are the beings Zodd serves, and seeing their power and army, it's clear why he submits to their will. He is not powerless, he's smart. During this event, Zodd was tasked with something very specific, a task we see through Ricket. The Skull Knight and Zodd fight in front of his very eyes. Zodd calls the Skull Knight a foe, their conversation telling us that Skull Knight was gonna try and interfere, and Zodd was commanded to guard. Though he then states he had no interest in the festival, he seeks the strong. Skull Knight, being an old rival, should know this. While Zodd may not oppose the gods, he doesn't have much interest in them. He states this not only via words here, but it's also pretty clear by him taking the role of standing outside of the eclipse. It shows that he doesn't really care for their goals. He just wants to fight. He just wants battle. It's that simple. Again, bestial form with bestial desire. Though his connection to Skull Knight is something that's very curious. Skull Knight during this arc is revealed to be King Gaedric, a long time ago mighty king who now opposes the God Hand. They are both longtime warriors and fated rivals. This connection further implies that Zodd values battle above all. But it also leads us to wonder about his origins, something to this day we have no idea about. Being an apostle this different, we can't help but wonder about them. An urge Skull Knight's mysteriousness only builds upon. But who knows, maybe Zodd and Skull Knight are just fighting over a 100-year pizza, and are just two guys settling it like dudes, you know, roughhousing. It isn't for a while we see Zodd again, where we catch a sight of him on a random battlefield. Zodd cuts down hundreds of mercenaries searching for fame, solemnly looking forward, wishing for a man who can satisfy him in battle. He thinks of the many demons. None are any good. Then he thinks of Skull Knight. He's really the only one. But then he recalls his fateful battle with Guts, standing up, thinking of perhaps finding him, facing his desire. But then, the White Hawk appears before him. It's Griffith, now a god, appearing to him in a realm of consciousness. He states what Zodd seeks are not mere words of strength, but real strength. Zodd agrees. He only seeks the strong, morphing into his apostle state as he leaps at the bird, only to miss and have his horn removed in an instant. He awakens. Was that a dream? Yet the blood flowing from his wounds says otherwise. He's told a prophecy. At a certain spot his desired will come, the strong will appear. So yeah, Zodd is just one shot by one he knows as well as we do is God. This comes in the time he's looking for someone strong. It's his desire, leading to the logical assumption Zodd is bound to seek out this strength. But it being God, Griffith, what will he do? Well, when Griffith is born as God on Earth, Zodd is there. He crashes through everything with urgency, and before this strength that bested him, a god, he bows. Zodd's desired strength has come. His urge for a strong being has been answered. And in being absolutely beat by this being, he respects it and swears loyalty. Here, in this arc, under Griffith, a new part of Zodd comes to the surface. He is loyal to those he respects. And this works out, because due to Griffith, he's able to find tons of strong opponents. First, he gets to fight Guts again, a battle he absolutely revels in. Guts again pushing him to the point of breaking his sword and transformation. He then goes on to follow Griffith's orders to kill Flora, this mission leading him to encounter Skull Knight, his rival. He transforms to his apostle form instantly. Skull Knight questioning why he chases the witch. Wasn't fighting everything? Zodd attests that he's the only one who can hold him back. Meaning this is a fight they both endure for their own reasons, not just the thirst of battle. Sure, you know Zodd just wants to fight, but it's not just fighting this time. He now has loyalty to Griffith, and here it's very clear. Zodd is willing to take this dishonorable mission of surprise attacking and killing an old lady. He doesn't even waver, as now he not only seeks the strong, but he has sworn loyalty. Perfectly enough, we see this loyalty in full force as Zodd is sent out to basically war against Ganishka, an apostle going against God. I think you can say this reads as a test of sort for his character because Ganishka is so strong and hard to defeat that many would turn tail and run away, but Zodd continuously tries to beat him. He takes numerous electrical shocks head on. Ganishka being weather itself makes pretty much any attack useless. But Zodd continues. Alongside numerous other apostles, Zodd rallies an ultimate attack. They're trying to finish this in one shot. They disperse the huge thundercloud, but again, it's useless. Ganishka envelops them inside of a huge cloud, shocking them all to the very core, this downing even the immortal Zodd. Zodd walks towards battle. The other commanders of the Band of the Hawks stop him. Exercise caution. Griffith himself might step out of this fight. Nothing can hurt Ganishka. Still, Zodd walks on. Locust watches. He knows Zodd is extra bloodthirsty, but strangely, he's also mysterious. He doesn't go to this fight just to kill. It's also for loyalty. Loyalty for Griffith. For such a bloodthirsty man to display such a trait is unique. And it shows how important Griffith winning that duel before was, as Zodd will now take even impossible fights for that man. Zodd then encounters Sonya. She tells him of a choice. He can battle against the sword that once cut his flesh, or make it a weapon. Madness or volition, beast or warrior, as does his counterpart, the one he's drawn to. It's a prophecy. He has no idea what it means, but it becomes all clear as Zodd awakens from this flashback. Zodd wakes up in the water. He looks to his left. It's Guts. It would seem fate has paired them together. as Guts awakens at the same time and holds on as hard as he can to Zodd. Rising on the beast's back to the sky, Zodd looks to him and bellows that he never thought he'd see him here. Guts readjusts and readies his blade. He can kill Zodd right now. Yet the demon seemingly doubts this, saying his urge makes his neck bristle in ecstasy. It's then Ganishka shocks him again, and here Guts and Zodd agree that he's pretty tough. There's no way to strike pure mist. Zodd reluctantly listens as Guts explains a plan to kill Ganishka, one that proposes they work together. Zodd recalls what Sonya had said, fight the sword that once cut him, or make it a weapon. He smiles. They'll do it together then. Guts knows exactly where to strike, and so he directs Zodd. The demon flies at Mach speed in an instant, while Guts aims his blade, positions it, and braces for impact. They blow a crater through the apostle, both Zodd and Guts yelling out as they're electrocuted to the core. A hole is left in the wake of their strike, and together they both tumble to shore and crash into the dock. Ganishka tries to pull himself back together, but Daiba watches as the mist completely disappears. Everyone runs to the crash site to witness Zodd rising over everything. Though injured, he's far mightier than a barely conscious Guts. He demands he stand, battle him to the death, sate his urge for strength. Guts shakily grabs his sword, managing to stand up and hold it when he should have died 5 times over. He should not be able to do this, and Zodd can tell. The demon states they'll duel another time, when they can bloody each other to their heart's content. Another apostle then appears. It's the Black Swordsman. They can kill him, but Zodd grabs it. They're the Hawk's warriors. They've come to wage war. Nothing more than that. Guts asks if this means Griffith is around. Zodd questions what he would do with an answer. Is he willing to fight? If that's the case, they'll let them mince him to a pile of gore. Guts stares on at Zodd after this statement, a statement that defines his loyalty to Griffith perfectly. All we've seen about Zodd shows him to be a demon who thirsts for battle. He would roam battlefields to kill, sought strong opponents to have fun, and he's left the strong to survive so he can one day happily fight them again. Though even with such a thirst, he's honorable. Finding one much higher than him and losing, Griffith, he gave him his sword, his loyalty, and he fully intends to honor that agreement. Right here, he contains that eternal urge for a good battle in favor of loyalty to Griffith. And when Guts potentially challenges Griffith, Zodd states he won't just battle him, but everyone will. The honor of loyalty comes far before the urge for battle. With this, we get a set characterization of Zodd. He's Griffith's extremely loyal commander, an agreement that helps both of them. Zodd is mighty, and through Griffith's missions he gets to fight strong things. It's a win-win for both of them. Zodd is then a part of the big final war. He's even the one who helps Griffith ride to Ganishka. But after this, after Griffith's kingdom is realized, for some reason Zodd disappears. I might be taking this a bit too far, but just where is Zodd during all of this? While the kingdom is fully shown, he's the only major player completely missing. As if Miura is trying to intentionally tell us he might not enjoy this kingdom that much. While mighty apostles like Borkov fight against others in the arena, and more noble ones like Locust bathe in the newfound home, he, Griffith's seeming top commander, is gone. It's literally not till a whole another mission when Zodd appears. He helps Griffith in his battle against the king of the Jotnar, where of course he jumps in excited to fight, tearing apart a Hydra in the coolest way possible. I guess you can take it as he has always been interested in only fights. Why would he take to the kingdom? But I do personally believe there's a reason he hasn't appeared. One that comes to a head when Griffith commits the unspeakable. An act I still can't believe happened in the way it did. Zodd comes with Griffith atop the world tree to Fantasia, slamming down before Guts and overpowering the distraught man. He destroys everything as he fights Guts at full power, all while Griffith takes Casca. This leaves Guts destroyed and even Zodd surprised. Still, he swore loyalty to Griffith. He rises to the world tree, paying even his old rival Skull Knight no mind in favor of his mission. And like that, they're gone. Zodd's look on his face here shocked me. It's like a surprised expression, as if this mighty being couldn't even believe this. But his final appearance as of now is the most telling. While the other commanders report to Griffith, Zodd stands far back in the shadows, looking down and seemingly in disapproval. Recently and up to now, you could say, oh, the art style is changing, it's due to different people drawing Zodd. But this panel here seals it for me. This panel was intentionally placed and drawn this way. Zodd has no reason to be shown so specifically and like this, quietly listening, shrouded in the dark, and looking so upset. It builds up the idea he's troubled with Griffith's recent actions. But as of now, this is the last we've seen of Zodd, the noble, strength-seeking apostle, and I dare say the next we see of him is him making a critical choice about who he follows. But that's a pretty big stretch. At his heart, Zodd is a warrior. Fighting stronger opponents in a somewhat honorable way is him. Battle, that seems to be his everything. While most other apostles are shown to have a deadly desire, whether it be lust, greed, or gluttony, Zodd is simply there for battle. A scene that I think shows this really well is something I mentioned before, when Locust is showing off Griffith's fortress. There is literally a place for everyone. Humans, demons, lesser fortunate, literally anyone. Even an apostle like Locust is shown happily indulging in politics. But Zodd isn't there. It reads as more of a statement that he is not your usual apostle. This on top of his uneasiness when it comes to Griffith's recent choices, I think Zodd might be questioning his loyalty and respect for Griffith. If he joined due to respect for someone stronger than him, of course he'd be put off by Griffith doing sly things like attacking innocent mages and taking Casca seemingly just to take her. Though overall, I think there is also a chance not much else happens with him. From the second he was introduced, he was almost like a what if for Guts. A warrior also capable of destroying hundreds in a beast-like way, literally becoming one to sate this warrior purpose, going battlefield to battlefield just to cause havoc, as if that's what he was made for, just like Guts in many ways. If Skull Knight is a constant and grim reminder of the path Guts walks, why wouldn't his rival, Zodd, be an alternate path? Fighting to fight and respecting those stronger than him till they too appear sly and weak. What I'm saying is that this might just be his purpose, showing that another path of Guts's is under Griffith, following him and doing his bidding. But hey, that's all I really had to say on Zodd. Despite how much he's appeared, he's one of the lesser developed apostles in Berserk. It's strange, he was the first one introduced and he's one of the ones we know the least about. But regardless, comment your thoughts on Zodd the Immortal, and as always, thank you so much for watching. Naoya Zenin is the most unlikable Jujutsu Kaisen villain ever.
And if you like him, it's probably for his hair, or well, I guess he looks aight.
Not only is he insanely egotistical and annoying, but he can't go 5 seconds without being misogynistic. Oh, and then he has the audacity to come back as a cursed spirit. Like, please just die, dude. Though in truth, like everyone else, Naoya does have a purpose in Jujutsu Kaisen, one that's actually very deep and essential for the world.
Today, I wanted to speak of Naoya and that purpose, and frankly, I wanted to make fun of him. So I hope you enjoyed the video, and thank you so much for watching.
Naoya first appears in chapter 138 in the aftermath of the Shibuya incident, where he's of course introduced by being misogynistic. Told you this was like his thing. He calls Maki pretty, but she's unacceptable. She can't support a man. He states women who can't walk behind a man should be stabbed in the back and left to die. Yeah, just right off the bat. Though this horrible introduction introduces the key role of Naoya to highlight things like misogyny in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, specifically inside the big clans. This isn't meant to be known right now, but the woman walking and listening to him is Maki and Mai's mother. She should be very enraged, but rather she's quiet, almost fearful. It creates the uncomfortable idea it's normal for a woman to take this kind of talk as if it's okay. Naoya then speaks to 2 family members about his father being near death. Naoya couldn't care less, responding in ego saying the next clan head is him, talking down on those before him as he dodges their attacks, all while smiling and almost admiring himself. It is then announced the Zenin clan head is passed. His will is to be read aloud. Naoya will be clan head. He inherits everything. However, if Gojo has died or is not available for any reason, an agreement with Toji will welcome Megumi into the clan and he shall become head. This instantly shocks Naoya to the core. He without a doubt wanted this to be him. He thought it was going to be him. And as you expect of a sour-seeming individual like him, he aims to get to this place through dirty methods. He says he'll go kill Megumi and Yuji because they'll be together. It doesn't matter what happens. He'll clean it up because he's the rightful clan head. He gets right to it, appearing before Yuji and broadcasting his goal to kill Megumi and have him write a will. In a second, he's before Yuji and Choso, holding them back before blitzing away. It's then Yuta makes himself known, where Naoya proposes a partnership. He'll let Yuta have Yuji if he doesn't report his death right away. He wants to use him as bait for Megumi. Yuta agrees and dashes out to battle Yuji. Naoya instantly faces Choso, where he feels the need to lecture him on his own technique as he all but states Choso will lose. Just what an ego. I don't know how people like this guy. Naoya isn't actually all talk though, like he can back up this ego, he's genuinely skilled. He blitzes behind Choso and thrusts him into a wall. Even when Choso adjusts to his speed, Naoya calculates for this and throws him back. Naoya then brandishes a knife. If Choso's technique is all about blood, well he'll just make him bleed more. Oh, but then he asks Choso to not tell anybody about this knife. It's not cool for a sorcerer to use weapons. Those who wield them depend on them to win, and they suck. Oh, so you hate these so much. You hate Maki and Mai who use them, but look at you using one. Like, what an egotistical hypocrite. He's just annoying. He goes on. His older brothers show them off and is pathetic. Choso asks, does he hate his brothers? Naoya confirms this. There is no point of big brothers who are inferior to their little brothers. They should, yeah, I'm not gonna say that, but just how horrible. Again, I have no idea why people like this guy. Though here, this sets up something essential for Naoya. He considers strength very important. Those who aren't strong, well, they have no purpose. Funny enough, speaking of strength, Naoya is then pushed back by Choso before he's utterly beaten. I gotta say, it's perfect that this defeat comes from a guy who values family more than anything. It really is a big ego-crushing moment. Even better, Yuta then appears and has to heal Naoya, so yeah, this loser got stepped on in every way. Down the line, Maki comes to the Zenin clan to access the warehouse and finds Naoya, who instantly comments on the lady's new scarred look. He insults her, saying she can't use cursed techniques, can't see spirits, her face was nice, but now it's wrecked. It's sad. Should he perhaps bully her like he used to? He can't even find the strength to correctly look her in the eye, as he states she's just gonna follow the strong around like a lapdog. Through this page, we also see how he treated her. He would literally beat her down in casual clothes, as if this was a normal day-to-day thing. It's disgusting. He's disgusting. Maki ignores him and walks out, which is great. He deserves this. Don't give him attention. Naoya then meets with the other clan higher-ups, who make a case for Megumi. He alone can repair relationships with the Gojo clan. They don't want to leave the fortune to him, but Megumi is without a doubt important. This is to say, getting rid of him without a reason would only hurt them. The man suggests they kill Megumi, Maki, and Mai for plotting to free Gojo, who is at this point considered a criminal. Naoya is on board. He doesn't even really need to say it, but of course he needs to comment on the killing Maki and Mai part. Yeah, he really can't stop with this shit. Ultimately, Naoya is a perfect showcase of how these big families look down on others, especially women and those they deem less favorable. Maki is proof of this, as her checking back in the clan during this time of turmoil puts her on the receiving end of everything horrible, none of which she actually deserves. It's literally just because she's part of this family. This is all to say we've always had Maki to show the receiving end of these clans' issues, and now we have Naoya to showcase the inside of these issues. This sets up a clash between them that will happen as soon as Maki gets her power up. And I must add that she only gets this power up and ends up massacring their clan because of the plotting they did here. Their downfall was literally at their own hands. Here, before battle though, we get a look into Naoya's backstory / thought process. He calls himself a genius because everyone said he'd be the next clan head. This explains that ego. He then egotistically thinks of the clan's black sheep. They have no cursed energy. That must be awful. It must be pitiful. But in the face of Toji, this black sheep, he was small and powerless. Powerless to a man he looked down on. But even worse, this man wouldn't even look his way. Presently, during battle, Maki matches every single one of his strikes. But he finally gets an up and smashes her through the battleground, before catching her midair and slamming her down. Looking at her, he states, she is not Toji. This tells us something interesting, that rather than hate this man who ignored him, this man who ignored the perfect being the next clan head, Naoya instead heavily looks to Toji, the Zenin clan anomaly. It infuriates him greatly that Maki, one also without cursed energy like Toji, could even try to stand to the standard he set. Naoya then states that nobody understood Toji except for Gojo, and the way he speaks implies he believes he understands him too. He throws Maki back, again saying she is not him. He grabs her by the leg and ragdolls her body around, continuing the fight as he states the one who stands with Toji and Gojo, the strongest, is him. Yeah, no you're not.
Naoya was brought up in a situation where literally everything tried to tell him that he was the greatest. He literally says here, I'm a genius when talking about himself. His skill, on top of people constantly telling him he's to be the next clan lead because his dad is the current clan lead, well, he has an ego. Honestly, it's expected. Point is, Naoya is literally their clan's image of greatness in a person, and he's acting exactly as that greatness, I guess, should act. So of course, he's bound to go look down on Toji, the Zenin clan's black sheep. Though for some reason, he really came to admire Toji. Well, the reason actually is very simple. It's simply because, as we all know, Toji is incredibly strong. Toji was strong in the way that he was not gifted like Naoya, but he still climbed his way to the top. While everyone around him valued techniques, they cared for their uses and for their importance. Naoya saw pure power in Toji, this pure power being what he would consider strength. If you are strong, you are strong. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter what technique you have. To Naoya, you are simply powerful like Toji, or you are weak. Though in Naoya's weird, self-obsessed, egotistical brain, because this was his idea, it had to be right. And since he got this idea because of Toji, that means he just stands next to him in strength, right? Despite this, we can obviously see Naoya is nowhere close to Toji. Proved as he's just yelling at Maki that she is not Toji, comparing himself to Toji over and over again throughout the fight. It all begins to read a bit as insecurity. She appears as Toji, someone he admires, someone he wants to be, but well, he can't be, and it's being proved to him.
Naoya dances around Maki with his insane speed. His curse technique allows speed to continuously build. The longer a fight goes on, the faster he gets. He plans to punch Maki at top speed, ripping a hole straight through her. Maki prepares to take this force head on, counting on her iron body to grab him. Naoya senses this and taps her instead, activating his projection sorcery. Basically, if Maki does not move at 24 frames a second like him, she will be frozen for a single second. Naoya is at top speed expecting her to be frozen. Victory is basically his. He yells Maki really is a Toji imposter. Yet Maki wasn't frozen. The entire time he was beating her up, she was counting the frames, matching him the whole time. With her new body, she can see through him. As he screams imposter yet again, she slams his face to the ground, it beaten to a bloody pulp as she tells him to say that again.
Yeah, utterly humiliated and his face shattered. That's gotta be a pretty heavy blow for a guy like him. Though the most important part of this is that he's beaten by the image of what he considers strength, Maki appearing as Toji.
The whole fight he speaks of Toji, that Toji is the definition of the strongest. Now Maki represents this Toji. She has now reached what Toji was by removing her limiters. Naoya, believing he should stand next to Toji and Gojo as the strongest, refuses to accept her of all people are on his level. Though what's even worse to him is what you can probably assume, that this person that is rivaling Toji, one of the strongest, is a woman who he constantly beat down on just for existing.
Maki to Naoya is the culmination of everything he finds disgust in, but this disgust is now representing exactly what he wants to be. So when he loses, calling her an imposter, well, it reads as, well, ironic. He is the imposter. Naoya is the imposter in the way he wished he could be Toji, but he was never even close. He's been warped in insecurities this entire time, and his clan standards just made this feel right. He could talk down on women, call them weak, whatnot, well, because his clan basically said that was right. Anybody who wasn't him and anybody who was a woman was weak. And now, well, Naoya and those standards have been completely crushed.
Maki goes on to bloody her mother as Naoya crawls out of the area. He laughs, stating Maki couldn't finish him. Again, looking down on her even though he's all messed up because of her. Maki's near-death mother then walks up with a knife, standing over Naoya. He freaks out. He was beat so bad he doesn't even have a handle on his energy. She stabs him, dying alongside him as she states she was so glad to give birth to Maki and Mai.
Maki's mother was introduced alongside Naoya, the one whose main role is to make the Zenin clan's wrongdoings, things like misogyny, very apparent to us, the reader. And she herself was shown at equal times to very much be a victim. This is something very important, hear me out.
Maki's mother was silent with Naoya's mistreatment, creating the idea that this was not only normal, but she couldn't really do anything about it. When Maki returns, an event that without a doubt is going to create chaos, she tries to stop her. And when she refuses, she simply asks, why is she always like this? For once, make her glad she gave birth to her. To me, this reads as she's upset Maki is not conforming to their standards. They're meant to stand in the background as women. Her actions here, doing all this crazy stuff, is only going to cause problems. This is reinforced when Maki and Mai are cut down by their father, him explaining he was not able to rise to clan head because of the quality of his children. Again, more examples of gross standards. Finally, Maki's mother kills Naoya and proclaims she was glad to give birth to her children. Saying this here isn't just, I love my daughter because she's my daughter. It's also her admiring Maki for doing something to the clan she could never do. Being an oppressed woman in this system, she could never stop it the way Maki just did.
Now, while you think I was very off topic, this killing of Naoya by Maki's mother changes from an act of simple hatred to it being a physical representation of the clan's beliefs falling. Naoya was an up-in-our-face showcase of these views, and him being destroyed by a character literally created to show these views, well, it's the ultimate get back at the clan and their standards. This woman, looked down on in every way, stuck in this clan's horrendous cycle of abuse, and the showcase of this horrendous abuse, kills the next clan head in the most pathetic way.
But of course, I would be lying if I said this was the end for Naoya, because at the end of chapter 190, some weird cursed worm spirit appears. It gives Maki a very strange feeling, and the thing is oddly overjoyed to see her. It then blasts down in a second at Mach speed, very familiar, where it targets Maki and slams her into a wall. The weird thing wraps her up and reveals its identity. It's Naoya. He's become a vengeful spirit. Sorcerers can transform into curses after death, so that's why you kill them with cursed energy. Maki failed to not only finish Naoya off, but her mother didn't do it with cursed energy, so he was set to come back, and of course he wanted to kill Maki, so I guess this is where he appeared and who he targeted. It kinda never explains how he can find Maki cause she doesn't have cursed energy, but whatever, Gege, you got it. Quickly, Maki and Noritoshi land a critical blow on the spirit, but with this, Naoya begins to change. He was still a cursed womb this entire time. Noritoshi fires a powerful shot to end it before he can transform, yet this does nothing. Naoya has become a full-fledged cursed spirit, and to showcase his new speed, in a flash, Noritoshi is sent flying. Noritoshi recovers and joins Maki to fight against Naoya, who is revealed to be way more of himself than initially thought. Not only can he speak, but he's retained the ability to use his curse technique, using it on them as he speeds away. Naoya can now get even faster though, using his tentacle machine curse spirit body. He has the ability to take in air and pressurize it while ejecting it, pushing him through the air insanely fast. Think like a rocket ship. He speeds towards Maki and makes an impact, reaching Mach 3 speeds as he slams her into the ground. Standing over Maki, Naoya basically tries to call her a child, or I think that's what he's saying, I have no idea, he's just stupid. Maki laughs, asking when has he ever been an adult. Naoya responding, she should ask Mai, instantly angering Maki.
Now a lot of people have taken this line as Naoya saying he assaulted Mai. Reason being his constant misogyny, looking down on women, the clan's standards, and just the line about being an adult, as the phrase becoming an adult is often put together with that. I'm not going to say it because I don't think YouTube would like that, but you know what I mean. I guess I can see why you would think that, but I think it makes a lot more sense that it's just a annoying jab at Maki because that's the type of character he is. He's saying that Mai is never going to be an adult, so go ask her. Regardless, Naoya is a horrible person. Either way, it makes him just worse, so I don't know. It's just, Naoya, you suck.
Noritoshi then saves Maki. He is not in a good state by all means, but he gets Maki to go away and heal, sacrificing himself so they can hope to beat Naoya. He puts everything into one big final attack, but it does literally nothing to Naoya, things looking very grim as the most random series of events then begin. So Maki appears alongside two random fighters, one who takes her sword and begins to cut Naoya down with nothing but killing intent. This guy cannot even see curses but is hacking Naoya to bits. It's actually the best thing ever. Imagine losing to a guy who can't even see you. Though this guy inspires Maki, and after playing a sumo match with the other guy, don't ask me, she realizes she needs to focus up like it's any other fight. It doesn't matter if she's fighting against Naoya. With this, Naoya can no longer catch Maki. Like their first battle, she shakes everything off. And when she finally counters, it causes considerable damage to Naoya. On the floor, he angers. Maki is becoming ever closer to his special someone, Toji. He can't accept it like before. He bursts out of the curse, ripping away his own flesh as he screams he's the one who understands them. Naoya then activates his domain expansion, it appearing as a huge void with a single walkway, one viewed by an all-encompassing eye. This eye is fitting for his curse technique. He still sees everything in 24 frames. People still had to move like him. But now it's not just their bodies, they must control everything down to their very cells. Naoya then asks where did Maki die? He should be able to locate her, but he stabs straight through the chest. Of course, it's Maki. Due to no cursed energy, barriers treat her like a building. Since she's living, she basically has to consent to coming in. So, domains don't really matter to her. Naoya turns around thinking he'll kill her instantly since she's guaranteed to get hit in his domain. But she splits him clean in half. Again, domains basically don't matter to her. Therefore, the guaranteed hit doesn't work. Naoya dies in the wake of Maki realizing her true potential. Her now an equal fighter to Toji in every way.
I love this defeat of Naoya so much. He comes back hoping to beat Maki, but in doing so, he becomes even further from this image of strength he admired. He's now become a full-fledged cursed spirit. Yet he is done in yet again by his image of strength. And better yet, this image of strength is literally said to basically be Toji now. Oh, and then this whole event is so comedic, I couldn't take it seriously. I think it's the perfect way to send off an objectively horrible person.
Though that doesn't mean Naoya's character isn't very valuable to the story. While always implied, he becomes the clear showcase of how horrible the clans in JJK are. Specifically, the Zenin clan. It says a lot when your next clan head is misogynistic, willing to kill just because someone got a bit ahead, and is completely comfortable with saying his brothers should, well, do stuff to themselves. The things he showcases do wonders to build up the world, as the actions he's around directly prove the discrimination and horrible standards for people in the world he's a part of. While a very bad person, Naoya is also a very necessary evil for the story. Not to mention, he's an interesting character to build Maki up with. Of course, he's the perfect opposition to everything she is, but his own idea of strength and in turn insecurity when Maki becomes that strength is very interesting to read through. Being a blessed boy within his clan, he thought he was perfect. Then he met a person everyone else talked down on, Toji, and instantly became amazed by his strength. Naoya deeply sought this strength. Why? Well, we don't know. Maybe it was respect, maybe it hurt his ego, there had to have been a reason. Regardless, seeing Maki achieve this, it turned him into a wreck. An insecure mess who could only call her an imposter. In a way, you could actually relate to this. Everyone wants to be something, but in the face of that very real thing, it is very possible to fall apart. It's possible to waver, and it's possible to have an outburst. It's weird to say, but it's somewhat real.
Naoya is a character I guess I can somewhat understand why people like. He's so confident in his views, and I guess you can somewhat latch on to his insecurity and his denial about something he admires. He's also, well, I guess he's pretty charismatic. I guess there is somewhat of an allure there. But I think a lot of people forget about what he actually does, and a lot of fans will look past that and just look at his looks. If you like him, great. You can like all the things he stands for in the story and attribute that to liking his character. There's nothing wrong with that. But me personally, he's just not the type of guy I can root for. I can understand why he exists, and his purpose is actually very beneficial to the world. And you know, he has a simple storyline and obsession with Toji that goes along well with that purpose and role. But I guess it's not enough for me personally.
This is Gachi Akuta's secret villain, a psychopath guaranteed to break the internet when he's revealed in the anime. He kidnaps and murders, tortures the main character. But the worst part is that nobody knows how vile he is yet. In the world of Gachi Akuta, he's a complete mystery. This secret mastermind is none other than Tamsy Keynes, and he first appears in chapter 25 when Rudo is dispatched on a new mission. Our main man Tamsy appears in the group of new cleaners and stops Delman from overwhelming Rudo, looking down at him, stating he likes people with passion, his face housing the kindest expression possible. Yeah, great introduction. He has really cool hair, an amazing sense of style, and some badass scars. By all definitions, a good guy. But the truth is, nobody knows he's a villain yet. Matter of fact, it's not for about 50 chapters we learn this secret truth ourselves. But for now, he joins them as they explore Canvas Town. He pretty much remains in the background and only really speaks to Rudo. He doesn't even play much of a role till they find Amo. Here, after the group is ambushed by her power, it's Tamsy's turn to fight. Him donning his mask, which looks really cool. Tamsy also is the focus, as it's stated. Memories with the loved one aren't always happy. Remember that line, and just remember how it made sure to focus on him. Amo then places everyone under her control, and Tamsy realizes he'll let the fight his friends, brandishing a uniquely top staff. Vital instrument, Tokushin. They dash towards Tamsy as he spins and unravels the top of his staff, calling this attack Net, which covers the whole room in these ropes and stops everyone in place. He notes how he's weaved the ropes in a way that if someone moves, they'll be further tangled. Tamsy explains his vital instrument as a distaff, a tool that is used to wind thread, him then spooling everyone into a huge rope ball, as well as capturing Amo easily. There's something to say that for a character later down the line revealed to be a villain, his first notable thing he does is friendly fire. Attacking his own teammates, even if they are mind controlled, is a pretty big introduction. The fact that there was no hesitation was a very big hint that this guy might have been very bad. It was in front of our faces the entire time. But Amo isn't very happy to be caught. Her shrieking in rage as Tamsy realizes he'll need to up the ante. He takes his staff and taps the ground, the spool of rope rapidly unraveling as it's sent straight through the tower. With its impact on the ground, he looks down, everyone appearing dead. Yet he remarks to Zanka, they had spells drawn on them to prevent one fatal blow. Yeah, not only is Tamsy's power quick and destructive, but he has a really good mind to go with it. I wouldn't want to fight him. Now here we have to get a bit off topic. Trust me please, while this might seem random at first, I promise it'll all connect back to Tamsy. The first thing to note is that as Rudo begins to hit Amo, which is a whole different conversation in itself, we see Sumiyu note something inside of him. something implied to be very dark. Rudo has a sort of darkness constantly growing inside of him. The other thing to note is Amo's backstory. One day in her abusive situation, a person entered the tower, beat her abuser, took their boots, and gifted them to Amo. The person told her to use them with love before jumping into the sky, appearing as an angel to Amo before they disappeared. These boots became very important to her. They changed her, gave her a purpose, and it wasn't till months later where Amo seen a glimpse of the angel far off, yet still she'd never seen him again. She then met the cleaners, the battle we just seen happened, and as we left, Amo returns to the tower, where we then see a strange being, one kinda similar to the angel, kidnapping her. Remember all of this for me, as we can now return to Tamsy nearly 50 chapters into the future, meaning our star of this video has been missing for a while. What has he been up to? Well, we return to him in a chapter called Tamsy's Day Off. He opens his eyes and quickly turns on the radio, dancing to soothing music before switching it to heavy metal. He's kinda all over the place, but once he adjusts and puts his hair up, he's back to Tamsy. He walks out of his room to find Rudo, who's been hard at work searching for information pertaining to Amo's whereabouts, who's still missing after being kidnapped 50 chapters later. Upon hearing of Rudo's plans, Tamsy smoothly smiles his way, wishing he's able to find his friend. What a kind guy. He then states to the rest of the cleaners he's gonna go into town, which prompts Sumiyu to ask for some kind of magazine, and he responds saying, "You're not asking for porn magazines," which kinda implies that's exactly what she's asking for. Yeah, it's only through Tamsy we know Sumiyu might have some strange interests. Tamsy roller skates into town, ignoring a fight he can easily break up before buying a cake, finally ending up in some strange ruins of a destroyed building. Tamsy then descends a flight of stairs and arrives before a jail cell, commenting on how roller skates are hard to use. They don't let him use them up top. What could that mean? He then looks to the person in the cell, revealed to be none other than Amo. He pulls out the cake. It's an apology as he can't free her yet. But then he eats it right in front of her, a crazed expression as he consumes it whole. No care for her cries and screams of agony. So not only has Tamsy known where Amo was as Rudo searched for her, but he got in his face and wished him well when it came to finding her. Also, up to now we've been getting glimpses here and there of Amo wishing for cake. This poor girl, after having every hardship in life, being abused in every type of way, has finally found a light before she was kidnapped and held here. And now, in this horrible situation, all she wants is a simple piece of cake. It's her only wish and Tamsy seemingly grants it, just for him to consume it whole right in front of her. Even saying, "I think I'll have some tomorrow too." Yeah, what a day off. Tamsy has been revealed as the villain. I'm gonna say that's putting it lightly. This dude is pure evil. Villain who kidnapped Amo. But nobody but us, the reader, have any idea of this. This makes it all the more heartbreaking when Rudo finally discovers where Amo is. And guess who just happens to meet him as he closes in on the location? Tamsy, the one who wished him well on finding her. He continues his calm charade, stating another familiar face will help soothe Amo, even offering to head into the labyrinth first. Of course though, Rudo denies this because he wants to be first so he can punch whoever did this. This is just super uncomfortable as we know Tamsy is right there. Face to face with Amo, Tamsy's presence changes to a monstrous, overpowering feeling. All for her to be happy he's there to save her too? He hands her boots with a smile on his face, her crying tears of joy. Yeah, what the hell? She remembers nothing. By the moment, Tamsy gets even more mysterious and falls darker and darker. Yet everyone but us, the reader, is under his charade of kindness. We then see the backstory. After the group had left Amo, Tamsy had hidden a small rope which he was controlling from afar, spooling his rope into the angel that had captured Amo. This implies that he too was the angel that gave her the boots. And while a huge revelation, that for some reason Tamsy has been controlling everything related to Amo, his following words and actions only get worse. Tamsy notes how wonderful a support power is. It can help in so many ways. He states people have misunderstood him, but he's clear on harboring no anger or resentment. He states he has something better than these emotions, something that will trail him for all of eternity. All of a sudden, he closes his eyes as he views Rudo in his father figure, stating it was beautiful as he recalls the moment he had killed Regto. The angel who killed Rudo's father was Tamsy, an act that was, quote, one of love. It's revealed he was recalling that moment as he looked upon a hospitalized Amo, viewing a horrific state as he thinks it'll improve his bond with Rudo further. He questions his next actions. Messing with Amo and killing Regto wasn't enough, but he still needs to get Rudo out of his shell. He sighs as he states he'll need to kill someone. He has to do it for love. There's no other choice. There's nothing to say about the earth-shattering realizations we just witnessed. Who knew that this guy with cool hair and calm words would end up as this? Tamsy is already terrifying and easily setting himself up to be end of series villain territory. But what is even worse, I keep saying it, is that at the moment only we know. Nobody in the story is aware yet. Tamsy has seemingly given us his motivations. He does everything out of love. He killed Rudo's father and has done beyond horrible things to Amo simply for Rudo. Now, love is a bit of a strange word to use, but it's very apparent this pertains to that darkness growing inside of Rudo, the one we've been seeing subtle hints at throughout the series. Tamsy is trying to obtain Rudo's darkness. He wants to bring out this darkness that's inside of Rudo. Also, remember how Tamsy was focused on when it said memories with loved ones aren't always happy? Strange. It's almost like he was, self-reflecting. It feels like everything's starting to come together when it comes to him. Though while of course we're getting more information, this only gives us more questions. How is Tamsy able to come to and from the spear? How does he even know of Rudo's darkness? What is he even gonna do if he exposes that darkness? How would he even plan to use that? We have no idea. I'd love to give you all the answers, but as the story continues, Tamsy only gets stranger. In the following chapter, we witness Amo finally waking up, her viewing the IV in her arm and becoming terrified. Notice how the tube is similar to a rope, just like Tamsy's vital instrument that had held her captive. While she can't remember for some strange reason, I'd like to assume this small detail is going to be part of Tamsy's eventual downfall. Speaking of him, as Amo cries out happy to be saved, he pops up to wonder who would do such a thing. Yeah, I really wonder who would do that. As if to confirm he's in the clear, Tamsy asks if she has any details about the kidnapper, her replying it was a long-haired woman. He smiles. It makes sense their memories are blurry. It's been rough after all. He then walks out of the room with a villainous smile, revealing he had used a vital instrument known as the Watchman book to change what she had seen. Meaning that the book Regto had in the very first chapter wasn't a normal book, rather a vital instrument, and Tamsy had stolen it after killing him. Yeah, not only is this a very dangerous object for a villain to have, one with the power to basically change memories, but it's sad to think Tamsy is using Rudo's father's object to further his quote, acts of love. Acts we know only want to delve Rudo deeper into darkness. Just, what a guy, man. Tamsy then curiously asks about how Rudo went to the information broker to inquire about the Watchmen series. Yet Rudo clamps up. Rudo is worried the Watchmen choker maker can hear everything they say, so no words can be told and Tamsy isn't allowed to know anything. Well, Tamsy isn't dumb and Rudo is honestly a horrible liar, so he knows something is up, inquiring about his next move. The conversation ends on the question if Rudo will chase after Amo's kidnapper or information about the spear, Tamsy telling him the hints might lurk closer than he thinks before saying goodnight. I really wonder who would be able to answer all of Rudo's questions. I really wonder, Tamsy. Interestingly enough, Rudo questions whether or not he could even tell Tamsy. To him, Tamsy is the definition of a good guy. But with this, he realizes he never told Tamsy he had asked about the Watchmen series. Tamsy just knew. Instead of realizing this is strange, how would Tamsy even know the Watchmen series? He just shrugs it off. Damn it, Rudo, you were so close. Speaking of close, in the following chapter it appears Corvus, leader of the Cleaners, might have suspicions of Tamsy. He confronts and stares our villain down for handing Amor boots. While it was approved and allowed, I dare say this moment is some unexplained tension. Corvus himself seems to be a man of reason and mysteriousness. I'd assume that if he knows Tamsy is up to something, he'd wait till it's concrete to say something. I'm only clear on this because in the following chapter, Rudo and Tamsy conveniently end up on their next mission together, it being pointed out that these orders are specifically from Corvus. Perhaps he's aware Tamsy is obsessed with Rudo and wants to bait him into exposing himself. During this mission, Tamsy mostly sticks to the background, allowing Rudo to get the shine and helping when needed. We also get one of the funniest Tamsy panels here. When Rudo copies his move, he's pretty upset. Interestingly, when they team up and push back the trash beast, Tamsy notes how strong Rudo is getting, but calls it a waste, which is very odd to me. If he wants to draw out the darkness in Rudo, isn't getting stronger part of that? Things continue to be interesting as Rudo and Folo get into a fight, throwing punches as the trash beast is allowed to power up. Yet Tamsy, who's supposed to be there to help when needed, never stops this, just watches. I know his role here is to let Rudo learn through experience, but it's like he wants something bad to happen, and when Folo is indeed injured, something bad happening, well, he celebrates internally. This moment is especially terrifying, as we are privy to both sides of Tamsy at once. While before it's been either evil Tamsy or kind Tamsy, here it's like we watch him switch back and forth from these personalities, through internal Tamsy and external Tamsy. His mask tears like a page, and as we the reader peek through the mask, we see an ecstatic Tamsy at the idea of Folo's death. The fire Folo's passing lights will push Rudo further into the darkness. Anger makes for great fuel. With a psychotic smile on his face, he claps, all while the external Tamsy strikes down the trash beast with the strangest expression possible. Back to inside. His internal self is celebrating the show, eating popcorn, but is insanely disappointed when it's revealed Folo lived. He puts together Rudo had saved Folo through words alone, remarking that the power of friendship is so not what he was looking for. After the battle, it's highlighted how Rudo's first official mission went perfectly, and Tamsy states he can work with it. Yes, this panel is that peak meme, but with Tamsy. Urana is the GOAT for this. Urana is the GOAT in general. Tamsy states he wanted to find a catalyst to get Rudo back to his original role, referring to bringing his darkness out. But for now, it's beneficial if he lives normally. After all, the higher he flies, the more it'll hurt when he falls. Yeah, nothing to say. He'll literally try to hurt Rudo as much as possible. Interestingly, he states he wants to return Rudo to his original role. More credence to the fact that he somehow knows what Rudo's darkness is and what it looks like. It's very weird. Yet don't forget that it seemed like Tamsy was intentionally placed next to Rudo. While he stated it was to further his goals, I can't help but think Corvus wanted them together to look out for him. This is pushed by one of the supporters noting how Tamsy seemed to be just watching the battle rather than helping. It would appear that maybe he's getting closer to actually being exposed. Though at the peak of his actions, manipulating Amo, dancing in front of her as if he didn't do it, taunting Rudo with his words, even trying to kill someone he held dear, Tamsy opts to take a leave of absence. Yes, you heard me right. Our secret mastermind who gets more wicked by the second has decided to take a break from his job in the Cleaners. He walks to Corvus's office, thinking of his actions up to now, ending it on the phrase, "Now it's time to prepare the sacrifice," all before taking a leave of absence. And that's where we leave off on Tamsy Canes for now. Yeah, definitely not scary at all, especially considering it's been 20 plus chapters since we've seen him. Who knows what he could be up to right now? Tamsy is one big question mark in Gachi Akira. Even after 150 chapters, we know nothing about this guy. And even worse than the fact that we know nothing about him, nobody in the world knows of his actions. If I had to say, the best way I would describe Tamsy at this current point in the story is just why? Why does he have those scars? His whole body is covered in them. Why does he know so much about the world of Gachi Akira? He can travel from the spear, seems to know Rudo's history, and can even use the Watchmen series. Finally, why does he want to sink Rudo into the darkness? He went as far as killing his father, kidnapping Amo, and even celebrating as Folo almost died. It has to be for a huge, crazy, unfathomable reason. Everything we're given creates a psychopathic, terrifying secret mastermind who is yet to even explain himself. This is what feels so wrong. Tamsy is the one who began the whole series with Regto's murder, pushed it along with Amo's kidnapping, and still interferes 100 plus chapters later. Gachi Akira is happening because of him, and we don't even have a why. I can't even explain how crazy that is. If you were to compare Tamsy to Zodyl Typhon, the other big Gachi Akira villain, I would say they're scary for very different reasons. Zodyl is very uncomfortable in presence, a dominating, angry aura that seeks destruction through rage and manipulation. Simply put, he wants to see the world burn. While Tamsy on the other hand is far from that simple. He seems to not care for destruction, anger, anything like that. But under his mask, we see that he'll cross any dark line for his one goal. Zodyl's actions reflect the anger at the world that wronged him, but Tamsy seems to do it for fun. The only thing he gets a kick out of and is hellbent on is Rudo, providing acts of love in order to deepen the darkness. If you were to ask me, I think someone doing horrible things for fun is a lot more wicked than someone acting out of past trauma. One example I like and something I think you really gotta consider is that Zodyl tried to sway Rudo. Even if it was more manipulative, he tried. While Tamsy is straight up doing it. There's no care in the world for those he murders. He does it all with a smile on his face. The reason simply being for Rudo. Everything considered, I would have no doubt saying Tamsy is a lot more scarier than Zodyl. Tamsy is easily going to be a huge part of Gachi Akira's future. If he has already swayed the first 150 chapters, there's no doubt his actions, motivations, and choices won't sway the next 150. With how well he's been set up to now, his reveals of villain being a bombshell nobody's seen coming, and his actions only amping up, now mentioning some sacrifice, I trust Your Honor will continue to blow our minds with this character. I have high confidence when I say that by the end of the series, Tamsy Keynes will go down as one of the greatest villains of all time. The One Punch Man anime is doing Garou dirty. To simple mistakes like his opponents being women, to 20% of an episode being still frames, yes, that's a real statistic, it's no secret the anime is in a rough spot. Especially when it comes to how they're handling Garou. So today I wanted to take a look back at the manga version of this amazing villain. Starting from his introduction as a hero hunter all the way to when he became a godly force of cosmic energy, I'll discuss everything you ever need to know about Garou because the anime clearly isn't. Welcome to the ultimate recap analysis of the human monster Garou. Thank you for watching and I hope you enjoy. Garou is first mentioned in chapter 30 by Bang, where we learn he was once a talented disciple that Bang had to beat up and drive out. While it wouldn't be for about 10 chapters till there's a face for the name, in chapter 40 upon trying to unite the underworld and heroes, Garou appears, letting us see him in all his glory. He goes on to say banding together is a waste, nobody here could even beat him, before stating his name and that he admires bad guys. Note that one. Garou loves bad guys. He yells out that he's attended to see who's the strongest. Today he'll have a party where he punishes cowards, commits evil, and kills everyone. As Garou stands there with an evil grin, we get a glimpse into his backstory. It's very early, but this serves to help us understand he's not just another bad guy. This one's an important bad guy. In front of a TV, Garou was once a boy rooting for his favorite villain, upset that he never wins. And upon asking his father about it, he got angry learning he'll never win, stating that it's unfair and boring. Popular guys winning and unpopular guys losing is a tragedy.
Then I won't lose to anyone, and I'll become the strongest villain and change the story.
Garou holds up a hero as it's meant to hammer in that he really is a villain, introducing him as a strong force with urges for evil. Though, of course, we have to note the obvious. A backstory and monologue that is frankly childish. I mean, thinking of a TV show while being evil? Kinda silly, all things considered. Of course though, this is only the very beginning. He's been in maybe 10 pages. Another hero tries to punch Garou, destroying his arm on the ground as Garou sends a hook to his jaw, revealing he's just as strong as muscleheads and quicker than they can see. The other bad guys behind him cheer, leading Garou to coldly turn around. They're gonna die too. He begins to lecture them on villains. The heroes show up after the villains make their first move. They suddenly appear for no reason. Everyone here has it wrong. They're with the humans, while Garou is with the monsters. Yet again, a very childish outlook, as if he's trying to replicate the childhood TV show. Though, this tells us one thing. Garou's definition of a monster isn't the typical monster you'd see in One Punch Man. It's something different. A hero shoots a blast of fire at his back, but in an instant Garou cuts the fire to reveal the hero's fire-bending trick. Garou now beginning a frenzy before we cut back to them all bloodied and beat. He states today was the declaration of war against the heroes. He'll power up and take on King, walking out of the building with a sadistic smile on his face. A bit of time passes in the One Punch Man world, and despite Garou's slaughter at the HQ, he's failed to appear on any radar. It's exactly as he said, the villains are unpopular. Though in the background a new carnage begins. Garou stands over a beaten A-class hero, a monster in presence. But even this was disappointing to Garou. It would seem tracking down and nearly killing an A-class hero was enough for the association to notice him. They issue a warrant for him, and Bang, his former mentor, is the one who takes it. Bang is taking this so seriously he's bringing along his brother Bomb, telling us one thing, he knows Garou is beyond strong and only getting stronger. Garou continues his rampage, finding himself before Moomin Rider, excited as, quote, the more heroes he defeats, the more monstrous he grows. He then beats that A-class hero from before. Again, don't know why he would try to fight Garou again. Tank Top Vegetarian? You might be as dumb as your name. This is all before Tank Top Master, an S-class hero, punches Garou. This excites him greatly as Tank Top Master smashes the ground, charging a tackle for Garou to take the impact in stride, turning around with a smile, leaving Tank Top Master to question, is Garou even a human? One thing to note is that Garou changes a lot as a character. Of course, that's a given, he's pretty much a main villain, but this is especially so when it comes to his appearance. His appearance is actually a very big highlight of where he is. And these visual cues are something that's pretty cool to look forward to. This is pretty much the moment the changes begin, as if you compare what he looks like now to this, well, he's already starting to be drawn very differently. While here he's very lit up, he's very bright, and his white hair is especially noticeable, now he's going to be drawn darker and he'll be a lot more dingy. We cut back to Garou taking an explosive blow, but he stands up, smiling. Tank Top Master knows Garou is just a human, but he feels like he needs to go now. He stands to finish Garou off, but Moomin Rider intervenes. He takes the blow as he shouts Tank Top Master shouldn't kill Garou. The fight's over, and he's just a human. But Moomin Rider just made a big mistake. As Garou walks off injured, seemingly taking this as a big lesson, he turns around, declaring he'll kill them all. Garou instantly takes another hook to the face, but responds with a devastating blow, He's taken to using Bang's technique, fists of flowing water crushed rock, and although reluctant, he uses it to smash the S-Class hero into a corner. But then, Mumen Rider jumps in from above. Okay then, and he keeps going, like, this guy's face is crumbled. Tank Top Master jumps in before Garou knocks him out in a single strike. Him going on to eradicate his crew and even Bang's last pupil when he jumps in, leaving an aftermath of carnage. With this big fight, Garou has officially become the hero hunter, as he isn't just a thug capable of beating a couple heroes, he beat an S-Class hero, a top-of-the-line force, all of it while claiming to be a monster. Though I do want to note one thing, Mumen Rider in the hospital after the fact refused to call Garou a monster. No matter what, he was adamant that he's human. Garou's whole idea of becoming an evil monster seemed childish, and I think it says a lot when the ultra-heroic weak gag hero won't even acknowledge the idea. Even the weakest can sense that Garou is putting up a front, like he might be trying to prove something he isn't. It's around this time Garou meets someone who would change his fate. This boy named Tario. Don't forget this kid, please. He's reading a hero guide that Garou takes interest in, and being a child, he loves that Garou is interested in what he's interested in. And so they speak about heroes, the kid unbeknownst to the fact that Garou is just using him to get info on heroes. That night, due to the information from the boy's hero guide, he finds Class A Golden Ball at his favorite bar, stepping out back for him to instantly strike and fight Garou. Of course, he's becoming more known since he beat Tank Top Master. At first, Garou was hit a few times but not really injured, all before he states that Golden Ball will lose. Garou is adapted. This is what Garou's main ability is. He can adapt. Most of his fights from here on out will go this way. He takes blows and then turns the tables, overwhelming his opponent with overwhelming power. Even when Spring Mustachio appears, Garou beats him easily, leaving by flipping them both off. Garou then comes across the Hero Association executive, asking to be introduced to a Mai Mask before knocking him out. Yet this is when he has his first encounter with Saitama. He notices his presence, concerned that he might have been following him, but thinking Saitama is just another low ranker, he strikes, but it does absolutely nothing. Saitama looks at him blankly. Who are you? Is he trying to rob him? Before knocking Garou out in one hit. Seriously, in my opinion, this is one of the funniest moments of the series. It's made even better when Garou wakes up in a trash bin the next morning. He has no memory of anything, and that implies that Saitama hit him so hard that he just broke Garou's brain. Though Garou's attack on the executive proved to be the most alarming thing to the association. Even if Garou had beaten an S-Class hero already, when the executive is attacked, they make a strict rule that they must go out with S-Class hero bodyguards. The executives are the ones with relationships to sponsors, so it really is money that rules everything. This proves effective for Garou though. More S-Class heroes will be in day-to-day locations, as when Metal Bat is fighting a monster to defend an executive, Garou appears. More like Metal Bat appears before him. He's flung away from the fight and lands right next to the hero hunter. Sounds like a horrible day. Garou instantly strikes, Metal Bat putting 2 and 2 together and realizing it's Garou, before saying even if he's busy, he'll bust his head. Garou pushes him back, a smile on his face as he hits him over and over, but somehow Metal Bat keeps up. Keep in mind, Metal Bat was just fighting a dragon level threat. He was already covered in blood and his bones are basically crumbled, yet somehow he's in an even fight with Garou, even getting faster and stronger as it goes on. It goes from being one-sided to Garou being on the defense, blown away as Metal Bat reveals he's just pumped up. With this, Garou smashes and throws a manhole at Metal Bat to continue their encounter. And while Metal Bat is stronger, Garou is adapted. He's dodging everything. Even with his back against the wall, he deflects every single one of Metal Bat's blows before throwing him back. Garou relishes in this tough fought victory before Metal Bat is at his head, though he stopped. Metalbat's little sisters appeared the second he could have killed Garou, and his sister reveals the reason why. Metalbat promised to never show her violence, so he stopped. Surprisingly, Garou walks away and just leaves, but not before killing a monster watching. Another monster then invites him to the Monster Association, but he rips up the invitation and calls it disgusting. He thinks actual monsters are disgusting, which is beyond interesting. Garou walked away upon seeing Metalbat's sister, a very strange choice for someone who should be a villainous monster. You think he'd instantly jump in, kill Metalbat and his sister, then leave, but he just walks away. Matter of fact, Garou hasn't actually killed anyone yet, and despite calling himself a monster, he calls the monsters disgusting. He's just not acting like one. Alongside his childish sounding goal, you'd be right that Garou pretty much only wants to be a monster in name. Not actually, a real full-blown monster. Garou's definition of a monster is very different than what we're used to. He wants the fear people associate with the monster. He wants people to notice him as such. And it brings great pleasure when he's referred to as one. But ultimately, Garou isn't a monster in simple normal terms yet. While we will see more of this monster talk and we will definitely see him unravel more and more, at the moment the best way I think I'd describe him is that he's just not, his resolve isn't set in stone. Garou was seen far earlier speaking to Terrio about S-Class hero Watchdog Man, who he now approaches, gets pumped up to fight, and absolutely loses. Though, in the face of defeat, Garou smiles. It was a blast, and proof he can get even stronger. Interesting, as while you'd expect him to lash out in defeat and anger, Garou is determined, which, honestly, this doesn't seem very monster-like, Mr. Monster. Yet as Garou is sitting here speaking of being stronger, he spots King and Saitama, only noticing King as he jumps in ready to hunt. Before Saitama kicks him, he's sent through a wall, knocked out cold, and to King and Saitama he's just a thug. Second loss to Saitama. Funny enough, Saitama then goes on to say he's thinking about the hero hunter. Maybe he's even stronger than him. Garou wakes completely defeated, Saitama yet again messing with his brain as he thinks it was King that beat him. He then spots an A-class hero, but realizes his body has reached its limit and runs off to his hideout. It's then, as fate would have it, this turns out to be Tario and his friends' secret base. They've heard someone is camped out there, and after smacking Tario, his friends convince him to check it out. Inside, he finds Garou injured, and while surprised, Garou calms down when he recognizes the boy. Garou is confused on why he's scared, telling him that soon he'll leave as he offers advice to the boy, telling him to stand up for himself if his friends are mean. If he doesn't want this to happen, then he needs to be strong. Tario responds that it's common sense, and to Garou he goes, "Of course it is, haha, right?" he definitely knows that. Again, for the whatever time, I don't think a monster would do this. For some reason, Garou is so quick to help this human boy. Outside, a big group of heroes have followed Garou's trail, him quickly noticing their murderous intent and asking to see Tario's hero guide. Using the guide, Garou notes who he's up against and what the book states about them. As while he might be injured, this gives him a pretty big advantage as they call for him to come outside. Garou tells Tario to stay low as he steps out, asking the heroes don't shoot the hut as he springs to the roof. He shouts so kill them as he springs into action. He jumps around as he's shot at, diving in for his first kill as another hero pushes him away. It immediately becoming clear this isn't going to be as easy as he thought. Garou grows determined with this situation. He won't back down. Everyone here are steps of his ascent. He then has glimpses of his childhood, reminding us of his eternal love for villains. Yet again the show is spoke of, and like before, Garou roots for the villains. In the show it was 3 against 1, yet the fight was even. But in response, everyone couldn't understand why he'd root for the villain. This situation is a bit too close to what Garou is in currently. Nobody is rooting for him even though it's like 8v1. Though to him, this means it's time to show that a monster can come out on top. Like times before, Garou is adapted, countering their attacks and using them against them. Within seconds, he's able to beat half of the heroes. Using the hero guide and his own experience, he knows how he's going to take the rest of the fights, quickly striking the group down as he's left to face Death Gatling, the final hero. Death Gatling readies his weapon to spray the hut. Knowing Tario is in there, Garou readies to face the barrage of bullets. He takes every shot head on, catching and deflecting every single shot at the minigun barrage. And though an impossible feat, somehow Garou succeeds. Covered in blood and wounds, Garou smiles. Now firearms can't beat him. All before shutting the hero up by smashing him in the face. Garou was clearly put into a life or death situation when it came to Death Gatling's barrage. If he would have dodged, Tario would have died. For a monster, the choice you take is obvious, but for Garou, he sat there and deflected every single bullet, a feat that seems impossible. Despite being a monster, Garou makes it even more apparent yet again that he cares for human life. Though Tario runs away due to Garou's appearance, this being when an explosion rings out. Genos has appeared, ready to exterminate Garou. He flies into battle with no hesitation. Garou barraged by blows as he realizes he can't do anything. Even so, he struggles to survive and adapt, even trying Watchman Dog style. He jumps around before grabbing Genos' arm, but being a cyborg, he sends him flying straight into a tree, tying him to it instantly. Looking death straight in the eyes, Garou laughs. So many heroes after him. He's thrilled to be popular. Genos shuts him down. There's no time to waste on a small-time player like him. As Genos powers up, Garou grows enraged, struggling on and on before he breaks the whole tree and throws it over his back. Garou appears as nothing short of a monster as he snaps the restraints, shaking the blood into his hair as he yells out,
The Monster Association is nothing, and I can beat any hero because I'm the strongest monster.
Genos readies an energy blast as monsters spring into action to back Garou up. Though this is ineffective, Genos makes quick work of them as he powers up to incinerate Garou. Though Bang kicks Garou straight in the jaw and steals the fight. Now face to face with his pupil after a long time, their fight begins. With this moment, we can see Garou has undergone another visual change. His hair is reddish, stained with blood, and he'll begin to be shown with messed up eyes, alongside being generally drawn a bit more disorganized. Mainly his hair, but he'll even get some crazy panels like this. Though in this moment, Garou is facing utter defeat. He's continuously blown back and failing to adapt. Even when he tries to take a hostage, he fails. Alas, both Bomb and Bang join together to strike Garou. In his mind, he can't believe it. Two martial artists ganging up on him. Even if he begged, he couldn't get away. The only way out is to kill them. But that's impossible. Yeah, Garou's acting like a crybaby. Bang's final strike sends Garou into a flashback, one where he played heroes as a kid. The children roughhouse as Garou objects. They tell him to just be the monster then, likely because of his love for TV monsters. As they try to attack, Garou jumps out of the way. You could see this as him sticking up for himself. He didn't want to play, so he got away. Yet the boys then hold him down to be the monster. Garou realizes his life is passing before his eyes as he remembers another memory about the popular kid, Tatsu, where Garou had yet again tried to stick up for himself. This tells us that Garou was regularly bullied like this. It was a common thing, and like he had told Tario, he too tried to be strong, though he ultimately fails as he's held down again. He goes on to say Tatsu was always the problem, great at everything so people loved him and approved when he picked on the weak, all while Garou was gloomy, sad, and had no friends. Worst of all, everything we've seen, Garou was blamed for it. He's in trouble with the teacher, him saying he always has to be the monster. Presently, Garou looks at this. He didn't mind being the monster. After all, he loved the monsters on TV. But he hated the game because it allowed a popular person to wail away on a weakling. This wasn't just bullying though, it was situations that replicated the shows that stated you could be anything you want. But in Garou's case, he never had the chance to be the hero. He was always the monster, and therefore he always lost. He was always the one bullied. Garou comes back to the present. What is justice and what is evil? In the end, it's just the majority and how they gang up. It pisses him off. Just once, he wants them to take a blow from the weak. He wants to reverse the roles of good and evil. He then takes another devastating blow, sent to his knees and covered in blood as Bang and Bomb go for the kill shot.
No! I can't bear for it to end like this!
Garou slams the ground, shaking the earth as he uproots an entire tree, screaming as he swings it wildly. Strength that should be impossible. It's then Garou is grabbed by a monster from the association, and even though the heroes try and stop it, he's saved by another monster, leaving Garou to pass out from everything he's been through. And with this, it all becomes very clear. Up to this point, we're led to believe Garou wants to become a monster to inspire fear and get attention, nothing more. A very childish goal. Before, I had said Garou hadn't found his resolve, and now it seems like he has, through experiencing an event that reminded him of his childhood self. He finally found the resolve, and with it, he's completed the equation on his goals. Garou's plight to be a monster, a symbol of fear, is a fight against injustice. It's a quest to prove that someone can stand against the wrongs in the world and proving it through action. To me, the line stating he'll reverse good and evil is what sticks out the most. This isn't literally causing chaos and it just being okay. Rather, it's the idea of things you wouldn't normally accept being accepted as okay now. This idea is the core of his goal. In the world of One Punch Man, heroes are placed on a pedestal, while everyone else is considered lower or considered a monster like Garou. This is just like how Garou was bullied by the quote, heroes for being a monster. And everyone just went along with it because the heroes were popular. Garou questions that idea and that situation in its entirety, that the heroes seem to be the ones that make the rules even though there is no set real definition of good and evil. And he hates the fact that due to this, countless are bullied just like he once was. This, in reality, only really cracks open the can on Garou. But with this simple idea of his motivations, we can begin to question the acts that he does more and more. And we can even begin to see him in a different light, as now he really isn't just a hero hunter, he's more of an anti-villain. Garou wakes up, his head pounding, looking to his left to find a note welcoming him to the Monster Association. He crumbles it up and throws it away like before. He dresses and leaves the room in pain, noticing a commotion and listening in, all before he's forced to reveal himself. Now in the heart of the Monster Association, the creatures have mixed opinions, though all listen as Gyoro offers Garou an assistant opportunity, though there's one big condition: prove that he is truly a monster. He is one day, bring the head of a hero. Garou heads outside as monsters are instructed to follow him. Unbeknownst to any of this, he grabs some grub. I get it. I'm gonna assume he's been out for like 3 days. I'd be pretty hungry too. It's then he comes across a Hero Association protest, and when they try to attack a random man, Garou jumps in to stop it. Garou realizes the Monster Association is causing this, disappointed how easy it is to disrupt society, though he's worried that since everything is already disrupted, his grand entrance as the strongest won't have much impact. This is a whole new side of Garou we rarely see. He's concerned about his goal. While this makes him seem more human, it also more clearly outlines what exactly he wants to do. If Garou is fighting against injustice, trying to flip the scales, the way he'll do so is by emerging as the strongest monster and going from there. Oh, and then he worries as someone tries to stab him, so he breaks the knife and holds it to the dude's eye. Yeah, Garou is definitely terrifying at times, and that's putting it lightly. At the restaurant, he orders everything, eating whole steaks in a single bite and drinking gallons of water before dining and dashing. I mean, hero hunting doesn't pay the bills, I guess. Garou walks as he thinks of the Monster Association's request. He sees no logic behind a monster having to kill a hero. That'll just make him a killer. Him finally saying he thinks a monster should be all about creating fear. And this is a definition after so long. While I will say it was clear enough, it's now set in stone Garou's monster isn't about death and killing. It's not the grotesque things you'd normally imagine. His monster is the idea of creating fear. A feared being is a monster. It's then fate places him in the crossroads of Tario yet again, finding the boy being bullied and breaking it up. Garou then walks away as Tario apologizes for running away before, stating the hero's attacking must be a misunderstanding. Garou protected him like a hero, and he just did it again, but Garou shuts him up. Then, of all people, Saitama yells at him, warning him for dying and dashing, before walking off. This angers Garou immensely. He views it as pity. Not only was Tario apparently pitying him, but now this hero. He thinks on how Bang survived their fight. He's angry that his old mentor's survival made him feel relieved. To him, that's not monsterly, and he's concluded that he hasn't demonstrated his resolve to become a monster. He states that he's not doing it for the association or anything, but he will kill a hero. He's a monster after all. Saitama one-shots him, earning Garou his third defeat against Saitama. 0-3 is not a great record, man. Though this scene silently tells us a bit more about Garou. Again, he seems human, having doubts and generally being mixed up about everything. In a second, I'll brush up on his reaction to Tario's words, but for now, the obvious thing. This whole scene tells us one clear thing, that not even Garou, the one claiming to be a monster, knows what his own definition of a monster is. Since coming into contact with the Monster Association, he's face to face with textbook monsters, and those real typical monsters want him to kill to become one of them. Garou is mixed. He's clearly been against killing up to now. His version of a monster is one who creates fear, but all of a sudden he considers killing, and tries to do it. It's like he's trying to fit in despite saying he hates them. Not only this though, Garou was enraged at the idea of pity, even though nothing suggested it. And of course, he was upset thinking about Bang. This all puts Garou into a different light, showing that he is quite, well, fragile. And despite the monstrous claims, his feelings still seem more human than he'd ever let anyone think. Garou awakens to Tario and the monsters that were following him. He doesn't have the monsterness they want, so he'll be killed. Garou tells Tario to stay back, the monsters responding that Garou just gets a high on playing monster, and if he wants to prove that's not the case, then kill Tario, relinquish his humanity. Garou yet again tells Tario to go home, yelling as he calls him an idiot. Nobody will help him. Get rid of the hero guide and protect himself. Times like these are what makes you strong. Tario sees Garou in a bright light as he yells for the boy to stand up. The monsters attack, Garou flipping Royal Ripper away as he assumes his stance. Him and the monsters go blow for blow, Garou holding them off easily as he knows he can beat them. Garou then does something cool, that's why I want to mention it. He pulls out a messed up tooth, spits it hard enough to cause a hole in the ground, then states they'll never hit him again. All of a sudden, the monster then takes Tario hostage. Garou's surprise leading to a stab in the back from the monsters, them throwing him to the ground before slicing his body to shreds. Walking away with Tario in arms, Garou a pool of blood. Garou and Tario is easily the most random relationship ever, but the reason it bothers Garou is beyond obvious, and because I'm here to state the obvious, I'm going to explain that it's because he reminds Garou of his childhood self. Bit of a mouthful and I said it too fast, but yeah, Tario reminds Garou of his childhood self. Tario is a kid being bullied by being called a monster, just like how Garou was as a kid. Though I have to say it's very incredible how this random chance meeting can blossom into so much for Garou. As while that's the reason he talks to the kid, I would say he actually resembles 3 big things when it comes to Garou's tale. Trauma is the first thing Tario resembles. He's the spitting image of what Garou went through as a child, all the way down to his bullies calling him a monster. This not only reminds Garou of that, but us, as it puts into perspective one big thing that becomes clear. Garou, despite wanting to help Tario like a hero, refuses any label that isn't monster. This is because Garou can't stop viewing himself as that bullied boy called a monster. He's deeply ingrained with trauma, and it's resulted in a view of himself he can only consider monsterly. The next thing Tario resembles is Garou's goal. His goal is to fight against injustice, make a world where people aren't bullied by the heroes of society. Tario is a reminder of that goal that keeps appearing in front of him. He constantly tells Tario to be strong, stand up, what he believes the bullied should do, and the exact thing he's doing to society's bullies, the heroes. Finally, Tario is the one thing keeping Garou human. He was ready to amp it up and kill, crossing a line that you can't just take back, but the second Tario was in danger, that thought completely left. In a way, he brought Garou back. It would not be wrong at all to say Tario is a representation of Garou's remaining humanity. All of these things will become even more apparent, especially that last one, as Garou's tale continues. Things are going to get even more crazier, and I promise this boy is going to have more of an impact on this story than anybody could have ever guessed. Garou wakes, injured, head pounding, shakily recalling everything before his mind darts to Tario. It's the first thing he's concerned about, what happened to him. And while he tries to say it doesn't matter, it wouldn't be the first thing he thought of if it didn't. The fact he does care becomes apparent as he wanders into the Monster Association, and the first thing he finds is Tario tortured by Royal Ripper. He grabs the monster's blade, breaks it, before smashing his head away in a single strike, before shredding his body with a move of his palm. All I gotta say is, cool. He takes Tario and kicks open the door, telling the boy he was only able to find him because he's a monster. Yeah, sure buddy. Garou blitzes through some monsters, eats their flesh, before him and Tario run around, the boy yelling about the other human hostage and how he wants Garou to help. Note how he instantly stops. Not only do the boy's cries affect him, but do his words. Even if he tries to say he didn't come to help, he couldn't be a worse liar. Though this is when things become dire. The dragon level threat Overgrown Rover appears. Garou is instantly able to sense that this is an incredible threat and urging them to get away. Though this is ultimately ineffective. The beast sends a blast that causes an earthquake. Garou just barely able to escape with Tario in arms. And now faced with this threat, he tells Tario to run off. Garou tries to attack back, but it's clear he stands no chance. The impending blast telling him one thing: death. As Garou is hit, he screams about dying. He wants to fight monstrous heroes, not actual monsters. It's the kid's fault. He didn't want to die. He wants to reach his goal. But this is the end. This makes Garou seem like that bullied child still, and it shows how deeply that time affected him. And again, just like before against Bang, in dire situation he reverts to that childlike mind, basically a crybaby. Yet somehow Garou still stands, covered in wounds and broken in every way possible, but somehow moving to dodge. Garou jumps down and summons all his might to slam Rover in the head, but it does nothing. He's sent even deeper into the earth where he falls before Gyoro. They try their best to put Garou into their perfect monster program, but Garou, only wanting to drag the people up high down, refuses, and before long he's dragged deeper by the monster king Orochi. Garou quickly takes a hit from his tendrils, shaking it off and speeding across the arena, growing faster and faster as he takes the chance to get close. Though Orochi reveals several sets of jaws, Garou falls to the floor, speechless at this creation before him, and honestly, I don't blame him. Orochi is so monstrous that it's almost too much for a monster. Orochi sends numerous rover-like beams, but unlike before, Garou withstands them with ease, growing stronger with every encounter. He jumps in to strike yet is blocked, taking the full force of Orochi's fist as he's thrown to the wall. He then somehow stands up. This thing is strong, but to be a monster king, he simply doesn't instill enough fear.
He isn't scary enough, but I will teach you fear.
Garou relaxes. Orochi is big, but he has technique. Though to his horror, the monster copies his stance. He's not the only one who can adapt. Garou tries to strike, but of course he was no match for dozens of the dragon-like tendrils. And now he's face to feet again. For the first time in a while, it's a bit till we see Garou. We actually don't view him for nearly 25 chapters. And when we do, it's just him and Change seeming to wake up. Garou finally emerges a couple chapters later when he's accidentally discovered. And upon getting close, Garou comes alive, breaking the chains and delivering an instant immense blow. He screams like a demon, leaving the hero in fear. He should have never woken him up. Though in reality, it becomes apparent Garou isn't even awake. This is him acting on unconscious instinct. After a back and forth with Black Luster, Garou takes a hook to the jaw, it instantly jolting him awake. He collects his surroundings before thinking of Tario. Again, his first concern is Tario. In a moment where he's gone as far as appearing in a demon in his sleep, he wakes up to think of a human boy. It's like Garou is still very human only because of him. Though with this, Garou again fights the heroes. Black Luster's punches are heavy, but Garou's are too. When he charges, Garou unable to deflect, he takes the impact head on, it destroying his ribcage and reducing him to a pile of rubble. Black Luster calls him inexperienced. He's been lucky up to now and should have known his place. Garou is strong, but he's abandoned kindness. This angers Garou, calling Black Luster a hypocrite. Goodness will make him stronger? In his eyes, the heroes are no good. They're fakes, yet people insist on loving them. This is exactly why he does this, so he can kick Justice's butt, and Black Luster won't stop him. The earth rumbles as the hero realizes Garou is becoming even stronger and faster. He forces Black Luster into a corner, him shocked at the possibility he could actually lose. Garou has mastered Bang & Bomb's techniques, using a style that takes two as one to output monstrous damage. Even when Black Luster sends a strike down that causes an earthquake, Garou matches it evenly. With this, he's undergone a new transformation. He's withstood something no human should have. He's shredded his human limits. Again, Garou has changed, and this will probably be the last one I actually point out since the rest are insanely obvious. Now he's going to be drawn even more scratchy as features like his hair and eyes are changing, now returning to white alongside a mix of black. His eyes completely dark. Garou's resolve also strengthens alongside this. He's beating what many would consider an unstoppable force, a hero that stands next to names like Bang and King. Him surpassing this peak makes his fight against injustice all the more possible. As Garou barrages Black Luster, he begins to fear Garou. All along he was looking for the thrill of victory, and now he's fearful of this giant monster in a gigantic way. Black Luster summons one more monstrous blow, for Garou to shake it off. All before he delivers a strike that ends the fight and pushes Black Luster to the ground. He screams that he's taking his ears, but upon seeing a face that reminds him of his own trauma, he stops. Garou backs up. It was like he was bullying him. This isn't the type of evil he wants to commit. The ground rumbles as Black Luster is saved by Tatsumaki's barrier. An earthquake bound to render everything underground is occurring, though Garou's left as everything around him collapses. But of course, it's not over. Garou crawls away from death, him appearing as despair, absolute evil, as he confirms the evil he wants to commit. He'll now be able to reach threat level God. He will cast humanity into an abyss of fear, and he'll be the very incarnation of despair. Everyone will shudder in fear and join because of it. Injustice will cease to exist because survival will prioritize.
What the world needs isn't biased justice, it's impartial evil.
As he changes and crumbles, he thinks of Tario, recalling him declaring he's a monster. He disfigures and crunches the ground, now fully transformed into a monster. Garou the human monster has finally broken the barrier. Garou has officially monsterized, and it's fitting that the second he does such a thing, he thinks of Tario, his last shred of humanity, all as he visually changes and cracks to show a new form. The boy was Garou's last shred of humanity. Every time he almost went too far, it was him who appeared before him, be it literally or mentally. In reality, Tario was the only thing telling Garou that he isn't a monster yet. But with the whole entire hideout coming down, crumbling, falling to pieces, and him thinking of him, I think it's fair to say Garou has concluded Tario has died. Garou first met Tario in a light moment. I think you can only describe it as fun seeming, talking about heroes so Garou can get info. From there, he falls deeper and deeper. His deeds become worse, his sins get darker. Yet Tario constantly reappears and Garou constantly pays attention to him. No matter how bad Garou gets, becoming worse and worse, considering killing, and even showing aspects of monsters, his humanity returns when it comes to Tario and the thought of him, even coming first every time he wakes up from some sort of injury. Now here, Garou awakens to think of him again, yet the artwork hints that Garou thinks Tario is dead. The image of him fades to black as Garou reminisces on a moment of theirs, the one where he declared himself a monster, more distorted than ever. The thing that monsterized Garou was him concluding his last part of humanity died. Though alongside monsterization, Garou has finally defined his real goal. The way he'll fight against injustice is by creating a world so full of despair and fear that nobody will have time to think of bullying. All there will be is constant survival. I do think Garou realizing this against Black Luster was perfect, as he was a hero so set on using his strength to seem impressive and winning, yet the second he lost, well, he realizes he only wanted the thrill of victory. This proves to Garou his goal is valid while he himself pushes past a new limit. But by now and with this, something else has become brutally apparent. Brutally apparent by the confirmation of his goals and the actions up to now. That being, Garou is a hypocrite. Besides him internally crying when he's close to death, he can dish it out but can't take it, he literally pushed Black Luster to make the same traumatic face he once made. And while he backed up, that doesn't just excuse it. The point is, Garou is ultimately a bully too. In the same way he was attacked by a popular kid for liking monsters, he is attacking heroes for simply being heroes. While Black Luster was a case Garou was correct about, he generalizes all heroes are the same, whereas he's had interactions with ones he knows nothing about, like Moomin Rider, who even had a specifically placed moment where he saw good in Garou. That guy, Moomin Rider, was a bully? Really? Even looking at his grand goal, he literally wants to bully the people to the point where they can't think of anything other than immediate survival, all under the cover of it removing injustice. It just doesn't make sense. Now this definitely does not ruin Garou as a character, far from it, as this trait was very intentional. All considered, his goal is noble, wanting to remove a problem like bullying and the injustice associated, and his idea of good and evil is debatable. There's no way to create set definitions of what those mean. It's different person to person. It's just the way he wants to do this cause is stupid. Forget the way Garou's been going about this up to now. The end goal is to rule with such fear and despair that people don't have time to worry about bullying. Isn't that bullying? This is not an ends justify the means situation. It is just Garou being immature. Hurt people, And while Garou clearly believes in his mission, it's a trauma-influenced way for him to bully others the same way he was bullied. Garou wants to feel like the powerful one for once, something he never felt in his childhood. The hypocrisy only makes his internal pain even more clear. While Garou is definitely cool, by this point we're supposed to begin to see that he's not really correct. By now we should all start to realize that he is a deeply flawed human being taking it out on the world. Garou disappears for a while again, reappearing nearly 20 chapters later on the surface as the showdown between heroes and monsters only grows worse. It's clear though that whatever Garou has become is out. It's not him. The monsterization has taken over and turned him into a beast. Bomb calls for Bang and holds him off for now. Garou's so quick the eye can't catch him, and his power evenly matching Bomb till he too is beat. Bang then appears, finally eye to eye with his pupil yet again, but Garou has no words as he's become a full-fledged monster. The sky cracks as they meet. Garou's punches are destructive, but Bang matches it with a great defense. He's astonished at how quickly Garou adapts, as even when he sends him to the sky, the beast dodges and responds by impaling him on the ground. Garou yells as Bang readies for round 2, Garou having adapted and being far more responsive to Bang. They continue to trade blows till Garou assumes a new stance, the Fist of Exploding Heart Liberation. Bang reveals Garou raided a safe containing secret scrolls. He caught him, but one read was enough to acquire forbidden art. Bang goes on to explain his past, that he was a thug before seeing the light of day and opening a dojo due to his brother being a hero to show he had a change of heart. He goes on to say he's failed as a teacher. He was too busy neglecting his pupils to be a hero. This tells us that Bang wasn't a great mentor, that even though Garou came to him trying to be strong, to become someone that surpassed the bullies, his role model sucked. While there is no perfect reason, we don't have enough for a set conclusion. You can somewhat understand why Garou felt beat by the world at this point. It's obvious despite his actions he respects Bang and cares for him. It's just that maybe it wasn't reciprocated as it should have been. Bang declares that he'll quit being a hero after this, that him and Garou can be master and pupil once again. They'll start over from the very beginning. Bang comes in to end it with a single strike, Garou slamming his foot down as their fists meet. Shockwaves erupting as Bang's wounds amplify and Garou only grows stronger. He combines Bang and Bomb's technique to attack with a force Bang can barely withstand. One punch could shatter every single bone. Yet he stands strong, matching Garou evenly as he dives in to face his pupil, his fist meeting to crack his face. Although he was grazed, he falls as Garou reawakens, gaining control of the voice in his heart to become himself. His mask cracks to reveal he's controlled the monsterization as he blitzes the entire battlefield in half a second. Yeah, what the hell? This dude just somehow gets stronger and stronger and then gets even stronger. Now back to his senses, Garou collects his surroundings. He explains that the whole time he was dreaming of the past with Bang, specifically the thought of following what his heart wants. He then clashes with Flashy Flash and Platinum S, where he not only grows stronger and more impressive, I mean, how the hell is he even doing this? Like, he looks like a star, but he finally names and masters his own style. God Fist of Monster Destruction. Wait, nope, sorry, update. Killing God Fist of Monster Destruction, where he decimates both before declaring his goal yet again. And then he beats Platinum S again because he wanted to fight again. Just aura, man. It's then another monster wants a piece of Garou. A centipede so big and so strong its threat level is unknown, which Garou just fearlessly smacks. Now in the sky basically flying, Garou looks over to see Tario in a helicopter miles away, his face lighting up the realization he's alive. He even tries to make it clear to the centipede monster that was not where he was looking, and you know, there's no more denying it, this dude cares for this kid. Garou then runs up to attack as an old enemy reappears. Metal Bat also attacks the monster. leading to an unintentional team-up between both of them. Garou no longer appears very monsterly. He cared for Tario and is now defending a helicopter with a hero. The centipede rises to the sky as Garou runs up the side, jumping off to try and chop the creature in two, recalling a memory of Bang where he shattered every roof tile in half except one. But now he declares he's reached the very pinnacle of martial arts. He's split the monster perfectly in two.
This was a blessing, for I have perfected my own style. This time, I broke them all, old man.
The battle with Bang, despite him being monsterized, has actually seemed to change Garou. It's like all of a sudden he's more human than he has ever been. The way I describe it is that Garou was like in a hibernation, ready to begin a brand new year stronger than ever and as a monster. Yet Bang knocked him out of that, woke him up, and even gave him some like human feelings through that. Bang has reminded Garou of some astonishingly human moments, most of all, telling him to follow his heart. Beautiful. Okay, maybe it's not that beautiful, but I gotta point out that it's quite funny that after this, Garou goes on to defend the helicopter, teams up with the hero, and fights a worldwide threat that probably could have destroyed the whole Earth. It's like doing human, heroic things was in his heart all along. It makes you think, maybe somewhere deep down there, Garou could have been a hero. Garou now wanders the desolate water-covered lands when Saitama lands. Garou looks back, Saitama asking, "What are you?" These two finally properly meet. After everything and 4 or was it 3 losses? I don't know, it was a lot of losses. The battle we've been itching for since the beginning of the manga is ready to occur. Garou can't shake the feeling he's overlooked in anxiety as he meets Saitama. Though more importantly, the words "obey the voice in your heart" echo in his mind. Garou apologizes to Bang before declaring he will cast all of humanity into the depths of despair and become absolute evil. He will teach the world pain the heroes fail to notice. Now that Garou is finally alone with him and his thoughts, it's back to the trauma, that despite the good he just did, his childhood horrors remain, and all they state is that he's a monster. He really can't escape this definition he's created for himself. Yet Saitama blankly questions this, but he saved the helicopter. He beat the centipede monster. Garou goes on to explain his goal, funny enough thinking of Tario as he does so, his humanity, before Saitama just leaves. Garou doesn't seem like a monster. He can play at being monster or hero, but don't overdo it. Garou grows angry, leaping at Saitama for it to happen again, though Garou stays conscious this time, and finally connects the dots that it's been Saitama who's beaten him over and over. In a single chapter, Saitama deconstructs everything Garou has been about in the simplest way possible. He repeats the heroic things he's done as he states Garou is playing his monster as hero, before yet again giving him the thrashing of a lifetime. It's like he's just telling him he's simply ridiculous. Everything we've seen when it comes to Garou has been his point of view up to now, making his goal and logic seem valid. But now that we return to Saitama, the most heroic hero in One Punch Man, from his eyes, Garou and his logic is beaten in one punch, so to say. Or it's just invalid. They clash, Garou's blows sending shockwaves around the world. He sends Saitama to the ground at Mach speeds. Using his perfected style on his bald head, the impact and power creates a crater, rumbling the earth. Yet as Saitama jumps up, his hand shatters and he's unscathed. Garou goes in to punch, but Saitama hitting him back splits the sea. Garou grows angry. Just when his goals come to life, he faces the greatest obstacle. In doubt, he transforms even further. Yet as he does so, he hears a voice. Tario has reappeared. He stands up almost happy. Tario calls him a hero, Garou objecting despite how much Tario sees him as one, all before the boy begs he stop pretending to be a monster. Saitama reappears. He's doing all these bad things and now he's playing monster and making kids cry? Garou's way too old to be throwing tantrums. Garou repeats his goal despite it all, again making him seem nothing short of ridiculous. He stands to Saitama as he taunts him, whacking him in the face for nothing to happen. Saitama looks to Tario. Don't worry, he can't scratch him. Before smacking him miles away. Saitama asks Tario, you want him stopped, but you don't want him dead, right? Tario nods quickly. Alright then, Saitama's got this.
Yeah, the point of this battle is to make it seem like Saitama is disciplining a bratty kid. I don't have the new volumes, I'm slacking, but you get the point. And everything considered, Garou is acting exactly as that, a bratty kid. He was bullied and is now bullying others, and now others can't even take his goals serious. He's the only one who refuses to see the hypocrisy and, quite frankly, how insane it all sounds. Garou is still very much in that bullied child headspace, and now, more than ever, it's clear he's never left it. So, we're about to watch Saitama discipline him, something he clearly needs. And by discipline, I mean, he'll just force Garou to grow up a little bit.
Saitama lands in front of Garou and confronts him about his objectives. He thought he had a grudge, but now he's saving people. Why act like a monster? He could be a hero. Garou tries his best to explain himself away, using excuses like prioritizing efficiency. Again, hypocritical. If you were against heroes the way you said, you wouldn't work with them at all. Saitama ends the conversation saying, he's the guy a crying kid hopes finds redemption. Exactly what all of us reading about Garou right now feel. Garou dashes forth, hitting Saitama as hard as he can before using his perfected style, but even then he just jumps out of the ground like a mole. Garou tries again, punching him with immense force, kicking him, sending him through a building hard enough to destroy 3, before charging up again and hitting him with an attack that levels the area for miles. Garou could literally destroy the planet at this point, but Saitama just stands there without a scratch. Matter of fact, Garou's actions save some people trapped. Saitama telling him that evil is actually pretty good at saving people. Their fight continues as Garou monsterizes further, Saitama with a smile happily deflecting every strike. Garou slams into a volcano, yet it's destroyed and redirects the magma a whole new way, saving a city of people. Every word from Saitama hits Garou deep. He monsterizes more and more as he grows rageful, pushing Saitama as hard as he can towards a mountain as he screams, the impact shattering the land, imploding the mountain onto itself, and even changing the Earth's gravitational pull. Garou is this strong and this angry, yet Saitama just walks it off, finally countering as he barrages him with blows before a hook sends Garou flying like a missile. Saitama lands Garou in the wake of it all, the sight reminding Garou of being bullied. Hypocrite again. Saitama's done everything to avoid this fight, instill confidence in Garou, and even told him that he could be better. But the second he starts to lose, Saitama is just another bully. He crumbles as he strikes again. Alas, a single punch ends it and sends Garou flying. In the wake of defeat, Garou listens to a voice, thundercloud shaking the sky as monstrous feet approach him. The voice consoles him, appearing as Bang before reaching out. As Garou takes the hand, he reappears before Saitama, a cosmic force now controlled by God, though it's clear that somehow Garou remains inside.
Awaken Garou. Cosmic Fear Mode.
He attacks Saitama with nuclear fission, a blast of light and force of a nuclear bomb. Numerous nuclear bombs. Garou then takes his ability to adapt to a whole new level, entering Saitama mode. He perfectly copies Saitama's consecutive normal punches, leading to a clash that shakes the earth itself. Garou finally ending it by landing his first hit. Saitama falls back. He told Tario he wouldn't get a scratch. Garou laughs. That reminds him. He told Tario he'd demonstrate the powerlessness of heroes. And I guess becoming a godly cosmic nuclear force, he still thinks of Tario. I'm sure a monster would do that. Garou though continues his barrage.
Fist of eradicating all life forms. Gamma Ray Burst.
Garou attacks with a blow emulating the energy of a dying star, the most powerful explosion ever known. It causes the night to become brighter than the day for a single moment, before Garou appears in front of the heroes. They all instinctively sense Garou is an unstoppable force. In Garou's eyes, he's finally become absolute evil. He looks to Bang as he yells, "Did a monster do this to him?" Garou states not exactly, revealing that instead of taking the mysterious being's hand, he slapped it away, knowing that Bang wouldn't say this. But touching the being's hand was enough. God tried to take him as a representative, and only due to Bang's teachings he held control of himself. He then thinks of Tario. Even when completing his grand goal, he thinks of his humanity, all before saying goodbye. He has evil deeds to do. Blast then appears. Declaring a god is toying with Garou. The divine power Garou has been granted threatens all life on Earth. Of course, he revels in this. His mere presence now causes death. It's fitting of absolute evil. He again thinks of his goal. Anybody will be met with misfortune, so he'll settle things with Bang and never see Tario again. It's for the best. This is a very somber moment. In achieving his goal, being told it'll be even better than he thought, as literally people can't go near him or it's fear, death, whatever, Garou can't stop thinking of Tario and his old mentor. He seems almost sad that this goal won't include them too, or that it'll affect them too. It makes it seem like even though he was insanely confident, he never truly believed this was the right thing to do. Genos uses the last of his energy to propel himself into Garou, and though it does nothing, it pushes Blast to join the fight himself. He punches Garou into another dimension, dominating the fight till Garou adapts and copies Blast, barraging him with gravity fists till he's forced to send both of them away. Garou couldn't care for Blast. He wants to be Saitama, and knowing he wasn't giving it his all, he'll make Saitama get serious. He kills Genos. Saitama arriving as he falls to the floor, a look of emptiness on his face. He throws Saitama Genos' core, his face becoming serious as he attacks seriously for the first time yet. Garou copies this instantly, responding with the same exact attack. Blast teleports them to space as they connect. The force of two serious punches so strong he needs help to redirect it. The blast carves out a spot in the universe, destroying everything you could ever see in that direction. There's no stars, no planets, literally just black. And since we all know how big the universe is, this is unfathomable strength. The collide sends Garou and Saitama across the solar system, them both standing on Jupiter's moon. Saitama holds Genos' core tight. He'll use one hand to beat Garou. He tries to teleport Saitama, but he kicks the portal before decking Garou into space. Garou teleports over and over but is continuously struck, and when he finally does land a hit, using nuclear fission and Blast's power, it nukes the moon. But Saitama stands naked. His clothes were destroyed. Saitama then decides to counter. Using one hand, he grabs the ground and flips it onto Garou, erupting the surface as the whole moon is destroyed. Complete chaos occurs as Garou is hit from every direction. He literally can't keep up. He states Saitama is infinitely strong, and in that case he decides he'll infinitely copy him till he overcomes him. For the first time in forever, their blows are evenly paced. They strike back and forth till Saitama gains the lead again, using Garou's chop technique to level him. Garou cannot understand it. Saitama grows as he grows, yet somehow he's even stronger. And the truth is, while they're both growing, Saitama's emotions around Genos and his core are making him grow faster, meaning Garou's decision making is his own downfall. If he didn't kill Genos, he'd probably have a chance right now. As the fight continues, Saitama grows lax. It's becoming easy. He sneezes, and it not only destroys whatever they're on, but Jupiter itself. Yes, a sneeze just destroyed Jupiter. The sight of this causes fear in Garou. I don't blame him. He has absolutely no idea what to do, but with the sight of the sun, he teleports Saitama into it before teleporting back to Earth. Yet Saitama just appears behind him. He punches Garou back to Earth, his face cracking as it signals the fight to be over. Saitama states that he himself is a hero, and Tario's last words for him to stop him, not kill him. The statement of last words shocked Garou, him looking over to find Tario dead. He cries as he realizes it was him who killed him. He runs away, falling, covered in tears as he realizes he himself is a disastrous future. Garou achieved his goal, was so set on it, but the second he realized the repercussions, like killing the boy who had believed in his humanity, he became a crybaby, a bratty child running away from his problems. This is the true Garou. Garou states he cannot become absolute evil if he doesn't beat Saitama, but Saitama beat him. While saying he isn't cut out to be a hero, Garou wishes Saitama would act like all the other justice-obsessed heroes and kill him, also he could die evil. Garou has killed the one he wanted to save after changing the world, Tario. Saitama questions this. Save? Tario was trying to save Garou. He grows angry as he looks to Genos' core. Saitama knows this pain too, saying, "No one with such power can remain sane." Now I believe this here is Garou rationalizing with himself. He is a boy with immense bullying related trauma, and he will do anything to avoid that trauma. And by saying it's the power that leads them to doing these devastating moments, well, it all reads as an excuse. In reality, Garou has been a bully. He has taken things away people can never get back for his selfish quest. He has caused so much pain simply because he wants to be feared. He took many lives, Tario, and even Genos. Saying this happened because his power is so strong he couldn't remain sane is nothing more than a lie. It's a bunch of bullshit. In reality, it was all because he is a kid acting like an immature little brat at heart. Garou musters the courage to ask for a favor, devising a plan where Saitama copies his power and perfects his technique. Garou stating something insane will happen if he does. They begin and Saitama follows, Garou telling Saitama he'll obtain a god's power without borrowing it. Yet as they begin, that same god takes the power from Garou. But thankfully, Saitama is able to concentrate and finish the process. They imagined universes within themselves, taking select particles and using them to move time backwards. Saitama begins to go, Garou yelling for him to defeat him, destroy the ominous future, all as he crumbles. Saitama perfected it indeed. He goes back without a hitch, and one-shots Garou. His punch landed before it was even theoretically released. It was impossible to dodge. This wasn't One Punch Man, it was Zero Punch Man. Garou then loses his power and grovels on the ground. All as Saitama forgets everything and combines with his present self. Basically, it's all wrapped up with no deaths, and nobody having any idea of the real battle that had happened except Genos. But that's a whole nother conversation. Side note, I'm not gonna act like this wasn't a heroic action from Garou, going back in time to prevent everything he did, but they wouldn't have even been in this predicament if he wasn't a brat being silly. So if you ask me, it means nothing. Not to mention, the present Garou has no idea the developments that happened in the future, so it means nothing now. Tario wakes up from being knocked out, having actually lived in this timeline, envisioning Garou's words about standing up as he disappears before him. He really was like a hero to this boy, somehow like traversing timelines to say this. Garou was being beaten up by the heroes, and upon Zombie Man's questions about God, he laughs. He did everything because he wanted to, all before asking to be finished off. A mind mash readies to do just that, yet he's stopped by none other than Tario. He states heroes shouldn't do this. Garou had saved them numerous times, but then King stops them. Children are present, this being when Bang and Saitama approach. Bang states Garou must atone by helping 100 times over, and Saitama agrees. It sounds perfect for absolute evil. He states he knows the truth about Garou, He saved Genos and King atop everything else, leaving Garou with a smile before he disappears in the blink of an eye.
And while we have a few more Garou moments to go over, stay tuned. This is where his character all but concludes, everything really considered.
Garou the human monster was never truly a monster, and that was apparent from the very beginning. Of course, because we have Tario, and he's the obvious representation of this fact. Every time he fell deeper, it was Tario that kept him holding on. We can easily equate him to being Garou's humanity. Then there's a lot of other small things, like how he didn't attack Metal Bat because of his sister, and how he pushed God's hand away because he was monstrous. Garou never truly wanted to be a monster, he always wanted to keep his mind, his humanity.
Though Garou's obsession with monsters isn't because he just wants to be one, it's because he can't imagine himself as anything other than one. His childhood events, and specifically the bullying, ingrained the idea into his brain that he couldn't be anything else. Even if he is a good guy at heart, proved many times, his childhood trauma told him that he's destined to be nothing but a monster. This brilliantly turns Garou from a simple cartoon villain to a human who can't see the light for himself. He wants everything to be good as he wished it once was for him. But the way he goes about it is astonishingly childish, though that's all because he is a child at heart. Garou is a brat, acting like a brat because he never moved on from those horrible days he experienced as a kid. Of course, his goal did have good intentions, and he ultimately isn't wrong when he talks about injustice. The message about heroes being placed on a pedestal is very valid, and as silly as this is about to say, it's very valid because you can apply it to real life. You've seen it and I've seen it many times. People will follow those they really like say a celebrity, to a T. They'll agree with everything that person says, even if they don't actually agree with it. Garou's whole tale is meant to be human. You can have great intentions, make mistakes, and still be very wrong in the end. In the end, Saitama proved Garou to be nothing short of a bully. But Saitama also said Garou is the type of villain you want redemption for. And I think that says it perfectly. Even One Punch Man himself is backing it up. And Saitama aside, so does the story.
Garou is released from investigations to Bang, him stating he must now apologize to his victims. Garou gets on Bang for acting like his dad, where it's revealed that his parents never showed up and that Bang does not mind such a title. He must demonstrate proper behavior. We then see how he found Garou in an old training spot, almost like Garou wanted him to find him, all while he states it's only because he needs a sparring partner. He instantly asks about Tario in this moment, proving he is indeed interested in walking the path of a human, not a monster. Tario's made an amazing recovery. He's sticking up for himself and happily playing as Garou man. Better yet, he made a really good friend. Garou tells him to work hard. He'll do the same. Bang then asks if there's a girl Garou likes. Surprisingly, he answers, revealing a girl who's the Yellow Ranger in a TV show. They walk away discussing this, giving you the image that the whole time Garou just needed someone, anyone in his corner. And now Bang realizes he can be that person. Also, side note, Murata did draw the woman Garou likes and decided to for some reason add the note that it looks like his mom. So yeah, I don't know if he's trying to say Garou likes his mom, but why? Garou's final appearance as of now is a couple months later. At Bang's dojo, he's the lowest ranking student, trying to intimidate another before Bang disciplines him, telling us he's in good hands. The clock strikes 3 and it's time for Garou's part-time job. It's part of the reformation program he was sent. Basically, Garou works to repay financial difficulties he caused at the dojo. Also, he's got a new look, and for now that's it. This new look makes me think Garou could come back, but who knows. The anime might be down, but Garou isn't. He does have a path to a comeback. And so, do you think he should? This is one of the most insane villains I've ever seen. From stabbing himself for pleasure, to weird words and facial expressions, to the anime portraying him like this.
Got some pretty good game for a worn out, foul-mouthed, butthurt, ratchety, short-stacked sphere, right?
we've got a real character on our hands. His name is Jabberwonger and he first appears in Gachiakura chapter 10. He appears to interrogate someone about Rudo before killing the person he was asking. Yeah, we can't even see his face yet and he's already a bit crazy. He then makes his formal appearance when the cleaners are tricked into a battle with the raiders, their goal to take Rudo. As Zanka takes down two grunts, Jabber strikes from the shadows, us still not seeing his face as he leaves Zanka out cold. We then cut back to the others and Rudo making a quick escape, and upon hearing footsteps, they believe it's gotta be Zanka, right? Hopefully? Nope, it's not Zanka at all. This man looks to Rudo before jumping on the wall right behind him, destroying the exit before he's yet again on the other side of the room. Of course, it's our man in the video, Jabber, a fan favorite and in my opinion one of Urana's coolest designs. Her characters are always stylish, that's a given, and you can tell she drew them, but she's very inclusive. It's very cool to see characters like Jabber who represent a huge group of people. Jabber sighs about being late before stating he's here for the same reason as the others, Rudo. But when they all ask about Zanka, it's learned that Jabber poisoned him and he's out cold. He then brandishes his vital instrument, rings that extend into a pair of claws covered in poison, causing Gris to push Rudo out of the way, stating he'll protect him. Jabber flexes his claws yet again as Rudo tries to tell Gris that he can help, but it's too late. Jabber has punctured Gris with a handful of blades, him out and likely already dead. Rudo stands shocked, the image of Gris stabbed reminding him of his foster father, it fading to black as he finds himself grasping his lucky charm. Yet Jabber just made the worst mistake of his life. Rudo is a main character who just got a flashback, meaning Jabber is about to get beat pretty bad. Rudo has harnessed Gris's lucky charm as his vital instrument, it coming to life as an all-imposing mass, the eyes steadily watching Jabber as he sits in awe, literally salivating. Yes, Jabber is salivating seeing Rudo's vital instrument, he even says it's pretty sick. Rudo then thanks Gris. He showed him what he's always wanted to do, find worth in stuff thrown away, and now he won't forget that. He states he'll reject everything Jabber says and accept everything he rejects. They share names before Jabber jumps in, him springing across the building yet Rudo not budging an inch. He tries to attack Rudo, but it becomes clear that somehow the charm is literally pushing Jabber away. I just have to say he becomes especially crazy during this battle too, yelling for Rudo to say his name as he wildly swings his oversized claws. I mean, I'd be worried about hitting myself. Though no matter what he does, Jabber can't hit Rudo. Rudo revealing Gris prayed to the charm that people would come home in one piece, and Rudo sees it as an enemy never landing a hit, and so when Jabber approaches, it shoves him aside. Rudo then embodies Gris in every way, using his favorite weapon, his fists, to land a devastating blow on Jabber. And you know, Jabber, I told you the second you got a flashback, you should've left. Yet, you know, we got the impression he's pretty crazy, and so he laughs it all off. He can push him away no matter what, and the weapon he uses is just his fists. Jabber calls it sloppy and lazy. He then asks if Rudo feels guilty when he hurts him. Rudo saying, yeah, normally he would, but not for Jabber, leaving Jabber glad and smiling as he jumps in to take a series of hits. I think he's starting to enjoy this. Even when Jabber tries to disguise himself behind rubble, he's noticed by Rudo's all-seeing charm, and so he's continuously hit over and over till he eventually realizes something. With a crazed smile on his face, he notices the charm didn't redirect rubble because it has no consciousness. And so Jabber proposes an, well, I'll say interesting idea. Say he took a really powerful toxin and stabbed himself. He'll knock himself out and wreck stuff unconsciously. Well, Jabber does just that. He takes his vital instrument, Mankira, and shoves them into his chest, fading to black till Jabber becomes crazed, somehow even more than before, screaming wildly as he dashes at Rudo, just barely missing while tearing the room to shreds. Rudo realizes that Jabber really did that, saying he's either really committed and experienced, or maybe he's a masochist, someone who likes pain. And you know, Jabber is probably somehow worse than that. He likes it a bit too much. Thankfully, when things are starting to get really bad and Rudo realizes he has no way to beat him, Zanka strikes Jabber down, ready to get his well-earned get back. The thing is, everything is still in Jabber's favor. Zanka is still a bit iffy from the poison. He may say, don't underestimate average Joe, Mr. Innate Talent, but you can tell Zanka's hurting. And so, having watched the battle, he's hatched a plan. He wants to hit Rudo. Let me explain this one. Charm redirects attacks. If he hits Rudo, he'll be flung. If he does that with the long staff, he can catch Jabber and easily beat him. And surprise, knowing Jabber knocked himself out with poison and got crazy, this too actually works. Zanka looks just as stunned as me. Jabber takes a series of heavy hits to the head, finally waking up as the duo lands their final blow. Yeah, Jabber's had quite a tough day. Put yourself to sleep, wake up, and get put to sleep again. I would say it's a bad day, but Jabber probably really likes this pain. Yet as they sit there in the aftermath, it's revealed it's not over yet. At some point, Rudo was hit by Jabber's claws, him now standing up and walking towards both Zanka and Rudo on the ground. He reveals that his left claws have a toxin that numbs the pain, while the right claws contain the toxin that left them both poisoned. And the thing is, they wear off faster with him because he's tried them so much. Jabber then takes Rudo, jumping out of the building with glee, yet as he realizes the area's been disturbed, he finds Rio. All before, Engine sends him flying straight into a building. He's arrived with a group of cleaners since they've lost contact. And now, in the wall broken and covered in blood, Jabber smiles and gets even more excited. Yeah, not crazy at all. Leaving everyone to look to Rudo as they realize he's been fighting a psychopath. But they're not trying to let Jabber get away with this. He readies another frenzy, but then he's grabbed from behind before anything happens. It's time for them to return. Jabber's caught off guard because he still hasn't got Rudo, but the woman states the boss had a great big smile. And so, all of a sudden he's ready to disappear into a manhole the woman created. Yet he first notices Rudo's vital instrument, his gloves, calling them a series before returning to his boss. From there, it's a little bit till we see Jabber. We only really see him retrieve Ammo's boots before he later shows up in the Raider Trash Storm arc. Upon luring the cleaners into a trap, Zodyl and his group of raiders face off against the cleaners. Jabber is beyond excited to fight the group again, as you might expect, and is even more excited when his opponent turns out to be Zanka. The two clash instantly, a beast against a beast, both set on being the last man standing. Jabber keeps his wicked facial expressions up as he mocks the bubbling poison in the arena. And I just have to say, this already looks pretty horrible to Zanka. How unlucky do you gotta be to end up in a poison arena with the dude who loves this stuff? Jabber touches the poison too. It burns the shit out of him. And this might be my favorite page with him. He's just... I can't even describe it. What a character, dude. Regardless, he just covered his claws in some new poison. Poison which he tries to flick at Zanka. Yet he pushes his staff under the ground and flips a piece of earth straight at Jabber. That's some crazy strength. With this, Jabber is crushed and Zanka walks around. He knows it wasn't that easy. And he's right. Jabber begins laughing like a maniac as he springs out of the ground, revealing the real form of his vital instrument. Jabber states he can now let the real him play, revealing his claws are now inscribed with the name. Remember, instruments containing their name indeed become stronger. The user is fully confident in their item. Zanka is speechless as Jabber becomes all the more crazed and erratic. Jabber can tell Zonka is like him. He has to hold back to have a fun fight. The best thing to him is a real fight he can never win. And it seems like Jabber has finally found that. He can look forward to it. Can he? Yeah, that face is crazy. Though as Jabber continues on, Zonka sighs. He's out of tricks. As Jabber dashes at him, ready to crush everything, Zonka simply states he's one of them geniuses. He can't figure out how to beat Jabber. He's seen so many who claim to be gifted when they aren't. But Jabber, he can tell by the look in his eyes that he's the real deal. Zonka then states it's all the same. There's no way an average Joe can beat innate talent, a genius. But that's what makes beating him so damn satisfying. Jabber dashes in, destroying Earth as his claws wildly swing. Zonka forces the clash, dodge, and uses spear to fly into the air. All before Jabber whirls his claws in a circle like a whirlwind. Zonka cannot believe this. He can't move his instrument back either or he'll be hit. And before long, Jabber stops and sends him back with the ribcage crushing hit. Zonka tries his best to move from this spot, but in an instant Jabber is atop him, claws at his throat. But Zonka catches the instrument with his teeth, grabbing his staff and sending it straight into Jabber's side, crushing his ribcage as well, all before punching him in the same spot. Zonka refuses to let up, barreling towards him with his staff while yelling he'll reach his level, ready to end this as he sends a kick straight to Jabber's jaw. Yet while flying back, Jabber wildly swings his claws, just barely hitting Zonka. It sends him to the ground, Jabber walking up maniacally as he reveals Zonka's been hit with a really bad poison, stabbing him once more as Zonka's assist staff returns to normal, meaning it's over. Jabber has completely beaten Zonka, him locked into hallucinations due to his crazy poison mixture. Jabber dances in glee as he reflects on the battle, but then he notices the smile on Zonka's face. He too wants to have fun. And so, well, what do you think Jabber would do? Knowing him by now, what would he do? Well, of course he stabs himself too. He wants the same hallucinations. And what do I even say to that? Like, Jabber, you not even might, you definitely do have a problem. Though if you recall, Jabber has tested these on himself. His tolerance is high, so he recovers way before Zonka. And as he begins to celebrate completing the mission, he's shot. Like with the gun. Ryo brandishes a firearm and shoots the hell out of Jabber, walking over and standing over him shooting till he's out completely. But knowing Jabber, this was probably the best he's ever felt. He probably loved eating those bullets. Though this leaves our boy out of commission for the rest of the arc. Though there is one moment I actually want to speak of. When Jabber is retrieved and shown to Zodyl, he states Jabber needs more reform, which is a very random and interesting thing to say. I'll state what I think this means towards the end of the video. But our crazy madman next appears when the raiders clash with the cleaners over the info broker. Him jumping on their car, ready to get, well, Jabber crazy. Look at his face. It's just Jabber crazy. Jabber stands up and starts mouthing off, smashing into the cleaner's car, ready to frenzy as Ryo kicks him straight in the face. He instantly remembers her, but not her hairstyle. She corrects him, which is hilarious, before Jabber shouts he wants to be shot again. Which, what did I say a second ago? He likes it. Just, what a guy. What a guy. Jabber and Ryo continue their crazy blade battle before all of a sudden Fu bursts through the ceiling, revealing himself to now be high. Jabber watches this whole thing, stating Fu is a curse doll he lets take over, but he calls it nothing more than a story. In a single punch he shatters Jabber's arm. Hai now described as his very flesh being a vital instrument, meaning he's crazy strong. Proved as he destroys the tunnel and knocks Jabber out in a single shot. I mean, you gotta be pretty strong to beat the guy who loves pain in a single blow. But Jabber isn't off screen till he admits one more thing. He always knew Fu was hella tough. He even states his strength doesn't fit the concept of strength. And with this, the last panel we've seen of Jabber for now is him stuck in ink, unable to further chase the cleaners. And he's just silly here. Jabber is clearly not the main villain of Gachiakura, though I think many would agree that he's the most enjoyable enemy in the series. When he first appeared in the anime for the first time, he instantly became a fan favorite, as not only was he portrayed perfectly, but his raw, crazy energy is just fun. Who can hate it? Though I think I might even say that it's portrayed better in the manga. His crazy facial expressions, insanely silly wordage, and how Urana will choose to draw his fierceness, it just can't be beat for me. Though now we have to consider where Jabber will go from here. Up to this point, he's been a lackey of the Raiders, a crucial soldier to Zodyl because he creates chaos and has proved himself to be strong. Even if Jabber does it because he likes the pain and fighting, he's valuable for the cause. If I had to guess, Jabber will of course remain a crazy strong asset, hopefully not getting pushed to the background in favor of others. I mean, I don't think anyone will ever get tired of Jabber's energy. Though, I think Zodyl might have some more sinister plans for Jabber. For a calculated guy like Zodyl, Jabber feels wild, but he keeps him around. Of course he has his strength, his poisons, but how loose and crazy he is seems risky for a guy like Zodyl. I think the reason this could be for that reform he mentioned. Zodyl is a mad scientist type of villain, willing to use anything and manufacture anything for his goal. Would reforming his own ally be too crazy? Of course it wouldn't. Jabber is fierce, knowledgeable about deadly poisons, likes pain, and has great mastery over his vital instrument. If Zodyl could reform that craziness into one direction for his needs, well, he would have a super soldier. Could this maybe be Jabber's future? For the guy who made a trash beast and manipulated the hell out of Rudo? All I'm saying is that it's possible. Ultimately though, we have no real idea. Gachiakura is a brand new story with tens of unexplained mysteries and tons of plot to explore. At the moment, the Raiders are all out of commission and will be for a while. The next time we see them, they're bound to be changed, meaning Jabber's next appearance will be even crazier than the last. I would bet he has some weird and crazy facial expressions and tricks up his sleeve, and I know we all can't wait to see his unstable, wild energy again. A group of sorcerers appear to commit an atrocious deed, killing a certain man, one labeled as a hero, brilliant swordsmith, and a father to a child. All involved are branded with a very specific hand tattoo, but other than that, they're ghosts. This is the opening Kagurabachi sets its world up with, and this is Yura, the ringleader of this heinous group. He is a villain who aims to shake the world and flip society on its head. His worst deed to date is that he unearths a villain of the past who had once killed 200,000 people. But what I think is the most insane part about him is that he doesn't have some crazy power. He isn't some insanely strong swordsman. He's actually stated to be rather subpar with the blade, but he does this all with extreme planning. Just by using his brain, he is walking all over the main cast of characters, and he does it in the coolest way possible. I have no doubts that by the time Yura is animated, he will absolutely break the internet. And so, without a further ado, this is a deep dive into the villain that isn't animated, but I hope he breaks the internet. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Kuneshigi Rokuhiro was a legendary swordsmith. He was the only one capable of crafting enchanted blades. But with great power comes great responsibility. Rokuhiro knew this, stating katanas have always saved lives, slashed open new eras. Yet at the end of the day, they're still tools for killing people. Crafting swords makes them complicit in their deaths, so his swords cannot fall into evil hands. Rokuhiro was then killed, his 6 enchanted blades were stolen, and his son was left alone. All this was at the hands of the Hoshaku, a small but strong criminal organization, headed by a mysterious man named Yura. From the second the story starts, Yura lurks in the shadows. It's been years since the blades were stolen, but all of a sudden they're appearing. First, Sojo has one. Then more alarmingly, one is entered into the Rakuzaichi auction. This one being an extremely special blade, even amongst the 6 stolen. Though interestingly enough, Yura has Sojo enter it for him, showing him to be crafty and to have some sort of big plan. His first real on-screen appearance is during the Rakuzaichi auction, where he appears before Chihiro, him nonchalantly revealing his position as leader and spearhead of the plot to kill his father. He then notes he doesn't like to speak. He wants Chihiro to just try and kill him, giving us something to note. He's cold, like a man who has seen horrors and has nothing left to feel. He spars with Chihiro before wrapping him into a tree's sorcery, revealing his ultimate goal, the reason he's entered the blade into the auction. It's also he can wield that enchanted blade, the Shinuchi, the strongest of the enchanted blades. Chihiro quickly dashes away, understanding the man aims to waste his time, and with that, Yura teleports away in an instant. Though why would Yura not only disappear, but why would he auction a sword he himself wants to wield? One he had, matter of fact, already stolen years ago. Well, all comes together as we watch him explain in a cafe. The Shinuchi was sealed, he had done everything to unseal it, but using this sword is dangerous. Why? Well, it's dangerous because the sword bearer, the one it's contracted to, is still alive. Even if Yura was to grasp it, he wouldn't have primary command, and who knows what the outcome of that would be. So in simplest terms, he's using the auction as a test run. He planned for Kyoura Sazanami to pick up the blade in desperation, unbeknownst to the fact he's been warped into a scheme by this evil mastermind. To Yura, this is like moving a pawn on a chessboard. Like had been assumed, wherever he is, the sword bearer can tell his blade, the Shinuchi, has been drawn, where he instantly uses its power, Magatsumi. The sword, even while sheathed, oozes a dark sludge that blooms into flowers. The blade's aura appears as a huge butterfly around Kyoura. In battle, its power is monstrous to boot, its sheath alone pushing Chihiro back. Notably, Kyoura can feel its power invading his head, and with time, its strength is enough to destabilize his realm, sending him before everyone at the auction. Here, the blade's real horrors are revealed. The Shinuchi and his bear continuously tries to take over Kyoura, growing roots onto him. The dark sludge has become a waterfall from the blade. It's blooming into flowers that pierce and consume everyone around the center. It's literally a nightmare. And remember, this is the sword sheathed. We haven't even seen the blade. Kyoura struggles to keep himself, but in the end he sets the sword down and dies, passing away as a result, but passing away as himself. Yura's intentions are all based around Rokuhira's blades, specifically the Shinuchi, the one we just saw, the strongest of them all. This blade is not only unfathomably strong and destructive, well, its power seems inherently evil. And so this leaves the question, does Yura understand how Rokuhira cared for the sword? Does he intend to use this Shinuchi for evil? Or could he be trying to slash open an era using this all-powerful sword? The idea of the sword and how the blade's intent can change an era is a big part of Kagurabachi, and we see how these specific swords, the one Rokuhira created and the ones Yura stole, came to be later down the line, perfectly enough showing how their power changed an era. Everything began with the Seitei War. Citizens of a small country invaded. They were bloodthirsty and resisted to Daten-seki. The force quickly became a big problem. Rokuhira then crafted the enchanted blades, turning the tide of war. The resistance was wiped out and a peace treaty was signed, finally crowning the wielders of the enchanted blades as heroes. To the public, they were saviors, ones to look up to. They had risked their lives at war using an unfamiliar power and lived to tell the tale. All of it to keep people safe. But everything you just heard is only what the public knows, and in reality, it's not even half of the situation. Disturbingly enough, there was an event known as the Eradication, where a specific blade, the Shinuchi, the all-powerful blade we've seen, emerged. It single-handedly turned the tide against the quote, savages, a term actually only given to make the heroes seem more heroic. The real horror comes after the treaty was signed, a horror the public knows not about. The owner of the Shinichi disagreed with the treaty, stating the people must be annihilated. He went berserk and began the malediction. The abilities saw here were ones of pure obliteration. It was a calamity that killed roughly 200,000 lives. And it was only because of the other 5 sword bearers they could stop the crazed man. This man is known as Yura Soga. He remains locked away to this day, and his deeds are deemed the outcome of insanity. I mean, no sane man would do that. Oftentimes we receive small glimpses of him in an isolated room. Still, as we've seen, he can somewhat access his hideous monstrous power, and most fearsome of all, he's happy to use it to take more lives. This man is an ultimate evil of the past, a brutal example of how these swords can forge new eras. Their actions led to victory in the eyes of people, while in turn introducing the whole entire world to the idea of sorcery. This can appear to be a bad thing, as with new power, people will seek to use power for bad things. This is proved with characters like Sojo. He wanted to use the enchanted blade, Cloud Gouger, to kill. Or with like Yura Sazanami, who runs a criminal organization that he gets away with because of his sorcery. While there is groups like the Kamunabi who take down threats using sorcery, they also aim to control the enchanted blades, keep them safe and not allow anyone to use them, as if they aren't used, they think that that can bring peace. But you could also argue, that's also another form of power. My point is, the enchanted blades created an era of sorcery. Sorcery that has created an endless bound for power. There are pros and cons to everything, of course, and this is such a case. But just for right now, that is the backdrop. What matters right now is how Yura fits into this. Yura is actually the one who reveals the truth about the war. The reason being he has his own stance. As long as Soga lives, the calamity known as the malediction will occur again, giving us an answer and motive. He wants to kill Soga. Though Yura wouldn't go through everything he's done if it was that simple. As we've been conditioned to think, the enchanted blades are a power that can change an era. Yura must seek his own idea of a new era. It's the only possible answer. So at the moment, Soga, the one who is sealed, is the one who changed the era from before, while Yura, the one we currently follow, seeks to bring forth a new era, as he disagrees with this era ushered in sorcery and keeping away the enchanted blades. For now, these two era changers are at odds, but considering I told you that Yura unearths him, well, things are going to get bad. You should know they're going to get bad, and so let's go watch it get bad. Continuing on with Yura for now, the story moves with his whims, aiming to kill the sword bearers, alluding to some great big plan, and knowing Yura, we don't have any real idea what it's all gonna lead up to. He begins by sending his men after the sword bearer fortresses. He also mobilizes Hirohiko, hoping that he grows in this battle. This hints that the boy is a pawn, nothing more, especially so as he explains he has numerous backup plans. He specifically put it together so Hirohiko can screw up, which is cruel but calculating. We then follow the story from the Kamunabi's perspective. They seem to be winning. The Hoshaku and Yura can't reach the sword bearers, but then Samura, an especially strong sword bearer, betrays them. This was actually all planned out. Though at this point we need to go back in time, about 8 years to be exact. This is when Yura first approached Samura, where he revealed the backstory about the war, proving that he knew the truth about everything. Soon after this, Yura would spread rumors about this truth to the area Samura lived. The goal of this was obvious. He was not only mounting public tension against the heroes and the swords he dislikes, but he was also mounting tension against Samura specifically. Yura's actions culminated years later when he approached Samura again. Samura was now aware of the threat Yura posed. By then, he'd killed another sword bearer and Rokuhira, and so he assumed his time was up. Though Yura proves to be calculating, he states he actually came to negotiate about Samura's future. Either he dies or helps the Hoshaku. While this seems manipulative, it's either die or live, of course there's really only one answer, Yura specifically chose Samura because he knew he had a strong sense of justice. He knew he had a high chance of him actually aligning with the Hoshaku's goals. Yura explains that the Shinichi, even if sealed, will likely not remain stable. The flowers bloomed by the blade still exist. That alone is proof the Swordmaster is alive and wants blood. He makes a really good point. If the Shinichi swordbearer, Soga, already shattered everything, why wouldn't they be able to do it again? Yura's big issue is that instead of confronting that truth, the swordbearers hide themselves and the truth away. That is Samura's sin. He declares his goal again. He wants to kill the swordbearer and wield the Shinichi, therefore ending the malediction. It's a goal about justice, leaving no evil standing, and Samura, with a strong sense of justice, agrees with this idea, as he knows that even if he was to kill Yura, the Swordmaster and all those that oppose him will walk free. It'll be a never-ending problem. Samura joins forces with Yura to eradicate everything from the root. Once the issue is solved, he'll kill everything. Though of course Samura was naive to think Yura simply wanted to kill Soga, and that after that, he could just easily get away with killing him. It is never that simple with a mastermind like this. Regardless, Yura now had Samura, and Samura had betrayed the Kamunabi and became the biggest distraction of all. While earlier he had called Samura a trump card, likely intending to save his power and surprise factor for later, he now calls him the Hoshaku's most powerful weapon. This is due to his actions. Samura without a doubt took away tons of manpower from the Kamunabi, as well as in Yura's eyes, he was the one who killed the other two swordbearers. The group should be weaker because of this betrayal. Therefore, he sees it as perfect time to attack Kamunabi headquarters, in turn now directly attacking the swordbearer, Soga. One thing very important to note about Yura is that there is various plans for every step. He will constantly note this, and of course, Samura is just another one of these plans. And now he's just going to use that plan to go ahead onto the next stage. It is kinda scary if you think about it. This is a villain who is calculated for every single failure. As the invasion kicks off, Yura sits in a lounge before asking the man at the desk where the restroom is. Though he's more curious about why this man is here. Isn't he scared? He responded that he wanted to see Rokuhiro's killer, and that he won't tell him anything, not even where the restroom is. Yura proposes they toss a coin. If he wins, he gets the restroom's location. If he loses, the man can take his life. Yura states they're about to risk their lives. He wants relief. And the coin toss goes his way, Yura declaring the gods are on his side. This is a bit odd for a guy like Yura. Everything is seemingly planned, but at the same time it highlights and makes you think about the risks he has taken up to now. Did he simply go along with them because the gods are on his side? It's again odd, and to be honest I can only call it overconfidence. But it also tells us he's about to take some major risks. With this, the time comes for the Hoshaku to burst through the Kamunabi barrier. This too, something Yura has planned extensively. He sent a portion of his forces in, leading to chaos on the accessible parts of the fortress. And the second there was a break in the barrier due to that chaos, he's in. Yura isn't afraid to get his hands dirty at this point. He summons a blade from a book to clash with Yuruha. This confirms that Samura has indeed betrayed him earlier than expected. Yuruha was supposed to be dead, and while he had already planned for it, it just means he needs to pick up the pace, as the bearer is without a doubt on his way. Their fight pushes them through the floor and lands them before Natsuki and Hokuto, changing their 1v1 into a 2v2, Yura and Hokuto versus Natsuki and Yuruha. In a second, the atmosphere becomes explosive, Natsuki flipping through the air to shove Yura backwards. He's on the defensive as the fight becomes insanity, and the second he sees an opportunity, he aims to double team Natsuki, intending to finish this fast. Yet he takes an explosive blow from Yuruha as he pushes past his limits, throwing everyone to the floor as they catch their breath, covered in blood. For a second we hear everyone's thoughts, everyone but Yura. He's silent, likely plotting. But we do hear what Yuruha thinks of Yura. He's clearly not a swordsman, rather his athleticism is unreal. Interesting. For a guy aiming to steal the strongest sword, you'd imagine he'd be good with one. Tells you one thing, he's likely not from the same world as them. He hasn't always been about the sword. Though with this, battle begins anew. An all-out bloodbath as steel meets steel. But in the background, Yura's plan has been rapidly advancing, one he had set up years ago. The Kaminabi wanted to put the Shinichi in the storehouse, making it untouchable to Yura, though somehow the blade is leaking energy, something that would not be possible unless it was charged before it was resealed, and under every condition, the Kaminabi would notice that, unless there was a traitor, somebody actively messing with the blade and covering this up. Yura is accessing the Shinichi's energy. He placed a traitor into the Kaminabi so he'd be able to do this. He had charged it with his energy before the auction. That way, if he learned he could wield its power, he could do so. And although Kyoura Sazanami proved that accessing its power is dangerous, Yura views it as a worth risk. Back to the battle Yura fights. He's decided that he needs to end it quickly. Fun is over. In a second, he disappears before the swordsmen, slamming them to the floor from behind. His speed and strength went through the roof. He has accessed the Shinichi's energy, a multi-year gamble that is now paid off. We watch the Shinichi's bearer, Soga, again rise and allow the use of his sword. And with this, Yura's eyes change color and he fully summons its power. He throws his opponent away as his head pounds. The sword is already trying to take him over, but he could care less. He's proving to be riskier by the moment as he summons more power. Centipede. With the move of the fist, the room is destroyed. Yura declares he's coming to kill the Swordmaster, and then the Shinichi will be his. Another man joins in, Azami. Yura can tell he's there to buy time. Their battle is quick and Yura takes some devastating blows, but strangely, he's fine. It would seem the Shinichi's power is becoming more natural to him. The sword bearer is giving more and more of it to him, and with this he states he'll live up to the bearer's expectation. He'll bring order to the nation. And this phrase is exactly what I was searching for. It's confirmation that Yura's goals go beyond just getting the sword. Like I had assumed, he doesn't only intend to use the Shinichi, but he intends to use it to bring forth a new era, an era that he views as correct. This is very perfect because this is something that's been hinted that these blades can do since the very first chapter, and it's fitting that the main villain would use them for such a purpose. So now we watch him go towards the one who crafted this current era, and all we can ask, how is he going to interact with Soga? After this burst of power, Yura walks out of the room with an arm in hand. As he walks through the hallways, the building is consumed. It becomes withered, covered in the flowers and dark ooze. He then finally reaches the chamber. He can sense Soga, and now they can finally meet. The man who killed 200,000, one who it took 5 other blades to bring down, and one who was reported by everyone to be insane. Yura now speaks to him. He declares he's come to kill him, but Soga stretches? He states he hasn't spoken to anyone in a long time. He asks if it's cold outside. Yura is speechless. They all said he was insane. Soga simply responds, well, wouldn't that be convenient? To tell the truth, he chose to do what he did. He did it based on his beliefs and ideals. He killed those people to protect the country and its people. Yura is stunned. He's driven and aware. Most would have lost their mind, yet he was able to use his power just fine. He asks if Soga stopped trying to control him on purpose, the answer being yes. He wanted to hear the outside world. Soga asks, is his brother, Rokuhira, dead? Yura tells the truth, yes, and he was the one who led the plot. Soga brushes this off. He figured, I assume it's brother-in-law, and that explains why Soga was chosen to be a sword bearer, or at least might. Family, so he's an obvious choice, though it almost makes you question if he married into the family for this purpose, to use Rokuhira's blades for his own ideals. But that's just a theory. Soga puts it together. Yura is here to kill him. Yura confirms. He's come to correct the mistakes of the so-called heroes. He approves of the malediction. That day he saw the right answer. The enchanted blade should bring order to the world. But Rokuhira rejected this and sealed them away. And as we know, the world protected and hid the blades. They backed this statement up. Yura states that that was a tremendous mistake. He goes on, if the sword bearer was insane, it would be dangerous. Someone else would need to wield it. He thinks the world needs more order. Someone should take on that role. But now learning Soga did such a thing with clarity, he thinks they can understand each other. He invites Soga to lead with the enchanted blades alongside him. They can do it correctly, together. Finally, these two connect, and as fate would have it, it would seem they actually align perfectly. As Yura proposes the man who crafted this era help him create the next. Yura wants to use these blades to bring a new era forward. This era he wants is one of order under the enchanted blades. Yura approves of the malediction, using the enchanted blades to dish out order. They are a tool to be used, not silenced by those in power. In such a situation like this, details are very important. We know nothing about Yura past what we've seen him do, and therefore it's very logical to assume that this is going to be an era of bad, because we've seen him do a lot of bad. Though to play devil's advocate, the opposite also could be said. Because we haven't seen Yura do too much, we don't know his true intentions. Maybe he wants to use the blades as his form of enforcing good, making him into some sort of anti-villain. Though of course, this can be contested by Yura simply saying he approves of the malediction. The malediction was when Soga killed 200,000. But considering things we later see, which I'm just gonna say now is Yura saying it's minimum sacrifices, I think he agrees with the idea of the malediction, using the blades to punish people. Though Soga on the other hand is way more questionable. While he brought along the current era, he too wants to transform the future, and they both agree on the malediction, that enforcing through the enchanted blades was right. But other than that, we don't know anything about Soga. We can create an idea of what Yura's ideals look like, but for Soga, we have no idea. The only logical assumption at the moment is that because the people invaded, he thought they needed to be punished, and so he eradicated them. But take even that with a grain of salt, as nothing is set in stone till he himself says it. He'll do crazy sounding things for these reasons, and I don't know about you, but you have to have a very good reason and a very amazing plan to kill 200,000 people. Azami reappears during their conversation, jumping right at Yura for him to destroy his other arm, but even then he fights till he's brought down to his knees. It shows that Yura's stronger than the Kamunabi's strongest sorcerers. But then Shiba appears, teleporting him outside and placing him before the biggest threats yet. He stands in the sky, Shinichi in hand, as he looks down at Samura and Chihiro, them ready to bring him down. Samura notes how Yura changed his mind. He didn't kill Soga. Yura responds that he was fully aware of his actions, and therefore he intends to bring him back. Yura fully admits to wanting to release Soga from his prison. He's really set at paving a new era with him at his side. Yura then notes that Soga stopped trying to take over. The man is trying to sense his intentions, so we'll show him with this battle. He'll demonstrate that the Shinichi's power is what the world needs. Chihiro and Samura draw their blades, as does Yura, recalling a memory of him before a broken landscape, perhaps a glimpse of the war. As he readies the blade, its power sends out shockwaves. They reach 300 meters, threatening everyone in the vicinity. Samura is worried for people's safety, while Chihiro is set on victory. He intends to destroy the blade. They clash as the sky rumbles. Samura jumps in to deal damage, but Yura reacts perfectly. Matter of fact, any damage he takes is instantly healed. It's the real ability of the Shinichi, stealing vitality from others, taking it and giving it to his master, and therefore elevating every activity vitality is involved with. Yura blows through a building effortlessly to show this. No issues crashing through train cars as he cuts a hole in Samura. No care for civilians and past the point of speaking. Chihiro then appears from behind, intending to finish this quick. He throws Yura back and dashes in. He misses a vital hit, but that wasn't the goal. He intends to use Samura's fire, burning away Yura's connection to the Shinichi. He burns him away as Yura's pain boils to the surface, allowing Soga, and in turn us, to see a few memories of his. Yura's is cooking food for someone, the woman remarking that everything is really back to normal as the radio turns on. It's been a month since the war ended. Praying for peace, Rokihira has enshrined the enchanted blades. Yura agrees with this woman when she thanks the war heroes. saying they can now rest easy, knowing they're protected. Soga remarks that these are Yura's memories. He must have lived in an area ravaged by the war. And this offers up a big explanation as to why he wants to use the blades to protect. But it would appear that at this time he agreed with Rokuhiro. What could have changed since this scene? Presently, Yura thinks on the Shinichi. It's the only sword that can be borrowed, so to say. A person can wield its power at the price it consumes their body. The more he's consumed, the greater the power gets. Chihiro then screams at him, "The Hoshaku have done everything. How could that be the greater good?" Yura responds that they only made the minimum sacrifices. It's not the Hoshaku's fault the world is the way it is. Operations like the Rakuzaichi existed before them. In fact, it only grew worse after the war. It was only after the war that people were widespread exploited and victimized. After the war, it was way beyond the Kamunabi's control. He screams that with the Shinichi it could have been different, yet instead they were decided to be sealed. It's all Rokuhiro's fault the world is fallen. Chihiro panics seeing the Shinichi's power grow inside of Yura. He tries one final strike alongside Samura. It's sure to finish Yura off. He yells out as the branches burn, crying in agony, but then he remembers Soga asking who he was. He states they were a nobody, perhaps speaking of him and that woman. They were nobodies, but they needed a hero. Soga tells him to relax. He'll give his body back. Hand it over. For now he'll be the hero. The flames extinguish and the blade begins to unsheath. The flowers bloom from Yura and his pupils disappear. He is fully allowed Soga to take the reins. The attackers instinctively sense this, throwing Soga through the building as he stands up before a clothing store. He comments on how a suit is silly, taking a robe before appearing in all of his might, giving us a full view of Soga, the Sword Saint, ready to cause his havoc. Though strangely, it doesn't look like he's acting as Yura. I assumed he was just gonna take over his body for a second. But it looks like Soga has literally consumed Yura and became himself. Soga states he understands why he was imprisoned, again showing him to be sane. But he knows his beliefs are unethical for society. He then draws the blade, activating a full force Magatsumi. In a second, the building is covered in the dark sludge, an unfathomable amount compared to what we've seen before. He looks to Chihiro and asks why his brother sealed the blades, and looking at Chihiro he understands. It was to protect his son. Soga clearly disagrees, an act he doesn't need to use words for. He mutters "butterfly" and destroys several buildings in an instant. The full power of the Shinichi has now been unsealed into the world of Kagurabachi. Katanas have always saved lives and slashed open new eras, though at the end of the day, they're still tools for killing people. Rokuhiro's swords make him complicit in the deaths they cause, so his swords cannot fall into evil hands. Yura and Soga blame Rokuhiro for this very idea. Due to this line of thinking, the swords were stored away, hidden, and sealed off from anyone who ever wanted to use or see them. They were controlled by those in power, and they cannot agree with this approach. Evil like the auction has only grown since the blades outed sorcery to the world, and with time, this evil grows harder and harder to manage. But to Yura, the answer is right there, the enchanted blades. They're powerful, strong, and surely they can be the order to keep evil in check. Yura cries about crime and needing a hero heavily insinuate that his era, his world of order, is one under the rule of enchanted blades. They will be the power that strikes down evil. While at the moment, with chapter 105, we cannot set it in stone, I think it's appropriate to assume that Yura is acting as a sort of anti-villain. His goals are noble, they come from a good place, but he realizes he has to act as a necessary evil to create his era. And so, when it comes down to Yura, you can only ask, are the sacrifices worth the outcome? He's killed many to forge this era he wants, one of order, one under rule of the enchanted blade. While it may seem and hint towards being with good intentions, is that okay? And more importantly, is he even good to hold such power and make such decisions? On the other hand is Soga, who Yura seems to be now sharing his villainy place with, alongside his anti-villain goals. They appear to be on the same page, that these blades shouldn't be hidden and should be used. But Soga has actually done something with the blades. While we can somewhat understand the why for Yura, we don't have that for Soga. All that we know is that he used the Shinichi to kill 200,000. My point is, with no real understanding of him, we can only wait for him to explain his ideals, and we can only question if once he reveals these ideals, his goals will align with Yura's, or will he truly be setting free the malevolence onto the world? And now we have to question this to the utmost extreme since he's in Yura's body, free to do quite literally whatever he wishes. In Kagurabachi, the blades are almost the main character. Everyone will fight for them, everyone will use them, and everyone's intentions with them are a little bit different. They can be used to craft eras, but they can also use to be evil. Every part of the story tells us this simple fact. Following Chihiro, the main character, we're led to think that maybe hiding these blades or destroying them is the right answer. As long as they exist and are used, there's going to be someone who wants to abuse them or change the world with them. But with characters like Yura, we're led to think how changing the world might be a right approach, how this might be the healthy thing to do, and how maybe silencing the tool capable of such a thing might be bad after all. The story of Kagurabachi is still incomplete, but having a character and a character dynamic and a character clash like this that makes you think beyond the characters and think of society as a whole is very good. It's a very thought-provoking question, and it's generally these villains that tend to be the best because they have the most impact on you, the reader. I truly believe that Yura, and specifically when he teams up with Soga, together they will break the internet. They will be a villainous force that everybody cannot believe. They cannot fathom how interesting and how just frankly cool they are. This is Gachi Akuda's biggest threat and one of the most terrifying new gen manga villains. He eats living things for his powers, creates these Frankenstein monsters for harsh experiments, and everything points to the fact that he's just trying to end a world. Who is he? This unhinged villain is known as Zodyl Typhon, and he first appears in chapter 24 of the manga. The raiders returning to their boss view Zodyl staring into some light, mumbling to himself about the Watchmen series before stating Rudo's name, all before you see his jacket having the same insignia as Rudo's gloves. He too possesses a part of the Watchmen series, a series of objects that are the oldest and most powerful in Gachi Akuda. While a short 2-page introduction, it does a great job creating suspension and uneasiness for this character. His dingy appearance, surrounded by heaps of random stuff, feels chaotic. This, accompanied by his bloodshot eyes and ramblings, makes Zodyl sound, well, crazy. Yet all of this is before the reveal he has part of the Watchmen series, something only Rudo has had up to now. It's all to say that this guy is a little bit strange, crazy, and seriously important. But even before this odd appearance, he's been mentioned many times. If we step back a few chapters, Jabber, after being beaten, stated he needed to bring Rudo back, but backs down upon hearing about Zodyl having a huge smile. He then notes Rudo's Watchmen gloves. Zodyl will love to hear about them. And from these two pieces of information alone, we can understand that Zodyl is interested in Rudo because his gloves. They're part of the same series of objects as his coat. We next see Zodyl as the raiders become more active, him deciding to finally make his move. And yeah, he's locked in. Zodyl has that immovable object type of vibe. Like, nothing's gonna be able to touch him. He's just that strong. In the next chapter, Rudo is venting to some random person about his stresses. The person putting together it's the raiders bothering him before mentioning that they're losing their minds searching for something right now. Then, all of a sudden he breaks character and brings out the Watchmen boots. The raiders are looking for a match to these. Rudo looks over and sees Zodyl underneath the hood. He puts his hand on Rudo. He's the one searching for the match. He's the raiders' new boss. Without even giving him a second to be surprised, He tells Rudo to never miss a weather report. That way he can be prepared for when the storm hits. And while his words somewhat illustrate that this is a random encounter, this was masterfully planned. When the cleaners jump at him, they're all teleported to a dark tunnel and instantly put against each other in a 5v5, raiders versus cleaners. Though we know Zodyl is interested in Rudo, and obviously he set this up so that he's able to speak to him. He flushes the tunnel to send everyone away except Rudo, and since they're now alone, he poses the question, how would you like to take down the spear with me? Rudo envisions the destruction of the spear, the strange sky island dividing the people of the ground and spearites, the place Rudo himself comes from. Zodyl can tell Rudo is envisioning it in his head, reading him to push the subject further. Zodyl states he hasn't been to the spear, but wants it gone, and he doesn't care what he's taking down. All that matters is that it goes down. Rudo lashes out as Zodyl mentions his rage, but is quickly shut up and told to listen. He tells Rudo to stay on topic. They will have a proper dialogue. Just listen. His words lock Rudo up. He feels like he's in chains, held captive by Zodyl's dark, overpowering presence. I want to note how Zodyl is drawn in a specific way that almost feels like he deconstructs the manga's art style for himself. Like his image, when Zodyl speaks, the manga gets darker, more rigid, and super rough to make us feel his words even more. Out of everything, even the text boxes are different. They're more profound, as to tell us that his words are weightier and heavier than the others. Of course, Rudo would feel captive by them. It's all to make Zodyl scarier and create the image of this powerful, demanding, and very manipulative sounding leader. He's terrifying in every way now that we're actually face to face with him, and he knows it, clearly using it as an advantage to sway the conversation with Rudo his way. Zodyl questions why Rudo thinks the cleaners will help him get to the spear. It's not their job. The only reason Rudo is kept around them is because it's convenient. His strength helps. He then steps to Rudo, towering over him. Rudo can't be happy with this status quo, can he? The current game of friends isn't what he wants, right? Yet again, just very manipulative sounding. He shuts Rudo up, then speaks on and on. Sure, he might pose this all as questions, but it's like he's telling Rudo what to believe instead of it actually being a question. Zodyl then goes on to give a speech, describing living creatures as strange, fascinating things. They shape and adapt to their environment. He explains that on the ground you can find waste that has never been documented. It comes from the spear, and you can say that same exact thing about people. If where people live affects their humanness, Zodyl coming from the ground and Rudo from the spear, then why does Rudo have the same eyes as him? Zodyl continues on trying to tell Rudo they're the same, that even if they're from different places, they're the same type of people. He's insistent on swaying Rudo for whatever his cause is. A cause that is definitely not bad. Like, come on guys, this guy wouldn't be evil, he wouldn't be up to something terrible, right? In response, Rudo lashes out. Why couldn't Zodyl just meet him normally? He's going through all this just to recruit him? He states he wants to reach the spear for himself, for his own objectives. So basically, Zodyl just needs to back off and stay out of it. Zodyl looks down. Normal? He goes on to explain a group he was without a doubt brought up in. A group of people who worship the trash the spearites would drop, calling it blessings from heaven. They would accept all, good or bad, as blessings, and force others to do the same. While it may sound bizarre to Rudo, Zodyl states it was just common sense to the group, and if someone like Rudo was to fight this, they'd become a heretic. Ultimately, the backstory doesn't matter. It was an example to say that normal really isn't a thing. He explains common sense created by fanatics like the group can be a deadly poison. Their common sense based belief of the falling trash being a blessing can be very deadly. He states that despite it all, you'd never know who was suffering from this common sense poison without a catalyst. To remove the poison from someone, to make them see something is not normal, You need to snap them out of it. You need to shock their system. And yes, you're seeing that right. This dude just ate a bug. He is certainly crazy, yet this reaction, thinking that it's gross crazy, is very intentional. To most, eating a bug is a shock, but there is people who do that. Zodyl in his speech here is trying to tell Rudo his normal, his feelings, might be a poison. Maybe in fact, Zodyl's normal is right. In the same way, the people who enjoy bugs might be right about them being tasty, maybe Zodyl's plan to take down the spear is the right way. The shock he speaks of, him bringing Rudo for this, is him trying to be that shock. The shock Rudo needs to break his normal and switch sides. Yet him unveiling all this to Rudo basically says he's failed. And so, with that, it's time to go. Transported into another room, Zodyl yet again looks down at Rudo as he stomps forward. This dude is, aura farming, by the way. Remember how I said an immovable object? Yeah, these panels are the definition of that. He insults Rudo for running his mouth before even listening or thinking of what he was saying, wishing it was a cooler-headed person who fell from the sky. Yet he's now done with games. He won't even bother explaining his plan. He'll just show him. Zodyl takes the Watchman boots and attaches them to some sort of core. The object taking to them, as Zodyl explains, he was trying to create his own Watchman series. The series has been around forever and therefore has immeasurable amounts of energy. And while he couldn't replicate that energy, he created something else entirely. Like a mad scientist, Zodyl has created a monstrous trash beast powered by a vital instrument. And he states they'll use this very beast to ride to the spear. Listening to Zodyl speak, Rudo questions the importance of his gloves. And noticing, Zodyl takes to the conversation, seeing it as another chance to sway Rudo. The Watchmen series hold enough power to drive one mad. Yet at one point in time, there was a single person who wore the entire series. Why is it that he and Rudo can use them? Zodyl's explanation is that it's because they've left something important behind. In simplest terms, it's because they're broken people. But like a true villain, Zodyl sees this as a power. Why should being broken discourage him if it allows him to use this power? And so he asks, imagine what would happen if a single person used all of the objects in the series. Would it be enough to reach the spear? Zodyl needed to know. He had to experiment. He tried to create fakes but failed. Yet failure doesn't mean it's a waste. He learned he could use the object as a core to create the imitation titan of a trash beast. Everything he had done is for these experiments. Guiding and sending Rudo and his friends here was for this very purpose. One extreme mad scientist experiment to get to the spear. Everything in his plans are coming together. A special trash storm comes once every 6 years. And now he'll take his Frankenstein monster upon that storm to bring down the spear. He gives Rudo one final chance. Follow him and he's guaranteed to make it to the spear. By comparison, what are his allies offering him? Saying, if you have a goal you want to accomplish, if you have any convictions, then trash must be disposed of. In the silence, Rudo reaches out. He had named his trashy gloves 3R, their most prized possession. To him, nothing in the world is waste. Even speaking to Zodyl was important. It told Rudo that he has friends who gave a problem child like him a real home. Sure, he wants to make it to the spear still, but now that's not enough. He'll do so with everyone alive and having fun. Zodyl's coat transforms into a pitch black shell, flying him forward at Mach speeds towards Rudo. As the substance takes him over, he tells Rudo he'll regret this. And as he criticizes Rudo for calling out to his friends, they appear. Zodyl looks back as Rudo says his experiment is over. Zodyl simply replying that it indeed is. Soon he'll have his long-awaited results. Yeah, despite everything he's been saying, getting to the spear hasn't been Zodyl's main intention this entire time. As while the cleaners work on bringing down this huge trash beast from the inside, Zodyl just spectates. He's been intending to use this battle as a way to test his soldiers from the very beginning. When one is brought down, he simply tells them to come back. He's been evaluated. Then when yet another shows up, ready to sacrifice her whole self for his mission, he stares on with a blank expression, simply saying interesting. He walks towards Rudo. This is what it looks like when someone gives up what they care about. He will come collect this piece of the Watchmen series. And with that, he's gone through the portal, disappearing completely. To be a true testament of what Zodyl's manipulation can do, the woman indeed sacrifices her life to buy him time. And with their death, we see a backstory. In this backstory, while short, we see how they met, Zodyl complimenting her hair before assumingly recruiting her. He later refers to this incident as an experimental seed he had planted, blooming beautifully. And this says it all. It's just some sick manipulative shit. He doesn't care about people one bit, just about how he can use them and what he can transform them into. But in the trash beast, the cleaners save themselves before it's destroyed, unable to cross through the spear's border. Zodyl watches this all from afar as he's asked why he thought it would even work. Him stating the fake Watchman object he made had the power of protection. While the man assumes the experiment to be a failure, Zodyl sees otherwise. It was a success. He had met Rudo, tested his theory about the spear's border, was able to test and evaluate his team, and even learn about another piece of the Watchmen series. Zodyl never intended to cross the border. In fact, he had assumed it wouldn't work. And while he wasn't able to recruit Rudo to get his hands on another piece of the series, he has now instilled enough importance in the objects that the cleaners will guard them for him. It's super freaky. While it seems like a huge failure, when he explains it this way and explains all his side objectives in this big experiment, it does sound like a pretty big success. But I still think it's utterly terrifying that he planned every single bit of this out. He's clearly very obsessed about the spear, wanting to bring it down for what seems like no reason. But we do kind of have an idea why. From his small speech about those who worship the trash the spear people dropped, we can assume he was one of them, though somehow got a shock to his system that led him away. The use of the word heretics is interesting too. Really makes you wonder if there's a more horrific tale there. Definitely is. Though he initially had really only brought that up to try and rope Rudo into his cause, hoping to control him and his Watchman gloves. It's their power that he's after. All in all, this was our first big look into Zodyl, and we can instantly see that he's a terrifyingly smart manipulative mind that'll pretty much do anything to get his objectives. He treats people like pawns, manipulating them from the beginning for his purposes. And if he's willing to create these monstrous beasts for an experiment, who's to say what he'll do next? Not only is Zodyl scary in look and demeanor, demanding the pages like bend to his will, but his actions suggest that we should be very careful of him. We've only just kicked open the door and everything points to the fact that he's an unhinged monster. But we still have a few more Zodyl moments to go over. Our next clash with Zodyl is when him and Rudo both seek out the information broker. And yes, he's eating a raven. Just raw. Do people even eat birds like that? It's breakfast for him. Maybe? He's a strange guy. Upon meeting Rudo again, Zodyl is nothing short of scary. And yet again, I have to say nobody is touching him. Especially now that he's tested his allies and is very confident in just sitting back. He allows them to do the work while he waits to see where the information broker brings them. And as Rudo is brought before a box from his ancestor, Zodyl waits out of sight in the trees for the perfect moment. While you'd be right to assume he's planning to take the box, see whatever is inside, in reality, Zodyl's mind has been on the broker the entire time, as this is the perfect moment for Mymo to touch him. With this, using her powers, she's able to see every single memory of his, taking all the information he's ever collected, in turn likely telling Zodyl everything he'll ever need to know. And so he springs into action to guard her. Vital instrument, Mishra. Like before, his coat comes to life as he activates its power, covering his face in strange marks as he summons spikes to attack everyone. His coat now resembles an odd pair of wings, And as he seems ready to push forward with even more power, Momoa falls to the ground. The information broker's been around for so long and has somehow seen so many things that she can't view it all, and he states it'll likely be a month before her eyes even open. This means certain defeat for Zodyl. And so, faced with it, what will he do? Well, our strange, interesting villain eats a sandwich. His coat transforms in response. With the sandwich all down the hatch, his pointy wings become full-fledged raven wings. While this gives the impression he has a ton of different powers, the broker who knows all asks if what he eats reflects the shape. But Zodyl quickly gets out of there, carrying Momoa as he states he'll beat Rudo into the ground next time. But yeah, I think we just figured it out. Not only was he shown eating a raven before having spiky black wings, but whatever was in that sandwich clearly changed his form. It's not confirmed yet, but I think it would be fair to say his coat reflects what he eats. You also gotta remember how he ate that cockroach before being surrounded by some shell thing way back. It sounds like a crazy stretch for a power, but it also makes sense considering Rudo's gloves transform what they touch, and they are in the same series after all. I think it's a fair assumption. Finally, our last current moment with Zodyl is a short, small glimpse of what is certainly an intense backstory. He screams to be let go, that the trash isn't a blessing, to let his sister go, before we see him crying for his mother. We then see the moment he found the coat. If the world is about taking things no matter how hard you fight, he decided he'll do the taking. Covered in wounds, he stares forward as the current Zodyl stares forward at Momoa, emotionless as he watches her entrenched in a deep sleep. And that's all we got for now. At the moment, we don't know all that much about Zodyl, and in all honesty, it might be a while before we learn more. Yet everything we do know crafts a villain bringing his own unique kind of terror. It's very apt to say that he commands the pages when he appears in the manga. He changes everything from the shading to even the word bubbles. I kept saying it, but Zodyl's like an immovable object, making even the manga bend to his will. This in combination with his dark experimentation, his non-stop manipulation, and his freaky bird-eating powers make him a villain to be wary of. And don't even get me started on how he's trying to basically end a world, destroying the entire sphere. Zodyl is far from the most advanced, deepest villain I've ever seen, but that doesn't make him bad. Far from it. In fact, he's actually a great example of making a simple trope very interesting. There's reasons why people will say there's beauty in simplicity. Zodyl has the same goal of the main character Rudo, to reach the spear. But from there, everything's a polar opposite. While Rudo is willing to make friends and trust them, Zodyl wants to crush everything in his way and use what he can. Rudo wants to learn about the world and his heritage, while Zodyl seemingly wants to disregard his, talking about the trash-worshipping people and their common sense as poison. Just a few examples to say, Zodyl and Rudo are different sides of the same coin. At least for the moment. Gachi Akira is a brand new series with tons of story to tell. There's no doubt that once we learn more about the world and Zodyl himself, things will get deeper, and probably darker. For now though, we definitely gotta keep an eye on Zodyl, especially what he eats. I bet his stomach hurts. But let me know, what do you think about Zodyl Typhon, Gachi Akira's biggest threat? What do you think his story is gonna shape up to? Do you think he'll be a heartfelt villain by the end of the series? Or do you think he'll continue to be a scary threat Rudo will eventually have to put down?